Live. Good, good. We are live. Yes, we're live. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Health Coach Summit 2023. My name is Johannes Fisslinger. I'm the host of the summit, and I'm so excited. You know, it's like every year we're kind of looking forward to our Health Coach Summit. And in October, as you know, is the Lifestyle Medicine Summit. Again, thank you. Thank you for being here live streaming. I hope you like the live streaming model, right? Engaging, you know, you can ask questions, comment. And by the way, before we start, on the live streaming page, you see a chat. So why don't you say just hi on the chat right now, and all good. You can hear me, you can see me. Put a smile, emoji in, right? So let's start with a really good energy and a good vibration, because that's what health coaching to a large degree is about, right? Shifting our clients' habit to something better, more positive, more empowering. Now, you're going to have, you're going to experience 4 really exciting days. Now, this year, we have even better speakers, a lot of the same speakers you might have heard last year, but a lot of additional speakers that are experts in their field in either lifestyle medicine and health coaching. And before we get started, I want to thank all our health coaching schools and universities and community schools that join us, right? This is, as you know, we are a nonprofit, right? Both our summits are nonprofit events, right? Because a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, we saw, well, like everything these days, there's not enough communication, sharing, discussing, right? Like talking about things, the challenges, right? And we all have different opinions. And I hope that this summit allows us to open up, to very honestly share things, right? What's working, what doesn't work. You know, I like this, I like that. That's great. The most important part is we talk, we share, we communicate with each other. And I think that is actually in a big way missing in society these days, especially the last 3-4 years, right? So feel free to share, chat, use the chat box, the chat, and we're gonna, the questions you're gonna ask, we're gonna, you know, ask the speakers, and they will answer the questions that you have or the comments. And so that's how we want to engage you with us over the next 4 days. Now, there are going to be a lot of different topics. You can scroll down on that page, right? When you scroll down, you still can hear the conversation. You might not see the video, but you can scroll down where the speaker schedule is. And also, we always get asked, you know, while we have the live summit, but I'm missing so many presentations. Just get the upgrade, the deluxe upgrade. First, you support a nonprofit. You support our mission as a nonprofit to make lifestyle medicine and health coaching accessible to everyone. And I think most of us agree that's what needs to happen, right? And in my talk, the second talk, I talk a lot about that. From a public health perspective, what do we need to do to solve this chronic disease pandemic? Let me ask you something. Let's practice your fingers in the chat box. Would you mind, please, and type into the chat box. It's a question that I've been asking quite a few times the last half year, and there's a reason why, and I explain this in my talk in about an hour. The question is, and please be honest, right? Just because we want to know, right? We want to see where we all are. Because we are health coaches, right? But we're also clients. We also have our own health issues and lifestyle issues. So my question is to you, do you have your own health coach? Interesting question, right? Do you have your own health coach, someone that you work with continuously on an ongoing basis to improve your health, feel happier, live longer, feel more focused, you know, mentally focused, emotionally balanced, and whatever life challenges we have, right? Do you have your own health coach? So type in the chat box, yes, no, or whatever you'd like to post there, right? And then we review it in a minute, or maybe in my talk actually later on, right? So please do, everyone that's listening, type into the chat box, do you have your own health coach? And before we start with our first speakers, I want to again thank you, first of all, our health coaching schools, our 15 plus schools, where you see the logos. When you scroll down, you see the logos of the schools, right? Universities and many other schools, US and internationally. I want to also thank our Lifestyle Medicine University Foundation, a nonprofit team. You guys are amazing. Also, Lifestyle Prescription University that offers the degree programs in health coaching and lifestyle medicine. Thank you guys. It's amazing. We went through an amazing journey the last few years. We have a co-host throughout the 4 days. That's Magdalena Lyle, Australia. Certified health coach is amazing. We're going to have a lot of fun, especially with the panel that we're going to have with expert speakers. I think it's tomorrow. And really everyone that is part of this, right? That is sharing, that is inviting, and helping us to reach a lot more people, which I think we all want, that really everyone has access to a health coach and to lifestyle medicine. Thank you for you attending and being here, okay? I think that's really it on my side to get started. Now, what I want to do quickly, just check what your response was. Do you have a health coach? Please still type in, and I'd love to see. Okay. So it seems to be a bit mixed. Actually, you guys are doing really well. I have to say, I had a call, actually, a talk a week ago, also with health coaches. I'm not going to say which group, and the interesting part is about 70–80% did not have their own health coach. And here, I think it's about 50–50 or something like that. We're going to check that out later, right? And why I'm asking this question? Because we are representative to a certain degree of the society's people out there. Though, I think it's still majority of people worldwide, especially maybe 5–10% know about the benefits of lifestyle medicine and health coaching. And that needs to change. Right? And that's what this summit is all about. Cool. Okay, I think we're going to start with one of the most amazing leaders in our field, the CEO of the National Board of Health and Wellness Coaching, NBHWC, Leigh-Ann Webster. And we had to pre-record it because she was so full of the schedule, in terms of schedule for this summit. So we had to pre-record it. And sorry, the quality, the internet connection somehow was not the greatest, right? So the quality might not be super good, but the content is amazing. So we're going to be back live now for the next 40+ minutes. Leigh-Ann Webster from NBHWC. So welcome to the Health Coach Summit. And our first speaker is for me, the leader in the health coaching field in the US, but also globally. So welcome, Leigh-Ann Webster. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Johannes. It's so good to be here with you and be a speaker again for this great conference that you have every year. Well, actually twice a year, right?
Twice a year, yeah. We have the Health Coach Summit now in May, and then the Lifestyle Medicine Summit in October, which hopefully you're going to join us again. Now, let me introduce you, right? So people know, most in the health coaching field probably know you, but I'd like to really dive into what you actually, where you come from also. And we're going to talk about that a little bit in the beginning, right? Why are you so passionate about health coaching like we are? So you are the executive director of the National Board for Health and Wellness Coaching, which is the leading organization for certification in terms of health coaching in the US and worldwide. You're a National Board certified health and wellness coach and a certified personal trainer, right? You're very active, I think, as a board member in the YMCA, which I think you're going to talk a little bit about later. Also a member of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. And last year we had the fun event where your dog came in and had a lot to say, and we had a lot of fun with that. I'm sure he's somewhere in the back there waiting until we're done. So thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's very good to be here and to connect with you again.
Yes, and I'm also happy to talk to you because it's so easy to talk to you and you have so much background, so much knowledge, right? And you know the industry so well. So we have plenty to talk about. And to me, that's important as the setup, starting with you, because um, and we're going to talk about that, about the accreditation, the qualifications, the where are we right now in health coaching? Where do we go, right? What are the innovations? What is that you've learned over these many, many years? So I guess, but let's start with, why is it that you're so passionate about health coaching?
Oh, wow, that's a really good question. I'm passionate about health coaching. Well, number one, because I've always been passionate about health. I was even I have a senior right now in high school, and I was thinking about what it was like when I was a senior in high school. And I remember my grandmother telling me, you definitely need to go into health. Like, you need to go into health and fitness. And so I think from a very young age, I've just been very passionate about health, fitness, food, anything healthy living related. And when I stumbled upon coaching, and it really was by accident in 2007, I just realized that it was really the missing link between what somebody wants to do versus what they're actually doing, right? And so I'm passionate because I think it's just a really effective way for people to finally achieve whatever it is they're looking for in their life.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's this implementation of new habits, and we talk about that too in a minute. But let's talk first about the NBHWC, which is funny when I
Sure.
always say that to people. Oh, we are like talking to you with NBHWC. Who? What? It's like this that like it sticks in their heads, which is a great thing, right? Because we want that very strong accreditation organization in the US and worldwide. So share about, where are we with NBHWC? Where are you as an organization? And what has been happening, especially over the last year?
Sure. Well, as an organization, we're about 10 years old now. The actual nonprofit entity formed in 2012. And then it really took several years of groundwork to lay the foundation for the standards, the training, the education, the assessments. And then we launched that first board certification in September of 2017, and also partnered with the National Board of Medical Examiners. So that exam started taking place then. And today we are at just about 9,000 board certified health and wellness coaches, representing 35 different countries, which I think is pretty cool, and every state here in America. So that's where we're at. We're offering the exam 3 times a year now, which is great, because before it was twice a year. And we're also working with approved programs throughout the world. Most are located here in the US, but there are quite a few that are outside the US. And we are working with 115 different programs. So, and those are anything from community college to university level, to private sector programs, and even some internal training programs. So yeah, so that's where we're at. It's really a movement that we're creating, right? To really help people understand what a health and wellness coach is, and why board certification and standards for the industry actually matter.
Well, let's talk about that right there. What is a health coach? Because just yesterday I had a conversation with a big group, in a healthcare group, and they still couldn't grasp exactly what it is. Or let me say it this way: there's so many different versions out there what a health coach is.
I know. Yeah. It's tough, right? Because there are there's no legalization around it, right? So there is not licensure around it. And I feel like that actually creates a ton of confusion, because anybody can still call themselves a health and wellness coach, right? And you have people who are passionate about health, but they're calling themselves a health coach simply because of that passion, not because of the training or education that they may have received. So, you know, what is a National Board Certified Health and Wellness Coach? They are a person that has been trained and assessed in behavior change, right? So they can really help somebody take some goals that they have through behavior change, actually achieve those goals, right? And so health and wellness coaches really understand like the trans-theoretical model for change and where somebody is in their thinking and in their ability to actually create change in their life. As health and wellness coaches, we assume that the person who we're working with is an expert in their own life. And what I mean by that is not necessarily that we won't provide some education regarding lifestyle, right? Because of course we are educated when it comes to topics such as high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, right? So we have that piece of the knowledge, but we also assume that someone is an expert in their own life in that they know what will and won't work for them, right? So a lot of times, like if I'm just starting to work with someone, which doesn't happen very often now because I'm really very busy in this role, but the first thing I'll do is ask somebody, you know, tell me, what does a day in your life look like? And when I get to really understand that about the person, you know, it becomes really evident, like, oh gosh, you're only getting 4 hours of sleep a night. Oh my gosh, where in the world are you even going to fit in exercise, right? So it helps me create a very solid conversation for them to create that behavior change that they're looking for. So yeah, health coaches help facilitate behavior change, and they partner with their clients to do that.
Let's address maybe two different perspectives, because I think we have here also a lot of attendees that you know, just need and want a health coach. So let's look into this first.
Sure.
Benefits. Why would they do it, right? Why would someone get a health coach? And maybe to step in, one of our at a nonprofit, you know, our mission is basically to make lifestyle medicine and health coaching accessible to everyone, affordable and accessible.
I love that.
Which we're going to talk about later a bit more. But
yeah,
one of the things that I've noticed, because we did a test, actually Facebook and other ways, we kind of offered someone 10, 15 days, 30 days free health coaching. The clicks, in a sense, the interest was very high. Then actually them starting, basically taking advantage of it. It's 10 days, right? Or 30 days. I have two different variations. Very few actually took that step. Can you talk about that? Because I think that is so important. Is that because people don't know enough yet the benefits, or they kind of know but they are afraid of something, or don't have the motivation to step forward? Can you talk about that a little bit from your experience?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, I think the number one thing is that it's hard, right? Consistently doing the right things every single day for your health is hard. There is no doubt about it. So when someone is thinking about changing, the difference between thinking about it and acting on it is hard. It is difficult. And so I think that a lot of people are really afraid to even start that process with a health and wellness coach, because they do realize that there might be a lot of work involved, right? And so, I mean, even for me, like, I am very passionate about health, and I'm telling you, I am fighting my weight all the time, right? Or even, you know, things being sore, or joints hurting, whatever it might be, right? You're constantly tweaking your diet. You're constantly trying different workouts, trying to do time management so that you can fit it all in. And so I think that for people, there's just a lot of fear around all of that. There's a lot of like unknown, and a lot of it has to do, in my opinion, with a lack of confidence that they can actually achieve what they're thinking about achieving. So I think that is why people likely have some trepidation about working with a coach, because they just may not be ready to actually put in the work that it's going to take to make the changes that they're thinking about making. That would be my thoughts.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. About benefits, what are the benefits? I mean, that you've seen, maybe in a minute, or maybe I share now, because that is something that we wanted to find out, with what we do as a nonprofit. And one of Dr. Yomani is going to be a speaker. I'm not sure when it is. I think Sunday. But everybody, please watch, because he did a 4-month research project, value-based medicine, a lot of Medicare patients in there between 65 to 75. And it was so interesting, right? That at the beginning, basically they joined because the doctor said you need to, kind of, right?
Right.
So there was a lot of motivation from that side. But then it took like 2-3 weeks to understand, yeah, actually that is really good. I like that coach thing, right?
Right.
But the outcome were amazing. I mean,
yeah.
Absolutely amazing. And that's
Yeah.
Dr. Arloski's PhD project that he's going to publish soon. So what are these benefits that from your side that you absolutely know are there?
Yep. I think that one of the biggest benefits for people is that they finally have a true partner who is really cheering them on. And people need that, right? Like, we all live very busy lives. Some of us have very busy jobs. Some of us have very busy family lives. And we don't necessarily have that cheerleader in our corner saying, hey, so, what is it that you really want to achieve? And like, what is that deep intrinsic motivation? Why do you want to do it? Really, why do you want to do it? Right? Because it's not really about wanting to look good in a dress or a pair of jeans. There's a lot more in there for people. And when you can really get to the heart of that by working with a coach, then you will really start to see the value in making those changes. And then you will feel dedicated to actually doing it, right? So I really think that one of the biggest benefits of working with a coach is having that person on your team, really paying attention and helping you sort through a lot of the thoughts and ideas that are in your head, right? Again, kind of going back to that, the fact that the health and wellness coach assumes that you're an expert in your own life. Doesn't mean you have all the knowledge, though, that you need to make the changes, right? The coach is there to help you get that knowledge too. So that would be one of the biggest benefits. And then, of course, more practically speaking, obviously, like we see through a lot of the evidence base, that there are health benefits to working with a coach, right? So it depends on, if there's some sort of chronic disease that you're trying to manage, the coach can work with you specifically on that. And there are many coaches out there that will specialize in, very specific areas such as diabetes or heart disease, or stress management, pain management, right? So those obviously are other benefits that come out of it. But it's really about having someone in your corner who truly believes that you have the ability to make the changes that you're looking to make.
What about healthcare? Meaning, what about benefits, health coaching benefits, and integrate them into healthcare? And that's a big part that we're going to talk about later, about, is it going to be paid? Is it not paid? Is insurance reimbursement available? Like how do I get a health coach and so on? But
Sure.
What are the benefits that switch not so much from us working with a health coach, but actually a clinic, a doctor's office? And I know you have lots of health coaches work in this environment, right? What
Sure.
are the benefits from the professional side?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So from the physician side, I've had a lot of conversations with physicians about burnout, or a concept called moral injury, right? Where they're feeling it, they feel the pain of not having the time to work with the patients, their patients, in the way that they really want to, right? They went into medicine because they have a passion for helping people. And then because of the way the system is designed, that passion isn't always able to be there, or maybe the passion is there, but the time is limited, right? Really limited. And so it's a real source of frustration for physicians or anyone on the clinical health care team, right? It could be a nurse or a physician's assistant or a nurse practitioner. It's very frustrating for them because they ultimately are there because they want to help people, but you really can't always get there in 10 minutes, right? And so from a professional side, on the clinical side, being able to refer a patient to a qualified health coach, right? Somebody who has been educated and trained and assessed, it feels very good to the physician to be able to say, hey, you know what? You're pre-diabetic, or, you know, you've got hypertension. I really want to see you succeed here. So I'm going to refer you to this health and wellness coach that's on staff. And they're going to be able to have more time to have some of those deeper conversations with you to help facilitate that change. So that would be my answer from a professional side. And then from the patient side, I mean, patients are frustrated, right? Because they're walking into a healthcare clinic or organization, and they see the opportunity for somebody to help them. And then from what I hear, you know, you just kind of rush through the system. And in most cases, not all cases, right? Because there are some medical practices that have more time, but in most cases, it's quick. And there isn't the time to actually have those really deeper, thoughtful conversations around, you know, well, anything like fiber, exercise, movement, stress management, you know, things that can really help a person live healthier. There's just not time for the patient. So when the patient can have a warm referral from a physician or anyone else on the clinical team to a health coach, it's like, oh my gosh, someone is able to help me. And so, yeah, I mean, I think, you know, one of the things we're working on is having a lot of conversations across, for right now, it's across the country in America here, having conversations with healthcare organizations about the role of the health and wellness coach, and how they can, as a team and as patients, how everybody benefits. So we're definitely working that right now.
And you know what I always tell, I mean, I talk to so many doctors and hospitals, especially the last couple of years, and the passion you see in them, you know, is there. You know, I think the vast majority, they want to help. That's why they went, as you said, into this industry or into this profession. But it's like the system, which is always a weird thing if I say it's the system. What is the system really, right? But it's true. I mean, they're caught in a system, right, that they just often cannot step out. It's a big step to step out. And so I think health coaching can really make a big difference there.
Definitely. Yeah.
So let's talk about the insurance side reimbursement, because that's such a big issue. And remember, we talked last year, 2 years ago, also about that. And I'm not sure how much has changed, but the need for health coaches to be accessible, which is our mission, right, as a nonprofit, is there. So share to listeners, health coaches, and also patients, clients, anybody that wants a health coach, what options are there?
Sure. Yeah. So I think one of the biggest realizations that we've had over the past year since you and I connected is really that reimbursement is going to come in many different lanes. It's not just going to be one thing, right? So it is not necessarily just going to be Category 1 CPT codes for health and wellness coaching. It's not. it is going to be a variety of things, right? Because first, there is not necessarily a guarantee that there'll be category 1 CPT codes right away for this service. And even when those are eventually created, which I believe that they will be, there's a multi-year process for creating value, right? And like a price for them. And then there is also, and this is a lot of things people don't realize, insurance companies then have to agree to reimburse for those specific codes, right? So just because there's a code for a service in healthcare does not necessarily mean that the insurance company that the person has is going to reimburse for that service. So what we've come to realize is that this is going to be several lanes. So lane 1 is that, you know, we're actively trying to get those category 1 codes for health and wellness coaching. We just were at the American Medical Association panel meeting last week. We will not know where we stand with that for a few weeks, right? So we're not going to know. And we don't, you know, we're just not sure. However, regardless of whatever the outcome is with that, we have been working with, so here in America, the IRS oversees what's called HSA, health savings accounts, right? HSA and FSA accounts. And so we now have legal guidance from our legal team who's been speaking with the IRS about the ability for people to use their HSA and FSA accounts. And that will involve having a letter of medical necessity from a physician. But that's like a huge thing, right? Because now somebody who does have one of those accounts is going to be able to, you know, work with their physician to then use their HSA account to pay for a health and wellness coach. So we'll be releasing guidance on that within a couple weeks, which is great, right? We also recognize that insurance companies right now have the ability to pay for health and wellness coaching services because we have what's called category 3 codes in the healthcare system, right? So there are specific codes that exist right now for health and wellness coaching, but they're not reimbursable codes, meaning that they don't have a designated value attached to them. However, insurance companies can say, yes, we will reimburse for that. So we're really strategically figuring out how we can have those conversations with, instead of insurance companies, we often refer to them as payers. And who needs to have those conversations, right? I'm not qualified, right? In that we need somebody who has a strong insurance background, right? Who really can have those very high level conversations with the decision makers at the large and small insurance companies. So that's another path. And then there also are some codes that are already reimbursable codes that exist in the healthcare system that could work for health and wellness coaching services, depending on what the diseases are, right? That are, so it could, or what's happening, right? It could be pain management or chronic care, like there's different things, right? So and then there's also the self-pay model, right? Where somebody says, you know, I just really want to work with the coach, I will pay out of pocket. So we're really just starting to examine how we can make this work for whatever the coach is and whoever the patient is or the client. And I just want to point out too, that it's really important that we don't just focus on the medical system as an organization, because what we know is that 50% of our coaches are entrepreneurs, okay? And they don't necessarily want a job in healthcare. They would love to have physician referrals though, and that's where the HSA and the FSA account comes in, right? So we're really wanting to really take a look at our entire organization all the 10,000 coaches and make sure that we have a path for each of them.
Excellent, excellent. And the good thing is, healthcare in the US is so clear cut and easy and no bureaucracy, right? That's the good part, right?
Oh, I'm like, are you, you're kidding, right? Yeah.
No, I'm not kidding at all.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Okay, good. I'm
But
like,
what is he
no, it's
talking
pretty
about?
complicated. It's pretty
Yeah, it's
complicated.
crazy. It's like so, but
But
yeah, go ahead.
it's just going to take a movement. I mean, if that is like one message I could deliver here, it's that this is not just us, the NBHWC. We can't just take this on. We need all the voices saying the same message, right? Which is that standards matter, right? So you need training, education, and assessment standards in any profession in healthcare, right? And if health and wellness coaches are going to be a part of healthcare, you've got to have the standard. And the standard is reflected in the board certification. So we need standards. We've got those. And then we need different payment models that will work for people. And it's going to take large, big conversations with thousands of people across the country, across the world, really, to start creating this true change that's needed.
So agree with you. So agree with you. And I think that's also a call to action for all the coaches, because one of the things that I've noticed, some coaches are very active in outreach and others are not, right? And I think we all can step up the game, right? I mean, in terms of we have to become active. It has to be a movement, right? That's what we strive for. Otherwise, I don't want to wait another 5 or 10 years for everyone to have access to a health coach, right? Because that's just, especially in the US also, I mean, but after the last 3 years, there are a lot of, how do I say, the situation didn't become easier, right? The chronic disease.
No, not at all.
Mental health is such a big issue,
Right. Well, it's interesting because we recently had a meeting with all of our approved programs. And so we've got 115 approved programs, and there were about 50 people that showed up. It was just like, it's like a way for people to connect with each other. And we were talking a little bit about this, and it became really evident that people need to start breaking this down, right? So I don't know if you've ever heard the term, how do you eat an elephant? It's bite by bite, right? You can't look at the whole thing. And I think if you really start to break that down into regions, right? So in America here, you can really focus state by state. And then in other parts of the world, depending on how that country is organized, region by region. I think that coaches who have the ability and the desire to be active in their communities need to start joining together, right? To create these micro communities and to begin having conversations with the local healthcare systems in their state, the local government in their state. Because if we're always approaching it nationally or internationally, it's overwhelming and it's difficult to get where you need to go. So we got to break it down.
Yeah, you talked about national, right? And again, that's US centered, but I think similar movements are happening all over the world, really.
Sure.
And so do you see from a national government perspective that there's an openness for health coaching? And maybe while we at that, could you define also the lifestyle medicine and health coaching, how that interacts with each other? Because we put them together in many ways, right? Just different side of the coin. But what's the national perspective right now? Is there openness and a willingness to actually make changes in policy?
Yeah, that's a great question. If we're just thinking in terms of government entities here, right? So we're not thinking about other organizations that are not necessarily with the government, but if we're just looking at the government, I am seeing a little bit of openness there, right? Even if you look, I don't know if you saw this, but recently the Surgeon General here in America put out a statement about loneliness and isolation and the importance of community. Did you see that? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think that right there is really relevant to health and wellness coaching too, right? Because people who isolate themselves, people who are not, connected to their community, people who have high stress, they are often dealing with chronic lifestyle diseases, right? And so I think it really all ties together. And I was quite pleased to see that. And, we also had the White House conference that took place in September, addressing hunger and nutrition, and that was great to see. So I definitely am seeing a little bit more openness from at the government level. But I think that we have a very long way to go in healthcare, right? Because not all healthcare is run by the government here. So we've got a long way to go.
Yeah. Do you also believe that we as a community have to be louder, more confident? That's what I feel sometimes, right? That we are just too nice. Well, I don't know what the right word is, right? But like, there's not a lot of activism going on, or like strong movements, or really a push for this, because I mean, the severity of the problem is so big, right? If like 1-2 billion people worldwide suffer from chronic health issues, it's so big that you almost can't wrap your mind around it, right? It's just crazy.
Right.
And so it's almost like, oh, it's too much to even think about it, right?
Right.
Do you think we need to be more confident also as health coaches, and be more intense, more powerful, more out there, speak up, right?
Right. Well, I think so. And I truly believe in the power of people and the power of community, which is why I was saying, if coaches can get together in their regions and start helping each other, I think that naturally helps to build confidence too. A lot of times I've noticed that people go into coaching because they're passionate about health, but that doesn't mean they're necessarily an extrovert or a marketing person or a business person, right? And so they may be an amazing coach, but it is really a struggle for them to stand up in front of a group of people and talk about what they do, or to approach somebody. But I do believe in the power of people and the power of joining together. So even for coaches who may struggle with that, I think if they can, form micro communities with other coaches who maybe are more comfortable having a louder voice, then there's a job for everybody there, right? Like, it's going to be the voices, but it's also going to be the background work. It's going to be the research, finding out what's happening in your state. That is big, or in your region in the world. And then all going at this together. And I think we do need to have louder voices about this. Definitely.
Yeah, and I think also like working together, and that's really what this summit, and also the Lifestyle Medicine Summit is all about, right? That we start to talk to each other. I mean, like in this summit, there's like 15 plus schools that share how they teach, what they do, and it's kind of rare. I mean, I'm really happy that we could make that happen. That we just have a conversation once a year, right? Where we get together, and yes, we have our own businesses and our own activities and all that, but I think that's important. One of the things I want to talk about, which we did last year, which I was kind of surprised on the response, because I'd like to put my finger in where it hurts.
Okay.
I think it's important, right? Which one of the things was that a lot of health coaches seem to be unhappy, or they maybe are still, I don't know. And I'd like to get your opinion on that. That actually they have this passion, but they don't have enough clients. They don't have enough outlet. There's also the in some fields, the pay is very low, which actually is really interesting what's happening in the UK, where there's health coaches are integrated into NHS, the government healthcare system, but they get paid very bad, and they're burning out very quickly.
Sure.
right? So it's like, I always say, I hope guys, you don't mind if I say that, it's kind of more cheap labor, which I totally against, right? I think health coaches should be well paid. They need to be well paid, so then they can take care and coach more people, right?
Right.
What's the status of this kind of the challenges that health coaches have right now?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. And I think everything that you're saying is true. And again, it's going to take more voices than NBHWC. What is NBHWC doing? We are very actively taking a look at all the organizations that are hiring health and wellness coaches and working with coaches, and having like quarterly events for anyone in HR or anybody who's responsible for hiring coaches, and letting them know that the board certification exists. There is a standard, you know, there is an education requirement and a robust exam. We're partnered with the National Board of Medical Examiners. So we're trying to create more awareness so that there is greater pay, greater opportunity, greater benefits for somebody who is employed. And I think, you know, we're still a young profession, and I know that coaches don't want to hear that from me, but it is true. And when you look at where we were, like, even if I go back to 2007, when I, you know, took the Well Coaches program, and then I did Dr. Arloski's program through Real Balance in 2019. Even if I just kind of look at the progression, I mean, we have come very far. Like back then, there was no training, education, or assessment standard in place, right? So we have come far in about a decade, but we are still very young. And there is also the absolute truth in that there is an uphill battle being fought on a daily basis regarding the people who are qualified to coach or have taken the time, right, to be properly educated, versus the people who just call themselves a health coach because they have a passion for it. So because of that, you know, we have this tension from employers, right? And that's why we have to really work hard to make sure that the employers are hiring the board certified coaches. But I think it's just going to take time and more people. It's going to take a lot more people than just our organization to say, hey, you know, we need adequate pay here for the coaches. Because the truth is that coaches are really making a difference in the overall ability for somebody to be productive too, right? Like if you're healthier, you feel better, you have more energy, and you want to do better. So it all works hand in hand, but it is just going to take time.
Yeah, totally. Thank you so much. I mean, it's just so much fun to talk to you. We could go on and on, right? But we just have a few more minutes. Talk about innovations and outlook. And I think innovations, that's what I'm kind of the innovative person, right? I'm always like, okay, I'm stepping back and, okay, how can we do this better, right? What's not working, right? So and how can we make it better so we reach more people? Again, mission, make lifestyle medicine and health coaching accessible to everyone. I think everyone has to have the access. They might not want it, right? We don't ever know, right? Somebody just, I just take my pill and I'm good with that. But so what innovations do you see, and future outlook maybe until we meet next year?
Yeah. So this morning I reached out to our director of program approval just to see what she was seeing, you know, because I wanted to be prepared for this interview, to see if she was seeing anything differently than I'm seeing, and we're both seeing the same thing, so that's good. But one of the, I mean, there's a lot going on, but one of the things that I'm seeing a lot of and very happy about is that our approved programs, and really those are the schools that are attracting all the people coming into the field. There is definitely a greater awareness, greater devotion and passion towards health and wellness coaching for all, right? Not just that person who can afford to pay out of pocket, but really starting to have conversations about attracting people in their communities to become coaches. And so there's that, right? So greater accessibility, that is definitely a conversation that's happening. And just making sure that, you know, throughout the country, because that's our main focus, right, is that people will be able to work with a coach. So there's not a lot of movement yet, right? Because we're all just trying to figure it out, but there's definitely greater awareness that this needs to be a service that's available for everyone. And, you know, how does that happen? Well, it happens through insurance companies, right? It's going to have to happen with the payers. It's going to have to happen with services that are offered through CMS, so Medicaid and Medicare, right? And then also through the ability for somebody to use their HSA, their health savings account, to pay for it. Also, like, I didn't talk about this earlier, but that greater access, it can also happen through, you know, corporate wellness programs. So like examples would be like large companies like Walmart or Apple or Google, who have great corporate wellness programs that are accessible for all of their employees. And unions is another great example where, you know, unions want their people to have access to services that will help them be healthier. So that would be one of the biggest things that I'm seeing. And then also, and I don't want to get too much into this because I haven't had the time yet to really dive in, but obviously, like, I'm seeing AI a lot, right? We're starting to see that. But what I keep telling people, coaches, is we need people. Like, you need people, because people can build the community. People can build the relationship. So embrace in that you should educate yourself about what's happening. You want to definitely know everything that's happening, but don't forget about the power of people and the power of your human voice. So that's the two things I'm seeing: AI stuff, and then a lot of more diversity, more inclusion, more accessibility.
Yeah, and that is really what we've been the last year focusing on so much with our Healthy Wealthy project, right? Make it very accessible, affordable, easy, and still for coaches earning well, because I think that's just important. Otherwise, it's not going to work. You know, it has to be a career.
Right.
There has to be some juice in it, right? And some,
yeah.
You know, in coaching. You know, I like human intelligence more than artificial intelligence.
Right.
I think that's
Exactly.
actually a huge advantage for health coaches, because there's this hype right now, but I think in healthcare, especially health coaching, I think, I totally agree with you. Yes, you use it if we want to, if it makes sense, but what we do is human intelligence and care, which is a lot better than trying to do this with artificial intelligence. I'm going to talk in my talk, and I think there's another speaker that talks about that also. So guys, everybody watching, look at the program that's upcoming presentations, because I think that's a big topic to discuss and to share. And so I think we get so easily hyped about artificial intelligence these days, but I think we need to stand our ground and say, we're about human intelligence care.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Leigh-Ann. I really, really appreciate it. Last message for our audience that you find is really important, is close to your heart.
Take time to take care of yourself. That would be my biggest message, is you cannot help somebody else if you're not feeling up to helping, right? So take that time for self-care. It's part of your job. It's part of your daily job. Do it. It's worth it. You'll have more energy. You'll have more longevity. You'll feel better. And then you will have everything to give to somebody else. That's my message.
the truth and the really important things are really easy.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself, everybody. Thank you again, Leigh-Ann. Appreciate it so much. Amazing work you guys do, and your whole team. You guys are really amazing, I have to say.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I love my team.
Like, for example, like a couple weeks ago, I couldn't log in and this and that, which probably was my mistake, right? And you guys are sharing, helping, and with accreditations, you're so amazing. Tell everybody at your team, tell them my big hug from me, and
I will.
We try not to stress you too much with our stupid questions.
Oh, no question is stupid. So that's what we're there for.
Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Okay, have a good conference.
Thank you again. And we're going to be back in a few minutes with our next speaker. Welcome back. Now, wasn't that amazing? Just love Leigh-Ann. She's amazing in terms of just the competence and the passion she has, and has a great team, as I said in the talk. So how is everybody? How are you feeling, guys? How are you feeling? Who's excited? Type into the chat box, and I'm gonna answer a lot of your questions kind of later on towards the end of my talk. I'm gonna be next. I have the pleasure, have an hour time with you guys, and I might do it a little bit unconventional, right? In a sense that three things I wanna do in this talk, right? First, look at the big picture of lifestyle medicine and health coaching, because I think for me personally, and I think for most of us, it's very important to know the big picture. In a sense, why are we doing this, right? Why is it important? What's in it for us, right? I think that's very important. Why do we want to be a health coach or lifestyle medicine practitioner? And how can we fulfill that? How can we actually, like our mission says very clearly, how can we make lifestyle medicine and health coaching accessible to everyone? And you probably hear me say it a lot. And I hope you take that on, just copy that sentence, right? And use it as much as possible, because that's what we need. That nothing below that is acceptable anymore to me, and I think for you too. And so in this talk, I want to hopefully rekindle your passion for health coaching even more, provide with some examples and ways how we can think outside the box. And again, in terms of public health, it's interesting. I've never been really that interested in public health, but the last few years I've been very deeply, the last 3-4 years especially, because health coaching, that's what we talk about. It's not just a one-on-one deal, right? We have a client and the client gets better quickly and they love it, right? That's not enough. We need to think in terms of public health as a nation, as a big community. We need to change so many things. And we as health coaches are the ones that are able to do that. Like Leigh-Ann said, if we build a movement, I think we are at the 1% of the movement right now, 1-2%, maybe 3%, right? Maybe looks bigger than we think because we are so in it. But at the end, so few people know about health coaching and lifestyle medicine. They know about healthy living and all this stuff, right? But implementing it is a whole nother ballgame. So continue to type into the chat box. Actually, guys, type in the chat box now. I just want to know you're there. Sometimes doing virtual events, it feels like lonely. No, I'm not, but I just want to know you guys there and you feel good. Let me know how you're feeling right now. And I want to continue. Actually, I'm going to start my presentation. I have a few slides only, but which I think are important, right? So one of the things that I think we need to do is democratize healthcare, right? Which is, I think, very, very important. And we need to find ways to solve this chronic disease pandemic with evidence-based lifestyle and medicine and health coaching. And I think it's important we state very clearly, whoever we talk to, what we do is evidence-based, which it is. For most of us, right? Some of us might be a little bit outside of that, but at the end, what works, works, right? But I think it's very clear to define what is it that we do. And we talk about that in a minute more, right? Now, let me talk about, here we go. Let me talk about the problem. And let's just really define it as a major, major problem, which is this chronic disease pandemic. And on purpose, I and many of us say it's a pandemic because it affects 60+% of human beings on the planet, right? I mean, this is so big that it requires a solution that is sustainable and that allows everyone to get better. And the results are staggering, right? Not just individually, but in our families, in our small and large communities, countries, and the planet. To me, it's like maybe at the same or even at a more important level that the climate change, right? But there is not enough power behind it. There's not enough lobby behind it. There's not enough intensity that people are aware how important that is. As you health coaches, you know that, right? Many people is like, it's okay, take a pill, feel a little better for a while, kind of mindset. And 1 billion people, probably more, suffer from one or more chronic health issues. You know these stats. I just want to address it again, say it again, so we are very clear why we do this, right? It's not just because we love it. We want to do it for ourselves. We maybe want to have good income. We want to do something we are passionate about. But there's a much bigger picture that we need to be part of. And that is what I think what needs to happen over the next few years. All of us need to step up our game. And I'm talking to every single one of you. I hope you don't mind if I'm very honest with this, because I think we are not there yet. We need to do a lot better, get more education, right? Increase our level of expertise, our competence, and in that way, also science, obviously, and in that way, people will hear, see, feel it, and know that this is working, right? So one of the things, especially the last 3 years, at which I've been really shocked when I read these statistics, is these down here, right? And these are from the US, but I think worldwide there's a lot of similarities, right? That kids, and especially teenage girls, have considered suicide, like 33%. Kids do not get any health food or life skills education in schools, right? Think about social media, right? And the attention span going down and all this. I mean, this is serious, right? And so I think that's where we as health coaches and this movement, lifestyle medicine and health coaching, comes in and has solutions that also need to really reach a lot more people. More on that later. Let's look at healthcare. We all have our opinions, and you might type it into your chat box, right? I talked to so many doctors, and from my perspective, the vast majority of doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals are amazing people that do what they do because they want to help. But they're also caught in a system that is just not conducive to what we know works in terms of lifestyle medicine, health coaching, right? And the big thing is, obviously, over the last decades, I mean, that's how things have developed, right? We just wait until it's too late. That's kind of like the what I use a lot with clients also. We have an option. You want to wait until it's too late, pay for it later, or you want to invest a little bit now to not even get to the point where you need to mop up the floor again and again and again and again for the next 10, 20, 30, 50 years, right? Not fun. So much more fun to be healthy and happy and energized and do the things you want to do because you cleared up a lot of the stressors in your life and improved your diet, your exercise, and have the social support that you need. Hence these 4 pillars of lifestyle medicine, right? So I think what we need to do, we need to really create a movement that's to stop mopping up the floor. That's what we need to do, right? We just look at the root cause, turn off the faucet. Courtesy of Dean Ornish here, this diagram. Thank you, Dean Ornish. And address the root causes, which I think we all agree, right? And there are different models, and the beauty of this summit is the Health Coach Summit that you hear from 15 plus different types of schools. They have slightly different ways of teaching. Some are more nutrition based, others are more coaching, habit change based, others like very specific, using organ, mind, brain anatomy, kind of what we do. That's all okay, and it's all good, right? It's just a different way of how to use health coaching. So that's what we need to do. We need to stop waiting until it's too late and address these habitual changes that we need to live healthier right away and as quickly as possible, preventively. Give me a couple of minutes. If you have heard that, you might have talked about that before in the last summit, but I find this so important. So give me a few minutes on this, okay? Because it's very relevant for us as health coaches. We had decades ago these typical healthcare 1.0 physicians, right? The little countryside doctor, right? They had a little practice, did great. They knew their community, right? They didn't have a lot of high-tech stuff, but they were there for their patients, right? And did what they could. It was very doctor-centered care, right? Small practices. And then everything changed. I don't know when, but quite a while ago, 30, 40, 50 years at least, I would think. Then healthcare 2.0, it transformed into this big medicine, focus on technology and very centralized, right? If you, right now, huge hospitals, I mean, they're so big, it's crazy, right? Corporation owned, which means, like, I don't know, somebody gave me a statistics, a few corporations own most of healthcare, right? And we could get upset about that, which I know many of us do, and we're frustrated. But first, I think we need to just see where we are, and then, well, what's the option? Where can we go from here, right? And I think one of the big issues is the fee-for-service model. And by the way, use this, that's why I'm sharing it, because in conversations with clients, sometimes this is incredibly valuable. If you can explain, well, you know, healthcare 2.0, which is about fixing things, managing the disease, but never really resolving it, very rarely, right? And it's the fee-for-service, which means the more services I can offer and sell, the more money I make. And so the incentive in current healthcare is the more drugs, the more services, the better I do. Obviously, that's the incentive, then that's what a lot of people do. And they are caught in the system, right, where reimbursement and so on is part of that. That's what we need. Healthcare 3.0. It has to be not technology. And by the way, I think Leigh-Ann was mentioning that in the previous talk. AI is going to be great, but the way AI is going to be used is by large corporations that can afford to pay for AI. And it's going to be a business model again. It's not people-centered. I mean, it can be used to a certain degree, obviously, depending on the setup. But you see how technology has been going the last 20 years, and this I will go the same way if you don't do something about that. And in healthcare, people-centered means patients, clients, you guys as patients, we, right? We want attention, we want care, we want guidance, right? And not an AI that tells me, oh, you should eat better, eat this and that. Well, we had that before, internet, right? But then did we do it? Did clients do it? Clients need someone that is there for them, that they can feed back things, that it's all about motivation, accountability, help setting goals, right? All these great things that we know as health coaches. Yes, we need technology. I think I'm totally for technology, like what we do right now, right? We use it, but it's not using us. And the focus, though, is on care. I think we need to get away from the centralized model to a more decentralized. And I firmly believe that in the future, there's going to be, like in the US alone, 10,000s of small business type of health coaches that do financially well, that take care of their communities or corporations, right? Whatever they work with, but they are decentralized, means they own their own businesses, right? Because it motivates us to do better, to grow and to expand, right? That's that great model. But they're not owned by someone that tells them what to do. They're part of a community, but they're independent in many ways. And so there's freedom, and also freedom to use health coaching in different formats, different industries, and so on. Community owned, I think that's either community owned or being part of a community, kind of this movement that we need to build. Our differences are very little, right? 80–90% of what we do is probably the same. We just use different ways, different touches, different techniques, and so on. So it would be absolutely amazing if we all can get together and say, hey, yeah, we create this movement. Nobody else is going to do it if we don't. And one of the big ones is here, value-based care, right? Which is basically value is top priority, care, people-centered care, right? And in terms of dollar here or whatever currency, right, internationally, that value, when value is provided, when our clients get better, you guys and healthcare professionals are paid better. It's kind of like this old Chinese model, which I think to a certain degree it's still in China there, but where the doctor gets paid if the client stays healthy. And there is a lot of a big drive in medicine and healthcare, like Medicare. Some of them are value-based, even in the UK with NIH, and Isabel is going to talk about that, right? So you hear a lot about these different models because I think that's of big interest to many of us, right? But my big message here is that we need to think outside the box. We need to, all of us, right, find new ways to bring health coaching to a lot more people, not just the ones that can afford the premium high-end kind of health coaching, right? And I think that's my big message here. And health coaches would take the role of the countryside doctors that we had in the past. That's never going to come back, at least my opinion. Healthcare is not going to change that much. It's going to take years to bring what we do into healthcare, many, many years, right? And there's successes everywhere. But I think it's an illusion. I'm sorry if that's just my opinion, right? You might not agree, and I'd love to have this discussion. But I think there are so many forces at work, and these big bureaucratic, like centralized corporate, huge organizations, they move very slow. Think Dean Ornish, right? 40 years ago or so, he proved very clearly that plant-based lifestyle medicine is working, right? Took him 30 years for Medicare to just pay his services, right? His course, which Dr. Yamani that speaks on Sunday actually is Ornish approved, and by the way, don't miss that talk, Dr. Yamani. It's amazing research he did, just recently completed that. So a friend of ours that is part of the university said, I think health coaches going to be in a way similar to what this countryside healthcare 1.0 doctors were. They're there for you. They listen. They spend time with you. They help you with guidance. They know, like, straighten you out if you have to, right? Which that time that's what doctors did. They said, hey, just eat better, stop your smoking, right? But with the added bonus that we health coaches, we have skills. We know how to help people change sustainably and implement new habits. And I think that's why I share this, because I think that's how we should look at what we do. Right now, we're just, I'm sorry if I say that, but just health coaches, right? But we are not really. Because in 10, 15 years or whatever that is, health coaches play such a big role because there is no other solution. This is the only way that healthcare can shift, and not just healthcare. It's not really about healthcare, right? It's about people getting better, find solutions. So I'd love to hear from you if you agree with that, or if you feel that's totally out, too much or whatever. But think about that, right? If health coaches, every city, every community needs to have a health coach, where someone that needs help and is willing to change, to improve, not just by pills and the fixing kind of a mentality, but really make a difference in their lives. Who do they go to right now? And that needs to be and will be health coaches that are trained, highly trained, even more, than just the core competencies. I think we all can improve a lot more, and that's where we're going to go, right? So see yourself go towards that countryside doctor kind of quality, where people are just so happy because you listen to them, and there's also accountability that you provide them. Okay, so the next thing is we all have to think outside the box. And about a year ago, or even longer, a year and a half ago, I became really frustrated because I felt there's not enough movement, right? I'm in this field like for 30, 35 years or so, right? And there was for a time, there was this big movement, healthy living and all that. But the last years, it seemed to kind of go backwards, right? And it's not me saying, that's like Robert Pearl from Kaiser Permanente, the former CEO, and many, many others say that, right? Especially then when we had our Lifestyle Medicine Summit. So I think thinking outside the box individually as a community is going to be really helpful. And I love this quote, just share quickly. You never change things by fighting the existing reality, which I totally agree. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And I think that's what we need to do as a community, build new models that work and that make us not dependent on whatever is now, because that's always going to be trouble to a certain degree. Now, here's, I think, the biggest problem. Most people just don't know that there are evidence-based solutions. They just don't know. I mean, even though they read about online, you can, everybody knows about healthy living, right? It's everywhere now. But there's a big difference between just knowing it and reading a little bit about it and actually implementing it. And especially evidence-based, because as you also know, there are so many different models in terms of nutrition, and there's so much out there that it's sometimes mind-blowing, and you just want to shut it off because you don't know anymore what to do and what not to do, right? Which doesn't make it easier for us to a certain degree. So there are evidence-based solutions to reduce or reverse a vast majority of chronic symptoms. And on purpose, we use the term reduce and reverse, because that's a big difference, right? Reduce means if I am overweight and I lose 10 pounds, that's reducing obesity and overweight for myself, right? If I have a lot of anger in my life, right? And whenever I'm triggered into that anger, I think about something or I experience something, and then bam, anger shoots up from, I'm sure you know the SUT scale, right? 0 to 10. To a 10, I'm so angry, right? And then if I read with the help of a health coach, I reduce that anger from a 10 in the same situation. I just like a 2 or 3. It's amazing, right? That person feels totally different because they're not crazy angry anymore, but just a little bit, right? That's reducing symptoms. Reversing means if with a diet, for example, if they just by implementing these lifestyle changes, they normalize their weight and they don't even think about it anymore. They start to automatically eat the way is best for them, right? Not dogma, right? But what works best for them. And it's just natural, right? And they don't gain, maybe they lose weight, or they're just in the perfect range, right? So it's just a non-issue, so to speak. With the anger or the emotional charge, it means that that person just doesn't react anymore with anger. It's just the same situation, right? They just might just smile. So there's a big difference, right? And as a health coach, I think it's important to know that. And most of us are in the reducing symptoms kind of arena, right? Where we help our clients to change habits that help the clients then to reduce these symptoms, whatever they are. And it's not just, some of speakers talk a lot more about life challenges, emotions, the power of emotions, the power of thought and beliefs, values, right? What's important to us, this power of social environment that we live in, and how these different triggers, trigger different sympathetic, parasympathetic responses through the autonomic nervous system that make a big part of our stress that we have, right? And the power of stress, or the power of reducing stress. So I think we have to also expand our experience or our skills in terms of not just diet, exercise, right? But the stress management part with all its variety and the social support are super, super important, which I know most of you use already and know. Okay, questions so far, guys? Type into the chat box. And then in a minute, I'm gonna talk about or answer your questions, right? So start typing. Okay, next. What is it, right? What is it really that we need in terms of healthcare and people in general, our clients? They need options. Because as you know, if we have a habitual response, and we health coaches at its core to me is about habit improvement, right? It's not so much about education, at least that's our perspective, the way we teach and the way we do things in everything we do. Information is free. It's a commodity, right? It's available everywhere. Just have your handy. Every person in the world can get all kind of information anywhere, whatever they want. Now, it depends what they're looking for, right? The question you ask is then the determining factor. But what they really need is options and implementation, practicing these new habits. And that, to me, is very difficult without a coach. Guys, question to you. Do you find it, give me a 0 to 10. 0 meaning in the chat box, for me, it's very, very difficult to change my habits so that the habits automate, and over a long period of time, they automate in my system and they just become a part of me, right? Very difficult. 10 means it's very easy for me. Type in the chat box. And let me just check here on my phone here what you guys type. Okay. So type into the chat box if changing your own habits, if it's nutrition, if it's fitness, whatever it is easy for you. 10, not easy, 0. So whatever that scale is. Cool. I see you're typing in here. Thank you so much. Good. So I think the middle ground is about a 5, probably somewhere. It depends on the type of behavior. Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you another question. The habits that you have a hard time changing, how easy is that for you? Stupid question, right? But the reality is, like things that are easy, that not really bug us a lot, right? That somehow are easy to change. Yeah, that's easy. But the ones that really matter, the ones that hurt, the ones that actually really are part of that symptomology, we call it organ, mind, brain anatomy, right? That is not that easy to change for most of us. And that's why health coaches are so important. That is it. I think most of you probably agree that at least it's a lot easier for our clients to change, to improve the things that really matter to them if they have the support and guidance of a health coach. Thanks, guys, for being honest there with the comments you write. Really, really good. Great. So options, right? Okay, let me ask another question before we go here. Can you type, and you don't have to write long, maybe just a quick comment on define lifestyle medicine for me in the chat box. And that's actually a good thing, right? If you think about this, and because if I ask you, if I'm a client, so what's lifestyle medicine? Bam, type it in the chat box. What is that, right? You want to have not so much a mental, and I just want to share that, not so much a mental, scientific, you can go there, obviously, but what would resonate with your clients, right? It's almost like the elevator pitch kind of thing, right? Where you have 10 seconds to explain, 5 seconds maybe. What is it? What's lifestyle medicine? If you say I'm a health coach that's based on lifestyle medicine, or somebody asks you specifically about lifestyle medicine, what do you say? Type in the chat box. And yeah, let's stick with lifestyle medicine for a second here. Okay, good. How your lifestyle choices impact your health. Okay, good. A few more. I want to just see what you say and how you define it. And that's a great exercise. You know, whenever I do something, I can test this. So if you, let's say there are 10 people that you talk to about lifestyle medicine and health coaching too, which I ask you in a second. And out of 10, 5 or 6, it's like the light, the eyes widen and you sense, oh, they got it. And that seems very interesting to them. And right, versus almost, oh, yeah, okay, whatever. That's not a good response. And instead of saying then, hey, you didn't get it right, or thinking they just don't understand, what we need to do is change our communication. We need to change the language we use based on the environment you live in, the kind of community, the languages used, right? The individual that we talk to. Do we use more visual, auditory, kinesthetic language, right? Do we use, which words do we use, right? Do we talk slow, fast? All these things matter. And I've seen this so often, right? We change a little way, we use different words, we adjust more to where the client is or the person I'm talking to. Oh, that's what you mean, right? So look at, improve, and I think for health coaches, that's really, really essential, these core communication skills that help us to communicate with everyone. It's going to make a big difference, not just in terms of more clients that you have, but also the transformational prospect are much higher. Because like what we do at the university, we teach a lot in our root cause health coaching, like you don't really, we as coaches or anyone really, I mean, especially in our field in terms of health coaching, wanting to go to the root causes, we do not talk to the client actually. To the client's mind, to the client's whatever, right? The regular kind of conversation. What we really do, ideally, is talk to the unconscious mind, talk to that body biology. If I have shoulder pain, well, what is the shoulder pain telling me? Are you talking to the mind of the client, or you talk to the shoulder or digestive tract, right? IBS. Especially if you work more with emotions and stressors, what's triggering this IBS, the chronic inflammation in our small intestine, right? What's the root cause, so to speak? What's the emotion that is kind of stuck there, right? What are we thinking, thoughts, belief that keep this chronic process going, right? And then we talk about biology, right? It's a big difference, a big step up from health coaching in a sense that we kind of SMART goals and these kind of things, right? Versus we actually communicate and address the specific issue that a client comes to us, like the IBS, small intestine, right? Or whatever other health issue there is, symptom there is. Lifestyle medicine habits that are sustainable for life and support the well-being through nutrition, activity, stress management, sleep, and relationship. Yep, that's the 4 pillars of lifestyle medicine. Making the connection between lifestyle, sleep, stress management, community involvement, engagement, nutrition, and your health. Yes, we must change the style we are habituated to improve our optimal health. Exactly, right? And I could ask you maybe just quickly, I think very helpful for all of us, what's your 3-second, 4-second definition of health coaching? When you talk to somebody, asked you, so I'm asking you right now, so what is health coaching? Why should I do it? Type in the chat box. And guys, I hope it's okay, right? Everybody put your best in and you learn from everyone. Some of you might have, wow, this is a great explanation. I'm going to use that one. Yes, that's community. We support each other, okay? So type in the chat box. Well, what's health coaching? Why should I do it? Type in while I have a sip. Good. Oh, I like that, Anna. Helping you get from where you are to where you want to be. Health coaching creates sustainable, healthy habits that fit your lifestyle. Nice. You guys practice that, right? Good. Supporting you to find ways that is most sustainable for your health and well-being. Perfect. Good. Cool. Let's move on. So obviously we have these basic principles of lifestyle medicine, and let me define, for the way I do it, the interconnectedness between lifestyle medicine and health coaching. I think they are basically they have the same foundation. And that's the way I say a lot, and we say a lot. Like health coaching is based on evidence-based lifestyle medicine. Because I think that the lifestyle medicine, if you see the research, it's just amazing, right? And part of our PhD students, they just, the research they do is just great, but there's a lot of it out already, right? And so we know there's a foundation, there's all these amazing speakers and amazing experts, and it's very accepted, really, that works. We know it works. We know there's evidence-based lifestyle medicine, right? And thank you to the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. They're doing an amazing job. Absolutely. And they're part of our Lifestyle Medicine Summit in October. And health coaching is the implementation of the habits that we know work to be better, to live healthier, happier, longer, right? So slightly different definitions. So I use both in many ways. We don't practice lifestyle medicine, but what we do is based on lifestyle medicine, which also gives us strength. Because, and that's the truth, that's exactly what it is. We use the principles of lifestyle medicine, the evidence, and apply it with our clients. So now, and again, that's specific. I'm not going to go this time too much into this, right? The big difference, we calling that root cause health coaching, because, for example, right, like that example with the IBS, we can use exercise and eating better, and the IBS very likely improves quite a lot, right? In many, many cases, because inflammation goes down, inflammation in the small intestine goes down, and then symptomology goes down, improves, right? So perfect. And if they add stress management, even better. But what we do is much more specific, right? Because every part of our body, every organ tissue has very specific stressors, emotion, thoughts, habitual thoughts, beliefs, and lifestyle habit that affect that specific small intestine, or the right shoulder, or the conjunctivitis, the conjunctiva on the eye, right, the lid, or the eczema, which is the top layer skin, or any part of our body. And the basis is that nothing that happens in our body is random. I mean, come on, the body is this most amazing tool that we have. Why would the body just do something stupid? It doesn't make sense, right? Once we know, look at it from a biology perspective. Biology means our body is our temple. Our body is a reflection of who we are. Our body, the organ part, the physical part of it, right, is deeply connected with our mind, with our social environment, right? Hence, we have these 6 root causes that are so intertwined. But when we are able to decode them, right? So a client comes with eczema on the right skin. Why do they have that? What's the stress trigger? What triggers them into that chronic process, right? What's the emotion? Whenever they triggered into that eczema, skin epidermis kind of reaction, what do they feel? What do they think at that time? What's the social environment situation that they're in at that moment? What's the lifestyle, the different lifestyle habits? They aggravate, they increase the symptomology, like the inflammation, eczema, for example, right? And then another thing, obviously, is which organ tissue is it, right? Which in this case is the skin epidermis. Maybe ask quickly, type in the chat box, like if a client comes to you, what's the theme, the conflictive type of stress theme that this person would think about was triggered, right? What's the conflictive theme that a skin epidermis client, in all cases really, has experienced that causes this organ, mind, brain response, right? Symptoms on all different levels. type in the chat box, and I talk a little bit more in a minute about it. And obviously we use also this 9 points and phases. And for right now, just if you take that home today, there is every organ tissue, every habit that we experience. If it's a physical habit, it's more mind, emotional, mental habit. If it's a behavior, right, goes through these 2 points and phases, the stress phase and the regeneration phase. So it's the red and the blue here, right? To keep it simple. So we are triggered into stress. We feel very stressed. And then somehow that stress disappears. There are different mechanisms why. We might just have a good night's sleep. We might really just do meditation breathing. We might have a coach that we talk to, right? Or really solve that pattern completely. And it's not going to return, right? But in any case, sympathetic stress versus parasympathetic regeneration. So start observing in yourself and your clients these shifts from stress to regeneration phase. That alone is incredibly valuable for clients, right? That they start to realize, oh, I had so much stress last week for 5 days. Oh my God, so much. The stress was over, the job I had to complete or the task or whatever it is, right? And then I was totally hyped and stressed. And then that stress was over. Here, regeneration trigger, right? Number 4. Bam, I fall into regeneration. The body now repairs. I start to be tired, exhausted, have headaches, inflammation. I might have a viral infection. Inflammation goes up, which actually happens mostly as part of the repair phase of our body, every organ tissue, right? So this is just a lot more specific, and it helps so much in terms of the as you call root cause analysis, right? Let me see. Somebody typed in here. Let me go back just to answer the question. So I'm waiting for your posts here. So skin epidermis is about what? From a biology perspective, right? We have a skin epidermis, the top layer, not for protection, but for touch. That's the place where you can steadily touch others, connect with others, right? If we experience a traumatic event like a loss of touch, as we're calling it, or separations, very often, that's when the skin is going to be affected. It's like you connected with your skin, with someone ripped away, and obviously that skin reacts with symptoms. Skeletal, easy. From now on, if you have skeletal clients, look for self-devaluation, not feeling strong or good enough. Something or someone puts a lot of weight on us, weight on our shoulder, right? Or we put weight on ourselves. There's often more lower body, a hip or lower spine, right? Or we don't feel strong enough to move forward in our lives. Leg, foot, knee, right? So my point is, every organ tissue in our body is brilliantly expressing what needs to be changed in our life. And once we decode that, the health outcomes we experience are just go up so faster, because it's like, bam, that's the needle in the haystack, take it out, right? Instead of trying to figure out where it is and right, and trying to figure out how the client can help, instead of like being very specific in this root cause process. Loss of touch, here we go, expert already, Annie, N. Great. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes, okay. You might have seen this already, and I just want to quickly bring it up again. You can download that, obviously. I think it's in the replay section, and we're going to send an email out again where you get that worksheet. Because one of the things, and tell me if you you kind of realize the same thing, that often our clients don't know what options they have. It's kind of vague, right? Oh, there's about 100 different traditional, about 100 different alternative complementary kind of methods, acupuncture, homeopathic, right? But I think the big picture is the most important, right? So they can have a clear choice, and then we go into the details. And so basically, this is 4 steps, 4 options. like 3 main ones, and the root cause part is number 4. So first, people can do nothing or observe or monitor or just procrastinate, right? Which many of us do, let's be honest, right? The symptom comes up and we wait, it's not, like we wait a little bit. And the earlier we address it, it's almost like if something stresses us, right? If you look from a stress perspective, and we right away become aware, we're very conscious about it. Oh my God, this just happened. We breathe it away, we kind of change the way we think about that situation, and no symptoms going to be appearing. Very minimal, maybe tired exhaustion or something, right? Just going through regeneration. If this goes on for like a month, right, and there's a lot of emotional intensity, stress, charge, low lifestyle, right, bad lifestyle, then we might have a lot of back pain on and off, and it starts to grow, right? If this goes on for 15 years, we might need an operation because our bone structure is pretty damaged then at that point, right? So the earlier we intervene, in a sense, individually, personally, the easier it is to shift, and the quicker this repair mechanism, which Dean Ornish calls, this amazing ability of our body to auto-regulate. We use 2 terms, auto-regulation and self-healing. So, or homeostasis, right? That's where we want the body to go. This natural cycle between activity, stress, and repair. Activity during the day, at night, we sleep, regenerate. The more that's in balance, the healthier we are, the happier we are. The number 2, next to kind of doing nothing really, right, or observing, is managing, which is 90% of healthcare right now. Take all the guns out, whatever we have, and throw it at our symptoms. But that, it means we've been waiting for way too long until it's often too late, right? Number 2 is, or number 3 is lifestyle medicine, where we basically fall in, right? Health coaching, where we use these core competencies: nutrition, stress management, love and support, and fitness and exercise, and help our clients improve one step at a time. And then there's a lot of good, like the things that we know, right? Most of our clients kind of know what they should and could do. They just don't have the strength, the energy, the time to actually do it in a way that is really sustainable, right? And that's where we come in as health coaches. And number 4 is kind of what I started addressing, right? Is more specific. So if somebody comes with that eczema or with that lower back, that is what we work on with the root cause, health coaching and lifestyle prescriptions. So very specific, and a strong focus on health outcomes. Because we noticed if clients experience in every session, every conversation that we have with them, and there is an improvement, an observable and measurable sense of improvement, they're all in. They feel they get better, right? And I think that's my suggestion also for all of you, that focus a bit more on feeding back the positive things that they experienced or they've been addressing, improving already, because that gives a lot of motivation automatically, and clients are just much more willing to continue and go even deeper. Okay, let me see here. Questions? Okay, so that's that. Now, one more thing that I want to share, and then we totally go into questions, because with our Healthy Wealthy project, which is part of the nonprofit, right? Which I talk on Sunday. Like Dr. Yamani has the research that we've been doing, or he's been doing, which is great, especially about cost savings, right? That's going to make a big difference. That he's actually right now, today, he just chatted me a few hours ago. He's at Harvard right now, because he works with Harvard and our university, LPU, Lifestyle Prescription University, and he's presenting actually at Harvard his research that he's been doing. And so he's going to share that for the first time publicly on Sunday in his talk. And afterwards, to talk a bit more about Healthy Wealthy, why we did it, and why I feel this is something that can help many of you and really make a difference in terms of healthcare. But one of the things we used was Healthy Wealthy, especially one is in a New York hospital that we're working with right now, where we, getting the grants, and They're implementing it there. And the game changer for them was, and I share this quickly, so they were thinking, well, we just need to train the doctors in lifestyle medicine, and then we need to figure out how to bring in health coaches. But just it's kind of, you could sense right away, it's like it's new, they don't know how to do it. They have these difficult structures in a huge hospital, right? So how do we do this? And then I said, you know what, that's all good, perfect, but may I suggest something? And so I said, okay, that is our model. That's what we suggest, which is the doctor should, I think, and needs to be in charge in a healthcare hospital kind of model, right? Where the doctor basically writes a lifestyle prescription. Which means lifestyle prescription are, not RX prescriptions. That's kind of the term we use. Is lifestyle habit improving new micro habits that the clients need to implement or practice, right? And in this case, a doctor, a physician in the hospital, they know, hey, I have the client that's coming to right now, high blood pressure, diabetes, whatever, right? There's chronic health issue kind of patient. He says, wow, I have an option for you, right? You can go the route that we're doing right now. We're just trying to manage it. But I have another option for you, evidence-based lifestyle medicine. And so what I'd like to do, if you agree with that, however that doctor words it, right? I would love for you to start a health coaching practice, work with a health coach, your personal health coach, and I would write the lifestyle prescription, a referral to that coach. And we've seen that works because the still, I think, what 80-90% of people trust their doctor to a large degree. Not everybody, right? But a lot. And so that referral's power, that physician's referral power is used in our advantage, right? And the advantage, the big advantage is also that the doctor has less chronic disease patients to take care. So their burnout is lower. Their cost goes down. And again, check Dr. Armani's work, research on Sunday. And they just have more time for really the real emergency type of clients, right? So that coach then, that client is referred to a coach. The coach basically, in this case, we use our own platform, right? But that's just the overall model I want to talk about now. So a doctor would prescribe, refer a client to a coach. The coach takes care of that client using evidence-based health coaching protocols, right? And the client gets better. And obviously there's an interaction if needed, that's individually different, right? How that's going to be done per hospital and per doctor's office, right? But the advantage is with this model that the doctor really, and I know you might think that's not good, but I'm very much a realist, very pragmatic. The reality is healthcare and doctors will not change fast. I'm sorry. I think we have to be realistic with that. And by the way, if you guys wait for healthcare to reimburse health coaching, I'm not sure if that's going to be that fast. And I talk to people that know about this, and they kind of agree that this might not be a fast process, right? If you know NBHWC and others trying to get health coaching reimbursed, but there's a very slow process where a lot of AMA and other organizations do not like it at all. And second, it has to be established. There has to be a lot of demand. See, if every doctor gets 10 calls a day about, hey, do you have a health coach or not? Then they might say, yeah, okay, I think we need to do this. But before that, I doubted that this is going to happen very fast. So that's hence new innovative solutions, right? This solution is, I think, ideal because the physician, the doctor, the clinic, they don't have the time to change everything around in their practice, right? They're too busy for that. But they stay in charge to a certain degree, right? In a sense that they just refer the clients out. It doesn't take a lot. It takes 5 minutes, right? That's actually how we started 8 years ago by now. Wow. 8-9 years ago, we started the lifestyle prescription process, and it was too early, but now everybody's ready, I think, right? The doctors understand the concept of writing a lifestyle prescription, referring a chronic disease client to a coach, health coach, certified health coach, right? And then the coach takes care of them, and it's a win-win for everyone, especially for the clients. And it's about integration. It's about implementation. It's about how can we actually make this work. So would love to hear the questions, more questions. Let me see here. So, and that's really our focus, right? I mean, we have a very clear focus as a nonprofit, and everything we do, right? Very clear. Whatever we do needs to enhance our vision, mission, to make lifestyle medicine and health coaching accessible for everyone. And it's the access and its affordability, right? And I'll talk someday more about that part. Okay, questions, guys? Okay. Yeah, and there's a lot of different ways to do that. Dr. Katz, yeah, he's amazing, right? So often starts asking about sleep. We're all work in progress. So guys, type in some more questions. We have a few more minutes, actually just a couple, 2-3 minutes, and then we have to go. So I guess my point is, in talking about this movement, right? And I think that's we are in a very unique position, because with our Lifestyle Medicine University Foundation, right, which is the nonprofit, and we want to use this as a kind of a bringing our community together, lifestyle medicine and health coaching, right, with the summits where we just can talk, share, learn from each other, but also build a movement. I think that is what we need. And so what I'd like you to do, step up your game, right? Become more active, stay as passionate as you are, and reach out, right? I mean, if you want to join us and more, just let us know how we can, how we can help you to take the next step. But overall, just feel that passion and the need, and then know that there's so much suffering out there that is not really required or needed, right? It's mostly because people they don't know their options, and they don't know what and how to implement them, right? So I think we are totally beyond science, we know what works, right? That is as clear as day and night. Now we need all to work on implementing it, reaching as many people as possible. And then that movement starts to really explode. Where at some point over a few years, can't say how many years, what we do now, health coaching, lifestyle medicine, is going to be the foundation of this new healthcare 3.0. And emergency medicine, yes, is used whenever needed, but it's not the primary. So that has to shift and change. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. I know we have to close. The next speaker is waiting, and so we go into a break. Give us like a 2 minutes or so break, and then we're going to be back. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Welcome back. Short break, but we have so much to cover, guys. So thank you again for being back. Now, our next speaker is highly qualified in terms of being a health coach, a certified health coach. And first, I want to say hi, Ingrid. How are you? Let's just bring her into the room first.
Okay, here I am. Hi.
Yes, hi. Good seeing you.
Hi.
Where are you these days? I know you travel so much, so I never know. Are you in Europe? Are you in US?
Yes, I'm in Europe at the moment. So as you can see, actually right now we cannot see because we have daylight savings already and it's nice, but it is evening for me already.
Oh, nice, nice.
So it is for you, I think, if you're also in Europe.
Yeah, I know. So let me just introduce you quickly, right? So Ingrid Adelsberger, master's degree and the board certified NBC-HWC, right? A certified health coach, a lot of experience over many, many years. And you're going to talk about behavior change and habit formation for clients, especially with chronic health issues, right?
That's correct.
Cool. So I think you're going to go for I think 40 minutes or something, and then we have a Q&A at the end.
Correct, yes.
Perfect.
Maybe a little longer, we'll see. I'll do my best.
Okay. 60 minutes max.
Okay.
Perfect. Good seeing you, and stage is yours. Everybody's listening on the live stream.
Can you see my presentation already?
Not yet.
Okay. Sorry about that. Of course, it happens.
That's okay. And guys, again, listen, type into the chat box when you listen to the stream and Ingrid here, and just questions you have, and we're going to answer them later on towards the end.
So,
does it show? No, not showing yet.
Give me a second.
Okay, so here we go. Now it's there. Perfect.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much, Johannes. Thank you for the introduction and also for inviting me to speak and also for helping me in that process. And also a big thank you to your team. Everybody was fantastic in setting this up and helping me in the process to be here today. So, as mentioned, the topic today is behavior change and habit formation for clients with a chronic illness. And as I start talking, I would love to hear a little bit who my audience is. So obviously this is a health coach summit. So I assume many of you are health coaches, but maybe some of you are a dietitian, a nutritionist, a doctor, a nurse, anything like this. So I would love to hear what your profession is, or are you a health lover and that's why you're here? So maybe put that in the chat. And a quick question to you, Johannes, are you going to help me to see what the people put into the chat?
Yeah, I can do that. I can just give it feedback. There's a little bit delay, so yeah, I can. I just
okay, so maybe you can just
respond.
let me know if we have a majority of health coaches, or I've seen earlier in the chat there is doctors, PhDs. So I just wanted to know who my audience is before I talk.
So health coach, they started to type in. So I think probably about 60-70% health coaches, some doctors, some nurses. So it's a nice mix.
Wonderful. So I do have a second question also. It's like, does anybody of you have a chronic illness? And if so, which one is it? So maybe it's the diabetes, heart diseases, psoriasis, autoimmune disease, anything. Mm-hmm. Is that a topic for you?
I think we have to wait a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe you let me know. I can start with my story. And then
yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Perfect.
So my health journey started in 2011. At that time, I had a corporate job. And so I needed to take care of myself and really see what is out there. There's only medication, but is there also something else? And that is really when I learned about lifestyle medicine, behavior change, habit formation, all these things to kind of take a little better care of myself. And then in 2015, I decided to quit that corporate job. And in 2016, I started to do a health coaching certificate. And very quickly after that, I started already working with clients. I was really excited And it was so much fun, but I felt that I didn't have enough experience and I didn't have enough knowledge. So I wanted more evidence-based knowledge. I wanted to learn about the theories, all the things why we go to university. So in 2017, I started a master's that helped me to learn more about behavior change and coaching and have the good techniques and many techniques and the best techniques. And then I also started working for a subsidiary from United Healthcare as a health coach. And that was group coaching mainly. And so I feel like I have now the experience with group coaching, but also one-on-one, which is mainly what I do in my private practice. And then in 2018, a wonderful event happened and my daughter was born. But that also changed a little bit my health, and it shuffled things around, and I had to think again, what is it that I want to do? Which part does medication play in all of that? Which part is lifestyle medicine and all of that? So I continued to dig deeper and learn more about behavior change and habit formation. So let's start with behavior change. So what is behavior change? It is the lasting alteration of one's behavior pattern. And that can be our thoughts, our emotions, all these things, but it also means like adopting healthy habits, getting rid of the not so healthy ones, and also developing new skills. So what about habit formation? So habit formation is about the creation of a stable pattern of behavior that becomes automatic and unconscious over time. And the important thing is that you don't have to be conscious to have habits. So over time, if you keep on doing them, they will become automatic. And as you see that little girl here brushing her teeth, this is what we tell our children, right? When they're very little, you do have to brush your teeth a couple of times every day. But as they get older, hopefully 10, maybe 15, maybe 20, it is just something that they do. And in that same way, habit formation is also for us as grown-ups. So what is the difference, or how do they overlap? So I always see as behavior change kind of like the mindset. As said already, it's something that is conscious, versus habit formation over time becomes automatic and not conscious. I would also say that habit formation is a key component within behavior change. So they belong together, but they are a little different. Why is it important? So it is important also for a healthy person. Let's start there. So if somebody's healthy, if they have the right behaviors in place, then again, can take good care of themselves and prevent chronic diseases. So if they eat healthy, if they exercise regularly, all these kind of things can really help a person, if they're healthy, to stay healthy and keep that. What about the mental health? So mental health is also something where we can have healthy behaviors around feeling good. So that could be have practicing mindful, having a daily meditation practice, and all of these things can help us to stay healthy with our mind. It can improve our quality, so that quality of life. So if we have good behaviors in place that can help us with productivity, with doing our work, and then having more time for the things that we love to do, and therefore we are happy and we are healthier. But it can also help us if we have good communication skills and therefore have good relationships with the people around us that we love. And again, that can help us to improve our quality of life. And last but not least, certainly reduce healthcare costs. And if you live in a country where there are high co-payments, then that is definitely for you important individually, but also for the country that you live in. So why is it important for somebody with a chronic illness? So chronic illnesses normally are long-lasting conditions, and they do require ongoing management. And when I started working as a health coach, I always thought about these things like eating healthy, having the right nutrition, the right eating diet plans, but also exercising or meditation or reducing our stress and things like this. And I do believe very much that all of this is super important. And I, as a health coach, do help my clients in that. But that's not the only thing. Something really trivial, like taking your medication every day, is also something that we can help as health coaches to help our clients to stay on target as they should be. So let's take a look at diabetes. What are some things that are relevant to diabetes? So obviously, blood glucose level, self-monitoring, that is really important. Eating a healthy diet that works for somebody that is diabetic. Of course, engaging in regular physical activity, taking the medication as prescribed, as I said already before, and also seeing your doctor regularly, for example, for eyes and foot checkups. Things that are really important for diabetes, and sometimes it is something that people don't think about, but we want to take care of all of these things. Similarly, if we look at cardiovascular disease, many of those points that you see right now are somewhat similar to diabetes, for example, but I heard Leigh-Ann Webster also always talk about cardiovascular disease and diabetes. I'm not saying always, but she mentioned those two. And so these are really good examples as well that I thought. So smoking, of course, we can help them maybe to stop smoking, or maybe they have stopped already smoking and we can help them to continue to stay away from grabbing that cigarette. Again, it's nutrition, it's stress reduction, making sure there is no anxiety. Again, exercise, weight management, and also taking the medication as prescribed by their doctors. And last but not least, depression, something that is out of the scope for a health coach, but we want to make sure that our clients feel they're well taken care of. And if needed, that they need more help, then we want to refer them to the person that has more knowledge. So when I think of my master's, we had one course that was only about behavior change. And one of the examples in that textbook I remember really well, and it was about smoking cessation. And it was about all the things that needed to happen that people would stop smoking. There were so many levels that helped them to have that intervention for them to help. So in 1964, there was a Surgeon General report. And that was the first time that it was said smoking is unhealthy. But there wasn't much other stuff than that. There were no tips or no guidance for people to actually stop smoking. It was not until the 1990s that health insurances started to have their first counseling sessions and help people to actually quit. And then when I moved to New York at that time in the early 2000s, I remember it was just smoking was banned in restaurants and bars. And you could still even smoke in restaurants on patios, something that is unthinkable today. I remember the restaurant really well. There were 10 tables, 2 tables you were allowed to smoke and the other 8 you weren't, just 3 inches away. So it was kind of really, as I say, something that we cannot even think about today. Today, you cannot smoke in parks anymore, airplanes, something that was okay back then, but you know, things have changed. Then there were higher taxes with the cigarettes started to be really expensive, and also those ads, smoking kills you, or whatever the other wording is of them helping people to not smoke. And then there was also the stigmatizing of the smoker. I have a client, I'm sorry, not a client, a colleague that I worked with, and he said, let's go around the corner. I don't want anybody to see me smoking. So it was that fear that anybody would see that you actually smoke. So that big stigma started to get into society that smoking is something bad. And then, of course, Obamacare, some states were okay that they could charge, their insurances could charge 50% more for higher premiums. And then also insurances started to offer the first smoking cessation programs. So when you look at all these things, it's so many things on so many different levels that really help people to stop smoking. And as a statistics, I looked it up. So in 1964, when that general report came out, we had 42% of smokers in the US. And the last statistics I found were in 21. And that was 11.5 of adults, which is still over 28 million people. So it's still lots to do, and hopefully more people will stop smoking. But if you compare that to the 60s, where the numbers were in the 40s, we have come a big way. But now, of course, there's another thing, which are the e-cigarettes. But hopefully we will also get there and make people healthier and healthier, as Johannes said, one at a time, and if we all have that movement and help our clients and our people. So we, in that class at university, I remember learning about all the different models, like social cognitive theory, trans-theoretical models, the stages of change, health belief model. I'm sure many of you know all of these models, but for myself and for my client, I wanted to know more, and I wanted to see what is out there, something that is really easy and applicable. And I found 2 books. I found actually more books and read more books, but those 2 have really stuck with me, and I think they are so fun and easy and have helped myself and my clients. So Atomic Habits by James Clear and also Tiny Habits by BJ Fogg. So let's start with Tiny Habits. So BJ Fogg is at Stanford University, and his model of behavior change, actually, if you go on Wikipedia, it's already listed there, which I find really amazing. And so his model consists of 3 key elements, and those are motivation, ability, and triggers. So motivation is the desire or willingness to engage in a behavior. And Fogg actually argues that motivation is not necessarily the most important thing, because it's also the thing that can change from individual to individual, and it can also change within a person. So think about you. How are you feeling about adapting a new behavior or changing something on January 1st versus on July 4th, especially if you live in the US? So you can see how motivation is something amazing, but it can also change a lot. So that's why he is saying that ability is kind of more important, or is very important. So ability is about the easiness or difficult of a task, of a habit that you want to implement. So the easier you make it and the smaller you make it, and that's why he called his book or his theory, The Tiny Habits. When you make it tiny, you can be much more successful. And then also you want to have some triggers, and there are cues and prompts. They can either be internal or external, and they can help you to start a behavior, and they can also help you to sustain it. So let's take a look at an example. So 30 minutes walking daily, maybe that is something that somebody would like to implement. So motivation would be something, knowing why is it good for yourself. So for example, for your cardiovascular health, or reducing your stress, and also improving your mood. And then when it comes to ability, maybe you want to start by something smaller. Say maybe you go walk around the block for 5 minutes or for 10 minutes before you actually grow that habit and make it bigger and come to 30 minutes. But it could be also something that you have your walking shoes at the door, you have your gym clothes or whatever comfortable stuff you would like to wear at the door, or also asking somebody that comes with you, like a friend or family member, and also knowing the route that you will go already. So pretty much taking the thinking away, and you just know what it is that you are doing. And then the trigger, normally the trigger is either location or time. So the time could be like that, you know exactly when you're doing it. So either you'll do it first thing in the morning, or you do it after dinner, after you're doing the dishes, whatever it is, you pick something and you say, this is my trigger, and then I'm going to do it. So let's take a look at Atomic Habits and what his model is like, or more, he has like 4 laws. And James Clear is an author, versus BJ Fogg is, as I mentioned earlier, professor at Stanford University, or was a professor, I don't know. And I think those books are fantastic books, and they're written a little differently, but I think they complement each other really well in my mind. And so James Clear has those 4 rules: make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, and make it satisfying. So make it obvious, obviously we want to have cues and triggers so they can prompt us to take action. And he says that the best cues are time or location. Make it attractive, it's about the importance of making it fun and enjoyable, so we actually want to do it. And then making it easy, that is similar, like the Tiny Habits is breaking down what the task is in so small steps that it's really easy for you to do it. And you can also do it on a day that you are sick, or on your worst possible day. And maybe you do more on a day that you were in a good mood and healthy and motivated and excited, but you want to keep that habit. So on a bad day, you do something small, and that is also okay. And then last but not least, it's make it satisfying. So he focuses on rewards. Maybe you track so you can see your progress and you can feel good about yourself and see what it is that you're doing. So let's also take a look at an example here, cooking more often at home. So make it obvious could be meal planning, making sure that you have a grocery list, setting a specific time when you start cooking. For example, you say every day at 5 p.m. I will cook, so it's ready for dinner on time. Making it attractive could be something like having fun recipes, inviting family and friends to cook with you. So it really is fun. Making it easy could be having the right ingredients on hand, or also having time-saving kitchen appliances on hand. And I can tell you from experience, I got once gifted a Vitamix, and it really has changed my healthy eating behaviors. So something that lasted 10 minutes suddenly only took a minute. So it really makes a big difference. And by no circumstance, by no means am I saying you need to buy expensive stuff to be more successful, but sometimes it can help to have really something cool on hand. And then last but not least, make it satisfying is tracking your progress and celebrating your success. So, or even having a special treat. And in this example, we don't know, does somebody want to cook because they want to save money, or do they want to cook for health reason more often? Because, you know, when you go to restaurants all the time, you really don't know what actually is in that meal. So based on that, the reward would probably be different. Maybe it would be either healthy fresh berries, or it could be a chocolate cake. So where do I see similarities? So both of them call about the positivity, I want to call it. BJ Fox calls it success versus James Clear calls it rewards, but both of them say that this is really important. And BJ Fox, for example, says that over time he realized how important that is. And it could be something really small, where you have a song in your head which really celebrates that success with you, or you give yourself a woohoo, I did this really well. But it is really the point that you are positive and you celebrate the success that you have. And then BJ Fogg calls something anchoring a new behavior to an old one, which James Clear actually refers to as the tiny habit recipe in his book, but he does call it behavior stacking. And that is, both of them talk about, if you do have already a habit in place, that's a good habit, a positive habit, why don't you link it with something else that you want to adopt? So that could be really beneficial, having that one healthy habit that you have already and adding a second one to it. And then you have success. It's much easier to do that, actually. And then something very trivial, but BJ Fogg calls it tiny habits, versus James Clear simply calls it easy. But I think the focus is on small changes that make a difference, that make a difference. And the reason I am saying this is because I also think that everything that you will hear on the next slides about what I found working with my clients to be most successful is really those tiny steps and tiny habits, and you can find them in many different ways. So let's start with the first one, picking the easiest things. So sometimes clients come to a health coach because they have something that is really emotional and big for them. So for example, somebody wants to lose 20 pounds for the last 10 years and they have always been not successful. So they go and see a coach and they hope it's gonna work from one day to the next. But sadly, very often that is not the case. So if you start with something else and kind of build self-efficacy with them, and that they can see their success and they feel good about themselves, it's really good to start working on something small and then move on to something different, and then eventually to come to that big thing that maybe is really difficult for them and is also emotionally big. The ice cube analogy. I love that. That comes from James Clear. So the work is not wasted. Everything happens at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. So if you imagine you sitting in the room and it's 28 degrees Fahrenheit, that ice cube is not going to melt. At 29, 30, and 31, it's not going to melt either. But then at 32, everything is going to change, everything is going to happen, and that ice cube is going to melt. So this is kind of like how you can see how habits are. And I think how sometimes people struggle with. Like, imagine you start going to the gym and you really want to be buff and you want to be healthy, but you don't see anything. Maybe 1 week, 1 month, 3 months, and you don't have the results that you want to see. So as a health coach, I believe we can really help our client in such a situation. We can cheer them on, we can motivate them, we can help them work through the barriers, we can ask questions, what is difficult for you, or maybe we can find together something else so they can achieve the goal that they want to achieve. Then the 1% rule, this is also something from James Clear, and that really has made a big difference on my life. If you think about, you start something on January 1st, and if you do 1% more every day, by the end of the year, you almost have 37% more than you had at the beginning of the year. And he is focusing on the small steps. Again, what I said, also what I do in my health coaching practice, and I'm sure many of you do the same. But if we do every day something small, it will add up. And it has helped for my health, and it has helped for my clients. But the interesting thing about this is it goes both ways. So if you go and have a meal and you are like, you know, that chocolate cake is not going to do anything, and then 3 days later you have the ice cream and you'll feel like that little bit is not going to do anything, it goes in the other direction too. So if you do 1% worse than you did the day before, that is also something that makes a difference. So, and I think by learning this, that everything, it makes a difference, I really am thinking about everything that I do. And I've also told my clients that, and I think it has helped many of them also to have that awareness, right? We're building awareness when we talk with our clients, and that awareness normally leads to big successes. So accountability partners. Obviously, as a health coach, we are the #1 accountability partner for a client. And I believe that this is, if not the best thing I have to offer for my clients, it is one of the best things we have to offer, because we can motivate them, we can cheer them on, we are there for them, and we can be there for them. And obviously in one-on-one coaching, this can be more powerful than if you have group coaching and many classes, then it's a little bit different. But as a coach in a one-on-one setting, you can definitely be the best accountability partner for your client. But it doesn't have to stop there. So that is also always that I help my client to set them up with the right people around them. So that could be friends, family members, walking buddies. It could be even somebody that you haven't met in person, somebody that you met through a website or an app, and that becomes your buddy and really helps you. So you want to have the people that are on the same mindset that you are, and you want them to cheer you on. So whenever I work with clients, I tell them, I am your biggest fan, but it doesn't have to stop here. You can have more accountability partners to be successful. So big goals and action steps. That is something that I'm sure many of you have learned also in your health coaching education. We set a big goal with our clients in the beginning. So when I work with somebody for 3 or 6 months or for longer, then normally we talk about their wellness vision. Where do they want to be in 3 months, in 6 months, in a year, in 5 years, in 10 years? And then we need to think about what is it that we're going to do on a daily basis. So James Clear calls that the system. And he also says that setting the goal is not the difference between winners and losers. It's actually the system, the things they put in place every day is the difference. So as a coach, I feel this is where I can really help my client and help them to have great weekly goals, or sometimes when I see them bi-weekly, then have great goals. And then we can talk from coaching call to coaching call, what worked for them or where were the barriers. And we can ask them a lot of questions, use motivational interviewing, and make really sure that they have the right tools that they need and they have the right awareness for what it is that they want to achieve. Consistency. We are not aiming for perfection, but consistency. I really love that line, because everybody wants to be perfect, but who really is perfect, right? We want to make sure that we do something every day. And so one of the things that I love, I had a client that really wanted to work on meditation, but that was not her own thing. So we started at something smaller, but in the beginning already of our coach-client relationship, she told me, you know, intellectually, I really know it's good for me. I want to do this, but I don't know how to. I don't sense the benefits yet, and I really don't know how to start. And I said, okay. So when she was ready to start, I said, like, so how does your day look like tomorrow? And she said, I don't know, I'm working, I have my kids, in the evening I go to yoga class. I said, like, okay, good. How are you getting there? She said, I'm driving there. I said, perfect. When you arrive in front of the yoga studio, just stay a little longer in the car, take 5 minutes and have your first meditation. And that's what she did. And then she consistently meditated for 5 minutes every day. And then it started to be 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. And then she told me, you know what, it was too fast, too quickly, and too much. And I said, okay, that's not a problem. Why don't you scale back and you go back to what is okay for you? Maybe it was the 5 minutes. Maybe sometimes it will be 2 minutes. And maybe sometimes it is 3 conscious breaths. But it is about the habit. You do it every day, no matter what. Sometimes you don't feel like it. Sometimes you don't have a lot of time. You do something smaller. If you do have more time, you do something bigger. And the amazing thing is, as far as I know, she hasn't missed a meditation in one single day, because we talked about that it's more important to have that consistency than trying to be perfect and trying to have that 20-minute meditation. And that is something that I always tell my clients. Consistency is more important than perfection, and nobody is perfect. So fun and easy. When I think about behavior change and about adopting something that is difficult for us, nowhere do I think about fun and easy. I always think about motivation, dedication, hard work, all these kind of things. But both of these books or both of these authors talk about that it has to be easy and it also has to be fun. So if we take, for example, working out, so many people have said, I hate going to the gym, I hate running. They don't have to do that, right? When we work with a client, we can help them to find what really works for them. And that could be taking a walk, it could be swimming, it could be playing with your child. If you don't have a child, get a child from somewhere else, like your nieces, nephews, and neighbor. Children have so much activity, they are so active, and really playing with them and being somewhat active with them can already be a fantastic workout. Tracking. I don't want to say this is one of my favorites because so many are my favorite techniques, but tracking is really a good one. So I myself have a tracker and I love it. And I want to give you an example from myself. About 10 years ago, I had a health insurance that would pay me $1 if I would walk 10,000 steps a day, up to 20 days per month. So I wanted to get my $20 every month. And then 5 years later, I had a different insurance, and that insurance would give me $5 if I walked 12 days a month, 10,000 steps. Today, nobody is paying me anything, and I walk 10,000 steps almost every day. And I love it. It has really become something that I've been doing for such a long time. I know it's healthy for me, and it's, you know, it reduces the stress, that improves the moods. The thing that we have talked about already is so big for me, and I really, really love it. And so I'm a big believer that external motivation can change to intrinsic, because I've seen it by myself, and I've seen it also with my clients and with friends and family. But another thing about tracking is, like, we know from studies that the people that track more are the ones that lose more weight. So it keeps us honest. And sometimes you actually think already about putting it into your tracker. So that's why you are careful then what it is that you eat, or you maybe walk a little more, or you run a little more, or swim a little more, whatever it is, because you know you want to track it and you are seeing it. So therefore, it keeps you honest, you see what it is that you're doing, and therefore you also are doing a little more of what it is that you want to do and should do. And obviously you eat a little less if calories are important and you want to lose weight. The anticipation of a reward. So habits are a dopamine-driven habit loop, and scientists call that the difference between wanting and liking. And I want to tell you an example that truly happened last night in my household. I have a 4.5-year-old daughter, and she said, I'm not hungry when it was dinner time. And my husband and I, we were like, okay, she ate quite a lot today already. Maybe she really isn't hungry. And then my husband said, you know what, that's absolutely okay. You don't have to eat your dinner. But if you don't eat your dinner, then there's also no dessert. And then she asked him, she said, Papa, are you going to have dessert? And he said, probably yes, because I'm eating my dinner. And I added to that, he probably will have ice cream. And then you could see her light up and look and goes, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat my dinner. So she did eat her dinner, truly in the fastest way I've ever seen her. And then she got her ice cream. So that ice cream, she wanted the ice cream so badly that she was eating her dinner. And that is temptation bundling. So linking something, an action with something that you have to do with something that you want to do. And I always think that we can learn so much from children. That is something that works really well for children, and it can also work for adults. And then obviously we had the discussion, is that bribing or not? But you know, we didn't bribe her. We just said something and she did an action by herself. And that was actually an action to have a good dinner and also have the ice cream that she wanted to have. So I felt it was a win-win on both sides. So if you think about this, it could be something like, I am only going to watch my favorite show on Netflix if I do that workout tonight, or I'm only going to watch Netflix or read that my favorite book that I want to read after I eat a healthy meal. You can really make that work for yourself. And I've seen my clients to use that and to be really successful with that. Gym clothes first. This is something that I've done many years ago, and I'm reading it these days over and over again. So when I would come home from my corporate job, I would put on my gym clothes right away on a day that I wanted to go to the gym. And very rarely would I go to the gym right away. Maybe I needed to unwind a little bit from work, or maybe I wanted to cook first, or maybe I had something else to do, but never did I put on my gym clothes and did not go to the gym. So that is really the most difficult part of going to the gym. The workouts actually afterwards is easy. And James Clear calls it the decisive moment. He says, is it going to be watching Netflix tonight and ordering in, or is it that I'm going to do my workout? So taking that thinking out of those difficult moments is the best thing we can do for ourselves. And I have seen that work for myself, and therefore also have told my clients about it. Obviously, always a coach-client relationship is first thing about the science of behavior change and all what we have learned in our education, but it's also a little bit about who we are. So I share some of my successes with my clients, and it has worked for them too. Doing a task with the clients. So that is something that I really love. And obviously it is something that you can only do in a one-on-one setting. You cannot do that in a group coaching, and you can probably not do it with every behavior. Because if it's something that I don't do, or I don't need to do, or I don't want to do, whatever the situation is, then it's not something that I would do with a client. But normally it was around workouts or around meditation, and that is something that I do. So you text the client when you do it, and the client texts you when they do it. And that is something that they told me, that there were days that they really didn't want to do it. But what they did want to do even less was not texting me. So again, there is that external motivation that eventually can change to an intrinsic one. And in some of my clients' cases, it also did change to an intrinsic one. But I do really love that you are such a good accountability partner for your client, that they do it in the beginning only because they don't want to text you. But then over time, it really becomes something that they're doing, because as we learned, habits is something that takes time. And if you do it every day, it will become automatic and it will become unconscious. So giving the client a little bit of a push and helping them is something that I love to do. And doing a task with the client is really something that has been very successful in my coaching practice. So finding a formula that works for them. So when X happened, then I will perform Y response. So I believe that everybody is unique and everybody's job is different, everybody's life is different. Somebody has children, somebody else doesn't have children, have an active lifestyle, not an active lifestyle, whatever it is. And sometimes it's really difficult to find the time or to find the right cue for a person. So when I work with my clients, I'm really trying to understand what their day looks like, ask them a lot of questions, and then together we find something that works for them. And so finding the right formula that is individual to a client is something that has been very successful in my practice. And then something that comes from BJ Fogg, he calls it the golden behaviors. So if you see that graph, you have high impact behaviors and low impact behaviors, and right and left you have yes or no, can I do it or can I not do it? And then you can think about what it is that you need to do. So for example, stress reduction. You think about, you brainstorm with your client, what could you do? So it could be something like deep breathing or meditation or journaling, going for a walk, going for a run, meeting with friends, whatever it is that is the stress reduction for you. And then you brainstorm and you think, okay, is it high impact, low impact? Can I do it? Can I not do it? And you put it in the right category where it is. And what you end up with, the behaviors that you end up with in the top right hand corner are your golden behaviors. And so after a client tries that maybe for a week, maybe for 2 weeks, you can come back with them and look at it again and talk which one did work for you, which one didn't work for you. And you can then work on it again and find the right behavior that achieves the goal that they want to achieve. In this example, stress reduction. And then last but not least, something is better than nothing. So I'm a big believer of something small instead of doing nothing, right? If you do nothing, you feel bad about yourself. If you do a little something, you feel a little good. And we know that success leads to success. And what is important is the frequency. It's not how big the success is. So I had a client who said, I'm only going to the gym when I have 2 hours. And so she said 1 hour is my workout, 1 hour is getting there and going back, coming home, and then taking a shower and undressing and all of that. And she ended up going to the gym maybe once a month. But if you do a little bit here and there, then it can add up over the week, over the month, and it will add up much more than 1 week. So I personally have adapted a 1 minute workout, a 2 minute workout, a 7 minute workout. If you don't know what the famous 7 minute workout is, please look it up. It is so cool and it really is motivating. So I'm always telling my clients, pick something small. Something small is better than nothing. So if you do it every day, or if you do it every week, whatever it is, it will add up over time. So with that, I would like to say thank you very much for your attention. If I made any mistakes, then please let me know, reach out and let me know. And if you found something good in here, James Clear said that in his book. He said, if you find something good in the book, it's probably not from me. If you find a mistake, it is probably from me. So if you found anything good or bad, please be so kind and reach out via email, Instagram, or LinkedIn. Thank you for the people that have already reached out leading up to this presentation and said hi to me. And I'm happy to hear from everybody that wants to reach out. And once again, thank you, Johannes, and thank you for your team to making this possible.
Here we go. I'm back. Wonderful, wonderful. So let me see if I can find some questions here.
Okay.
That are relevant. Maybe one that I saw earlier. So just from your experience, right? What are the key challenges? Maybe just 2 or 3 key challenges that clients have in terms of really changing these habits, because maybe we all get them, right? Clients that just, they have a hard time, they fall back again. And what is it that you found are popping up a lot? Blockages, so to speak.
Great question. I think it is when clients really want to do something big and they think that the change comes from one day to the next day or from 1 week to the next week. Or maybe actually they start doing it and they are successful, but they're only successful for a little bit. and then they fall off the wagon again. And what I noticed is when you are consistent and when you do something small, and as I mentioned earlier, when you do something so small on a bad day, if you can do more on a good day, then you do more. But if you can't, then you do something little. So one of the examples, that's actually the first time I heard about BJ Fogg, I would say 10 plus years ago, is that he started with flossing 1, 2, right? This kind of sounds a little weird. Obviously, the goal is to floss all teeth. But he says that on a really bad day, you just floss that 1 tooth. And I think that is something that I've seen that helps people to say, I understand we don't need to do every day everything big. That is always our goal, and that's the aspiration that we have. But there are some days that we don't do everything, and then we do something little. And I know that from myself. Sometimes I do like a 2 or 4 minute workout, and that's it. And another day I do a bigger workout. It depends on the day. We are not perfect, right? Every day is different. So sometimes we can do more, and sometimes we do less.
I love that, and that micro habit approach is just, it's working. I mean, this is good, you know. Okay, what trackers are the most user friendly? I don't know if that fits, but if you want to address that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends on the person, right? I'm personally somebody who likes like a tracker like this, meaning like technology. I'm not saying that I'm the most technology savvy person, but I think trackers are great. But there are people that enjoy doing pen and paper. And I have also had somebody that say like, you know, why don't you write down your calendar, right? Monday the 1st, however it is, you put it above your, I don't know, on your fridge, or you put it next to your bed. And when you do that healthy behavior that you want to do, let's say 3 servings of green vegetables, you make an X. And if you do that workout, you make an X. Or if you do both, then obviously the one is the X and the other one is the heart, or whatever it is. But that reward is also like checking it off is so much fun. I'm the person that loves to-do lists, but what I love even more is checking them off. So you kind of have 2 in 1 if you prefer pen and paper. I don't know if that answers your question. I don't know if there is one specific one that I can suggest, because I think everybody's different, but I think there is so much out there. And I think if you really want to have a tracker, you will find one. For example, meditation, I use Headspace and I love it. But the moment I don't do Headspace, I lose my streak. So there are other apps that are just about streaks, and then you can pick which specific one. So if you do 5 days Headspace and 2 days something else, if you have that app with the streak, you are still successful if you want that gamification. And I'm all about gamification when it comes to behavior change.
Yeah, absolutely. So how do you work with a client that wants to keep changing their goals every week? Funny, good one.
That is a good one. Then I think we really have to work on the mindset, and we really have to understand the why behind they want to change their goals. So I think it's okay to sometimes change your mind. Even my 4-year-old daughter knows that already. I can change my mind. But you know, when you change your mind all the time, then maybe there's something else behind it, right? And we have to find out what that why behind it is, and we can see if we can help them and find awareness. And I would say if it keeps on coming up, then maybe refer them to somebody that is a therapist, and maybe that is out of our scope if you have the feeling that there is something else behind it.
What about clients knowing the thing or the things that would be helpful, small steps, but still struggle with resistance in doing them?
Can you say that again? So they know the good.
So they know, so the client knows what's helpful to them, even if it's small steps, but they struggle and have inner resistance in completing doing them.
Yeah, then I think that is similarly to the question before, that is probably something working on the mindset and talking to them and helping them to create that awareness for what it is that they need to change or what it is that they want. And again, that could be something that is out of our scope. Maybe there is something underneath that is bigger than just having a lifestyle change. Maybe it's something bigger that only a therapist could help.
How do you, actually tips for clients who look at goals as a way to fail rather than succeed?
That's a difficult one. I'm not sure if I have an answer there. So yeah, some people do like to set them up for failure versus then setting them up for goals, for success. I don't know how to answer that, to be honest. I think it's something to know, can you break through with the client in that? Or is that something that you just have to talk more to them? I feel like all of these questions are coming in the direction of like a therapist, maybe there is something bigger there, because that is, I would say, somewhat tightly linked, having behaviors and wanting to change them, and also having something that is bigger behind it. I'm sure Dr. Arloski will talk about something like that, because I know that he has a background in psychology or psychiatry, as far as I remember.
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, that's what I was just about to say, that, you know, if Dr. Arloski coming out and several other talks, there are about the difference between therapy. Is health coaching therapy? Is it not? When are we crossing the line? And
Yes.
and all that. That's a kind of a tricky field, you know.
Yes, and I
but
think
yeah, we maybe talk. I'd ask him the question actually. Next talk towards the end, I'm gonna remember that question.
I think as a health coach, it is important to make sure that we stay within our scope, right? That always comes up. We are not therapists, even though sometimes it can feel for clients that it's almost like a therapy session, but it isn't. And if we are not qualified in that, then we should refer them to somebody that can help them better than we can.
Cool. Thank you so much, Ingrid. This was amazing.
Thank you again for having me.
Yes, thank you again, everybody. Give a big chat digital applause in the chat box. Thank you so much for being here, for sharing your wisdom and your skills. And then, yeah, see you. Hope you stay on, and see you soon.
See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to go on a break, this time about 4 or 5 minutes. So everybody has a little bit of time to recharge and get some water, have some pee break, right? All the good stuff that we need. Maybe get some food to charge you up, and we're going to be back in about 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Now, this is the Health Coach Summit 2023, in case someone arrived here and doesn't know what we're doing here. Day one, and I'm so proud that our next speaker is back. He was there last year, and everybody just loves him just because of the personality, his big heart, but also obviously his expertise, right? So Dr. Arloski, thank you so much for being here again.
Oh, it's a real pleasure. Thank you for inviting me back.
Yes, wonderful. So let me introduce you just to make sure to show off your credentials, because basically you are one of the main drivers why we even have health coaching, in the US, but worldwide. And so you basically are a PhD, right? Licensed psychologist, national board certified coach, professional certified coach, certified wellness practitioner, founder of Real Balance Coaching, right? One of the very first ones and big ones in terms of the amount of coaches you taught. Your book, Wellness Coaching for Lasting Lifestyle Change, is probably every health coach read that, I think, right? One of the core books that everybody suggests to read. Mm-hmm. And, one of the drivers, like innovators, and so I absolutely love that. And I didn't know you are 20-year practitioner of Tai Chi.
Oh.
Still doing it?
I've been playing with it for about 30 some years, yeah.
Oh, can you show us? No.
Some other time.
Some other time, I know it. I'm just joking. So thank you so much for being here. And I think I just give you the stage. I'm quiet because we talk about compassion and empathy, the heart of the coaching alliance, so to speak. And I think that's a topic that I just love for you to go deeply into, why it's so important. It's not just about these lifestyles that we think are the only thing, but there's a lot more, a lot deeper level that we probably need to address. And so stage is yours, 40 minutes or so, and then you have Q&A at the end.
Okay. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Johannes. And also, I may call upon you to help me out with a little bit of input from the audience through the chat function or Q&A or whatever you're using as well. I'll go ahead and share my screen and kind of get started here, because I'm very glad that we're talking about this topic. And let me go ahead and bring that up full screen. There we go. Compassion and empathy. I mean, this is the heart of coaching. And I love to talk about, there's the things that we do in coaching that are the how to do part, all the techniques and, different behavioral change methodologies and so forth. But probably even more important is the how to be part of coaching, the way we are as a coach. And this concept of compassion started really kind of digging into it a little bit for this program. And it's more complex than you might think. We first of all, we care about people. Our heart goes out to them, and we say things like that. But when you really look at, the original meanings and word origins and all that kind of thing, it actually comes from a 14th century origin, a Latin word, pati, which means to suffer. You combine that with calm, and you get to suffer with. So we're not necessarily suffering with somebody, but what is it? Well, another dictionary definition implies pity coupled with an urgent desire to aid or to spare. And this is something that starts to show up when we look at compassion. It isn't just feeling it. There's this urge to do something about it. Like, golly, I wish I could make this better somehow. Another definition looks at it saying it's a feeling or an emotion. We're moved by the person's suffering or distress, and we've got a desire to relieve it, at least a desire. Another definition here, kind of along the same line, deep sympathy and sorrow for another who is stricken by misfortune, accompanied by a strong desire, again, to alleviate the suffering. But it's kind of interesting how this comes across sometimes. There's some ways of looking at compassion Or people might say, well, there's kind of this altruism, or even, worst of all, maybe even condescension. Like, I'm up here and I pity you down there. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a little bit here. This is very poetic and yet very powerful. Classic Buddhist teachings define it as the heart that trembles in the face of suffering. Clearly, we have that reaction when we see a person going through a hard time. So as coaches, we hear people's stories. And I'm fond of saying, we can't just go home and say, oh, that was only a movie. No, we know it was real. We hear about tragedies, we hear about trauma, we hear about all kinds of things. The good things the bad things that happen to good people, right? And it touches us. And so how do we respond? How do we work with that? How do we coach with that? Well, I call it the zone of compassion. Do we enter that zone of compassion, or do we hold ourselves back? When you have been pulled toward that zone of compassion, what has pulled you there, and what has kind of made you shy about it? Maybe made you want to be hands off and kind of pull back, or change the subject, or try to minimize it, or work your way around it. When that client is speaking about these things, talking about these things, feeling these things, expressing these emotions, what happens for you? And this is where right away here, I'd love for you to just take a moment or two and respond in the chat function. And let's hear a little bit of what keeps you from entering that zone of compassion when that happens. Or even a little bit about what allows you to enter it. We could get a little bit of feedback on that. That would kind of give me an idea of some of the things that you're concerned about in this topic. So go ahead and share some of that.
Yeah, it's going to take a few seconds probably until everybody types in, but yeah.
Right. Yeah, the people that we train thousands of coaches, of course, and the ones that I experience, they're very caring people, and that care is essential, to being in the helping professions. And yet, it also does make us vulnerable, right? So it's kind of that proverbial double-edged sword, right? And
they're coming in. Should I feed back to you?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Really interesting ones. Not sure if it will lead to therapy, which is out of scope of practice for health coach.
I think that's probably one of the biggest concerns. Yeah. And coaches often aren't trained enough in how to work with emotions. And most of the coaches that I've experienced are very careful about that. And if anything, they err on the side of not working with emotions enough in order to make sure they don't cross that line. Yeah.
What allows me to enter is to hear the emotion from the client.
To hear it? Yeah. Yeah. Are you picking it up? Are you sensitive enough to pick it up? Because sometimes it can be kind of subtle. It isn't always just, someone overtly crying and being, obviously visibly upset. Sometimes it's very subtle. Yeah.
Oh, another one, judgment may get in the way.
Judgment, yes. Yeah. So really what people are doing here is they're kind of outlining a bit of my talk. So let me go ahead and return to it and give you some ideas about what I've kind of observed as what holds us back. One is that balance between heart and head. Now, this illustration might look like, oh, well, the heart's up in the air. That's good. No, The balance means that it's too heavy on the brain side. We're up in our heads and we're thinking about what we have to do. And we're maybe operating from that fix-it mindset where we are rushing to figure out what to do about it. If we're doing that, we're often, not seeing, not perceiving the emotion that's there and not acknowledging it, not connecting with it, and not allowing our heart to engage. We're thinking about, well, what's the next question that I need to ask? This person is troubled, what do I need to do? And, there's all this kind of back and forth. The other is what we just mentioned, not sure about how to do this emotion thing. Way too many coach training programs do not teach enough about this. It's really quite possible for you, the coach, to do great work with people's emotions and stay within your scope of practice. We've done a lot of talk, webinars and blogs, and even the National Board for Health and Wellness Coaching took one of our webinars and has posted it for all coaches about how to stay in the coach lane, how to stay within your scope of practice, and yet work with emotions. And when we're not sure about that, then what do? Do we kind of nudge the conversation back to how much water the client is drinking, how many times they walked last week, their action steps and their goals and all that kind of thing? We have to really acknowledge what is going on for the person. We have to validate how they're feeling. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go along here. The other thing I think that holds us back is an admonition to not get too close to your clients. I remembered receiving this admonition when I was an undergrad in psychology. I was just kind of in the hallway with a couple other students, and one of our professors was talking to us informally and just said, well, don't get too close to your clients, And what did that mean? That's kind of puzzling. That's kind of ambiguous sometimes. And so, we're kind of unsure. What is too close? What's too close? What does that mean? We really have to have effective boundaries, but is the coaching boundary the same as the therapeutic boundary? What's the population we're working with? Is it a little different if I'm a psychologist working with a very pathological population? Or is it very different if I'm a coach working with a relatively healthy population? And what does that closeness mean? We're often unsure about this. And so one of the things that we do is kind of pull back a little bit. There is, in fact, kind of a myth. And that myth is that if we head into this area, this zone of compassion, we will get lost in it. We will lose ourselves in it. We will be swallowed up by their pain and their suffering and their sorrow. And wow, it'll overwhelm us. We'll take it home with us. We'll worry about that client at 10 o'clock at night because we remember that story that they told us about something terrible in their lives, or a loss that they had that we can really relate to, or something like that. So sometimes there's an absolute fear of compassion. And there was a really interesting article in a Scandinavian journal, actually. I love how internationally we find each other and everything today. And this Maria Arman was talking about how a misunderstanding of compassion is sometimes we're associating it with pity, feeling sorry for that person. And it can be sometimes misunderstood as even a condescending attitude toward that poor fellow being there, right? Also, we might think that it leads to a sentimental and more deep commitment that's not considered compatible with our profession. And, this might be a little less so with coaches. I think we would see it maybe as being a little more compatible, but a lot of people in healthcare and other professions related that are dealing with, these kinds of things all the time, they might see it as not being professional. Interesting. Also, this common notion that it needs to be avoided because it's going to drain you of power. Well, that's an interesting way to conceive of your profession, that you have to have power over your client. Or the other fear, your own burnout, your own vulnerability to what we call compassion fatigue. And we're going to talk more about compassion fatigue in a little bit. But, we talk about this being a myth, and let me go on to share some of the things that Armin shares in this article. Here's a little bit of our evidence about this stuff. One of the things that they were finding is that it's natural in the face of other people's suffering, and showing and acting on compassion can actually free caregivers from stress and alienation. And that number 37 there is because there's a journal article that she's referencing in this article, and I'll have the reference there at the bottom for her article. There's also this assumption that says when caregivers find their ability to use compassion and show empathy, that their own satisfaction, compassion satisfaction, and their own health increases. Now, isn't that interesting? Which turns and actually in turn prevents fatigue at work. They've actually found clinical studies that support this hypothesis when they're studying nurses in particular, that the nurses that have this high capacity for compassion actually have lower levels of burnout, and vice versa. Now, that's, I think, some really myth-busting proof right there. So thus, when we have this fear of compassion, it can be an actual obstacle to caring. And here's the reference here. If you want to take a little picture of that with your phone, if you've never figured that out yet on a Zoom call, that's the quickest way to take a note. But yeah, Scandinavian Journal of Caring Sciences. Like I say, it's wonderful how we find everything around the world with each other and help each other out. So rather than being something we need to be fearing, maybe the healthier option here, something that may actually reduce our burnout and prevent that compassion fatigue from compounding, is allowing ourselves to feel and express compassion. So one of the people that responded, to the chat function there, very wisely said that judgment gets in the way. Absolutely. Judgment is a way to separate ourselves from that poor person that's going through that hard time. I think one of the reasons that we judge other people is because we kind of think, well, gee, if I'm never like that, then those bad things won't happen to me. I mean, I've seen people do this, like with a victim of rape, judging them, blaming them for the way they behaved and what they wore and all this other ridiculous stuff. As a psychologist, I worked with people that had gone through this. And I really think the judgment comes from this separation as a defense. It allows me to avoid connecting with those feelings. And it also kind of perpetuates this idea that, okay, if I never let myself get into poverty like that, or have a relationship with some abusive person like that, I'm going to be okay. And they did something wrong to get themselves in that situation. There's all kinds of things that we can think. But clearly the judgment separates ourselves. But just think about it in terms of health and wellness coaching. If we allow our judgment to come in when we have that client that shows up that has a bigger body than we think they should have, and we put, that whole weight bias into action, and lay that stigma on the person. So it's easy to be judgmental about the self-defeating behaviors our clients have. I mean, many of our clients are engaged in health behavior that is very self-defeating. You know, we see that person, working in a way that's, unsustainable. We see them, being sedentary or, engaging in eating the wrong, the most destructive kind of diet possible, et cetera, et cetera. But what that does is it pulls us back in a way. But here's something to remember. Not everything is judgment. It's not the same as making a distinction. Okay, if I say rattlesnakes are evil, or if I say rattlesnakes are dangerous, what's a judgment and what's a distinction? I go hiking in rattlesnake country, throughout the year. Now, half the year they're hibernating, but the other half, they're out and about in the foothills, especially, which is where I go a lot here in Colorado. Do I think rattlesnakes are evil? No, really don't. But some people do. Absolutely. And they kill everyone they see, and do it with vigor. Now, if it's in your backyard in town, you have children there and pets and everything, yeah, you might want to get rid of that rattlesnake, but it's because they are dangerous. And that's a distinction we're going to make. So, what kind of distinguishments can we make about, first of all, there's a difference between the person and their behavior. Let's make that distinction. There's a difference between health risk behavior and health enhancing behavior. That's not a judgment. The key is, what do we do with it? Do we come across like it is a judgment? Do we think of it that way? Do we separate ourselves that way? Or do we share that awareness with our client, and how do we communicate it? Do we help them examine and question, some health practice or some health behavior that they're engaged in that we know from research and we know from experience coaching people is very self-defeating? So one of the things that also holds us back, and this is a lot of what we're talking about here, is from the good old Brene Brown video that probably all of you have seen. I hope so anyway. The cartoonish one that is really pretty brilliant in such a short amount of time, just a few minutes. And one of the things that Brown says in there is that allowing ourselves to experience empathy and communicate about it is that it's a vulnerable choice, because we've got to connect with something in ourselves that knows that feeling the client's going through. Do we want to go there? Do we want to connect with what they're feeling? Now, there's two kinds of empathy. Well, three if you want to count. Depends on how you want to count them. But certainly there's cognitive empathy, where we don't feel the same feeling, but we know what that feeling is like. And then there is actual, emotional empathy, where we are feeling the same feeling. Our client has a tear in their eye, and we've got one forming in ours. We're experiencing the same thing. Do we allow ourselves to go there? Especially if we've got access to the same sort of dark cloud over our head as the bear and the fox do here. Pema Chodron has said that one reason, or maybe the only reason, I don't know if it's the only reason, but we don't open our hearts and minds to other people, is that sometimes they trigger confusion in us, and we don't feel brave enough or sane enough to deal with it. This is a pretty powerful statement. To the degree that we can look clearly and compassionately at ourselves, we feel confident and fearless about looking into someone else's eyes. boy, how many times have we as coaches, as helping professionals, as caregivers, as so forth, have we been told to work on our own stuff? Our own unfinished business. How does that get in the way? I like to talk sometimes about courageous coaching. And courageous coaching starts with you being courageous enough to look at some of your own wounds and admit, that maybe I'm not all finished up with working on that, but how can I have the emotional self-regulation to allow myself to work on it and then set it aside and be right there with my client? And, part of it is being self-compassionate enough to recognize when you can't do that. Maybe you just lost a loved one, somebody really close, and here comes your client with the same sort of story. Maybe one of the best things you can do at that point is to be able to self-disclose and say, I just went through a very similar thing. I lost my whomever, and I don't know that I can really work with you on this and be there with you on this today. So self-compassion is huge. And self-compassion is not a relationship between healer and the wounded. It's a relationship between equals. Only when we know our own darkness well can we be present with the darkness of others. Compassion becomes real when we recognize our shared humanity. So if you want to take a very important deep dive into self-compassion, the best book on the planet is When Things Fall Apart. When Things Fall Apart, Hard Advice for Difficult Times. I can't tell you how many times I have given that book to dear friends, family members that have had times when things fall apart. The other is to look into the work of Kristen Neff and her work on self-compassion. She does a very easy to listen to, short anyway, TED Talk, and just look her up under, a TED Talk on YouTube or whatever, and listen to what she has to say and some of the work she's doing there. And one of the things she likes to talk about, by the way, is kind of a neat concept. It's called fierce self-compassion, where we fiercely defend ourselves, set boundaries, we're appropriately assertive. We know how to say no, all those kinds of things. She also sees that as self-compassion. So what happens when our tank is running on empty? We've heard way too many stories, maybe too many clients that have, just been really struggling. And, it doesn't have to be absolute, horrible, terrible things. It can just be an accumulation of struggles and struggles and struggles. And, we care about folks. That's why we're in the helping professions. If we didn't, we wouldn't be doing this kind of work. So we feel depleted. We feel like, we're running out of fuel. There's a great little article by Gaffney through the ICF. You just go to Coach Federation. She has a blog there. Are you tired of coaching? And she's defining it as emotional and spiritual depletion associated with caring for people in significant emotional pain and physical distress. And really great little article. So if it's about feeling depleted, then perhaps the prevention and the recovery is about replenishment. How do we fill that tank back up? So what are you doing for your own wellness foundation? I think clearly one of the most important things that you can be doing to insulate yourself from compassion fatigue and to counteract it is to replenish on all the different levels that you need to get this energy and spirit back. And that can be through activity and movement. It can be through rest. It can be through stretching a hammock. It can be through connecting with friends. It can be through connecting with the natural world, engaging in the things you love to do, whether it's macrame and, scrapbooking, or whether it's writing poetry or bicycling or, hiking out into wherever. It's a little more natural than concrete. What is it that fills your tank back up? What allows you to operate from that compassionate center of yours? When your needs are getting met, it's so much easier to be compassionate. You kind of have that solid foundation that you're drawing upon. You're not so vulnerable to it. You're able to hold that center. And believe me, when your client is telling you these things and going through these things, they need you to be solid. They need to feel like, oh, I'm not just, bringing down my coach. I mean, they're feeling bad enough already. They don't want to feel bad about doing that, right? So this zone of compassion, it's being that ally, right? Joining that other person as an ally, not as co-owner of the burden they're feeling. Taking on their burden doesn't serve them and it doesn't serve us. I like to say, and this is something that I wrote in my new book, Masterful Health and Wellness Coaching, Deepening Your Craft, that compassionate detachment is about respect. It's respecting our client's power enough to not rescue them, while they're going through this. At the same time, extending love and compassion to them right here, right now. It's also respecting ourselves enough to not take on our clients' challenges like our own, because doing so serves no good purpose. You might think of it this way. Compassionate detachment is like you're right there with someone who has fallen into quicksand. And we feel really bad for them that they have fallen into this quicksand. And they're reaching out to us. And we think, well, I'm going to be a good coach. I'm going to be their ally. I'm going to get right in there with them. I'm going to be there shoulder to shoulder with them. For a lot of things, that's what we would need and want to do. That's what really works in coaching. Is it going to help if we crawl into the quicksand with them? Think about that. Are we going to help them get out of the quicksand by crawling into it with them? Of course not. Of course not. You understand that. What we have to do is reach out to them. And it may be a stretch. It may be a really uncomfortable stretch. But we got to do so from solid ground. We can't leave that solid ground and expect to help them. Otherwise, we're both going down. So maybe that metaphor can help you to understand it, to feel it, to think about it, to move through it, to experience what you can do to have compassionate detachment. Compassionate detachment is a tricky concept otherwise, I think. We talk about it. It's an easy thing to say. It's harder to do. But yet, there is this best way of helping where we have to stay on solid ground. And part of what we do to convey all this is through empathy and empathic understanding. To me, it's the connection that allows it to be felt. When we're transmitting that well, it's received well. Literally, there's like an infusion of energy. That person that's on the receiving end feels lifted up. They feel heard, they feel understood. And one of the biggest things that I have seen that coaches sometimes miss is the opportunity to express empathy. And 9 times out of 10, it's because they're rushing ahead to fix it. They're rushing ahead to try to figure out what the person can do. They're making suggestions. Oh, have you tried this? Have you tried that? They're not remembering to, first of all, express empathic understanding. And everything is different because of that in the session. It's back again to that Brene Brown video on empathy where she says, it's not about saying something or doing something to make things better. It's about connecting. What makes things better is connection. So to connect, we've got to feel it. She talks about how it's about perspective taking, looking at the world through their eyes, doing our best to imagine what is it like to be going through what my client's going through, staying out of judgment. And her little joke that everybody loves, and I certainly love, is hard to do when we enjoy it so much, right? Easy to go there. Recognizing emotion in other people. Now that's a real key. She goes over that real quick in that little video, but that's a real key. Are we perceiving emotion when it arises? Are we picking up on it with all our senses? Are we picking up on that slight change of tone, that hesitation in the speech, that silence, what the client is not saying, as well as what they're saying? And then it is communicating that. Sometimes, if we're live and in person, we can communicate it non-verbally. Over Zoom, maybe. But you know what? Usually we got to put it into words. How about if you're coaching on the telephone? You've got to put it into words. So, first of all, acknowledge what the person's been through. Acknowledge what they've experienced and what they've been up against and how they've dealt with it. And then validate their feelings. It's okay for them to feel the way they feel about it. They don't have to be feeling the way we would prefer them to be feeling about it. Come on, cheer up does not work. We can help them reframe it more positively later on. If you do a positive reframe right away, it's dismissive. Oh, look on the bright side. I mean, they're not ready for that. First, acknowledge and validate. Empathize. Then you can help them do a positive reframe. And, good old positive psychology. But do this before you're solution finding, before you're trying to fix it. Well, we're going to help people with problem solving. We're going to do strategic coaching and strategic thinking. Absolutely. We're going to help people find their own solutions. We're not going to be the consultant that just gives them to them, but we're going to help them find them. However, do this first. If we do that first, everything changes. Here's an example of expressing empathy and missing an opportunity. When I was doing training in Brazil, we did a wonderful, one of 3 trainings I did down there, and wonderful people, amazing, empathic, caring people. And we had a whole group of students. One of the exercises that we did, we call fishbowl coaching, where one of the students talks about something that's very real for them. They're the client. And then 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 coaches practice, coaching with them. Well, this client was a middle-aged woman who used to be an athlete. She was even a varsity athlete in college. She was very athletic, liked to do a lot of stuff, but she developed chronic bursitis in her hips. And boy, it was really painful, and it was keeping her from doing what she'd love to do. So the coach, as one example here, this is kind of what we experienced, unfortunately, in the practice. Tell me more about your bursitis. And the client said, well, not sure what there is to tell. Never had anything like it before. Really hurts more than I could have anticipated. And the coach goes on to ask, and how long has it been since you've been able to exercise? Oh, it's been months. I used to go running about 4 times a week, played volleyball, all kinds of things. The coach responds, wow, you were really active. So have you tried water aerobics or less strenuous exercise? Well, that's not bad coaching, but what's it missing? What if the coach had said the same thing at the beginning and then responded with, wow, what's it like to be in chronic pain every day? That must be so difficult. Client now starts heading in a very different direction. They're having their experience acknowledged. They're receiving empathy. And the client says, yes, it is. I used to think I was pretty strong, kind of tough, really. This has really brought me down. The client goes on, to empathize more. It must be so difficult to go from being so active to not being able to exercise at all. And the client, gives you that, yeah, you're really understanding me, you're really hearing me response that you get when you're doing that in coaching. Exactly. I miss all the things I used to do so much. The friends I used to play volleyball with were so much fun. So it's impacting your connections with other people too. Talk about frustrating. So if we can seize those opportunities and respond with empathy and compassion and understanding, the coaching experience for our client is going to be completely different. So think about how can you allow yourself to be right in there with somebody, not down in the quicksand, but otherwise side by side, shoulder to shoulder, heart to heart. I'd love to hear your thoughts about compassion and coaching, your thoughts about empathy, and how you integrate it into the work that you do. Let's go ahead and do the Q&A now. I'd love to experience that with you and happy to respond.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arloski. Everyone, please type in your questions. That's a treat to have Dr. Arloski here. One of the questions I read earlier. So what would you suggest? So in terms of if an emotion appears, the acknowledging, right, is one step. What are the next step in terms of the coaching aspect to deal with emotions?
Yeah. Well, we could do a whole webinar on how to work with emotions, believe me. The first is reflection of feeling. I'd say that unless somebody has a counseling background, that's the active listening skill I see very, very underutilized by coaches. And it's interesting. I think it was when I was reading Miller and Rolnick's book on motivational interviewing, they said that it's just kind of giving your best guess at what that person is feeling, to identify. But, when we do that, we help the person to name it. And the better we can do that, the more we expand our own emotional vocabulary and have more distinctions available. When we're picking up that the person isn't just angry, that's your basic emotion, but what is the feeling that's there? Oh, they're sounding resentful. The context is they're talking about this interpersonal, experience with somebody else who's putting excessive expectations on them. And we say to the person, do I hear some resentment in what you're saying? Then the person is, yes, that's it. Now we're talking about what's important to talk about.
What is an example of a question to evoke feelings from a patient, especially when they do not use feeling language or have a hard time accessing feelings?
Real good question. Lots of times coaches aren't sure what to say, so they'll say, well, what are you feeling right now? And the person's like, oh, I don't know. Or they'll tell you what they're thinking, right? I love to say, So, I'll paraphrase or I'll reflect back what I'm observing, and then I'll say, what are you aware of right now? What are you aware of? And that almost always helps the person kind of tune into their own body and their own emotions a little better and do their best at kind of explaining it. Sometimes they have a hard time finding the words. Some people have a pretty limited emotional vocabulary, and other people, don't. They're quite vociferous and happy to elaborate. But yeah, approaching it that way, I think it's almost like more neutral, and you can also avoid that problem that some people have with admitting that they're having feelings, like that would be a sign of weakness or something like that. What are you aware of right now?
Great question. How do you engage, listen, validate, and empathize, and yet not let it go on for hours?
That's a really excellent one. Yeah. We don't want to let it deteriorate into just a complaining session, right? And what we're doing is we're, helping the person get in touch with what they are feeling, but then we're asking questions about what are they learning about this and from this. We're helping them explore it. We're helping them to understand it more deeply. So we want questions that are going to take them in that direction. And eventually, we're going to have to forward the action. What the heck are you going to do about it? In one way or another. It may even be very gentle. It may be, well, what's one really small step that you could take to improve this situation? And we're going to challenge them with perspective. Well, that's one perspective that you've told me about. Tell me about the same thing from a very different perspective. This especially works well with interpersonal things. They're telling you about their boss at work, their partner, their, whomever, and you can say to them, so, you've told me about your perspective. Tell me about, be your boss for a moment and tell me what it's like to manage you. That can often really help the client to think from a whole different perspective. And then they'll sometimes say, I would be quite a difficult person to manage or whatever. They maybe start to take it in some kind of workable direction. Yeah, because you don't want to just get into that, yeah, you feel bad. Yeah, you feel bad, and yeah, yes, I do. And, that go nowhere situation.
Yeah, and I guess the next question is about that story, the story versus, the story can go on forever and this and that happened. And then how do you switch into the next kind of change work?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, I love I don't know who wrote it originally, but I love the idea that coaches help people to understand their story, but also to help them understand that they are not their story. Okay. So how can we help them to get a perspective on their story and yet not over-identify with it? And which is so limiting. Especially as we work in healthcare areas, we have that client who has a chronic illness and their identity is, I'm a heart patient, I'm a heart patient, I'm a heart patient. And everything is about that. How can we help them get beyond that and see that they are a person who is challenged by heart issues? How can we help them to change perspective?
Can you address the turn from the expression of empathy to helping the client explore options? For example, do you just wait for the client's language to shift or reflect back or just stand by? Tell me more about that.
Well, it's kind of a subjective call on your part. You want to feel like the person has expressed enough emotion that the energy is out there, there has been perhaps even a bit of a catharsis, perhaps a bit of that, where they hit that point where there's kind of that breath that says, okay, you know, I got that out. Now what? And if they're not getting there, and if they're just expressing emotions and expressing emotions and expressing emotions, that's when you start to think, well, maybe this person needs counseling, not coaching. And what we want to see is working with emotions that leads to insight. Does it lead to insight? Then, can they take the insight and put it into action? Or do we keep coming back to the same old stuck spot? If it's no, they just keep expressing emotions. If it's no, it doesn't lead to insight. If it's no, it doesn't get translated into action. Counseling probably is going to work a whole lot better, because you're probably talking about something that needs resolution. And resolution is not the job of the coach.
Which is actually a question that came up earlier and totally relates to what you just said. The line where we go from a health coach into counseling versus therapy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and well, it's kind of what I just described. That's really kind of that line. We want to help people connect with feeling and emotion. You know, we want to help them to feel heard, understood, validated, and most of the time, that is all it takes. You know, and if we don't do that, the person will keep on trying to get us to do it. Or, I'm gone. I'm not back for my next session. The heck with you, listener. You're not a very good coach. You're not helping me. I'm gone. People vote that way with their feet, you know. Or they keep trying to get you to acknowledge what they've been through, to validate their feelings, to empathize. So they keep on talking. So when you do that more effectively and early, it gets that taken care of. And then the person is ready to say, okay, let's roll up the sleeves and let's work on this. What are we going to do? I don't want to, you know, keep on, you know, being stuck here. Let's work on this together. And that's where you're offering that coaching alliance. You don't have to do this by yourself anymore. We're going to work on this together. I'm not going anywhere. That's huge.
I'm just reading here. Sorry, you're probably thinking, what is he looking at? I have a chat here, so I'm trying to. Guys, we have 2 questions, maybe 2, 3 more questions. That's an interesting one. Oh, that's a really interesting one. How do we let our clients know we are compassionate and are there with them? What can we say and so on, so it doesn't come out cheesy or forced? That's a loaded question, I think, right?
I love that. Doesn't come out cheesy or forced. Well, if it's forced, you're not feeling compassionate. Okay. So that's probably not what's really going on. But yeah, we don't want to sound trite. We don't want to sound like we're minimizing the seriousness of what our client is saying. We want to kind of meet them on the same level. And part of it is the way we say it. Okay. We can't say it in a flat, impersonal tone. It has to come from the heart. Like, that must be so difficult to be in chronic pain every day. You know, it's me just acting for the moment here. But if I was there with a client who was experiencing that, it said like what we saw there in the example, I'm going to say it the way I'm feeling it. And that's going to work. But if I say it in kind of that guarded, restricted kind of tone, better than nothing, but could have been a lot more powerful and effective if I said it from down here instead of just from up here.
Wow. Okay, so I think most of the questions are answered. anything you'd like to say? Kind of like we have maybe a minute or two that, you know, that word of wisdom at the end of the talk.
You know, I think really something to remember is that when you're coaching and you are not sure about what to do, and you're thinking about all this coach training you've had and all these different skills and options and strategies, and you've read way too many theories preparing for your national board exam or whatever, and it's all swimming around in your head. Your way of being with somebody carries far more weight than all those theories and all those techniques and all those methods. The good old client-centered, you know, I keep on going back to that old bald-headed guy, Carl Rogers, right? Are we going to express genuineness, warmth? Are we going to express unconditional positive regard? Stay out of judgment? Are we going to show empathic understanding? That's our way of being. And when we're doing that, it works. That carries the day far more than all the techniques and all the books Michael Arloski wrote and everybody else wrote and all that stuff.
Yes.
That's why in that book, the first big section there is how to be. And then there's a whole section on what to do. Yeah.
I was about to say, just be there with the client. And that's 50-70% of the rent, or however you're going to say that.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arloski. This is amazing. It's always so great to have you back. And, you know, it's just that everybody feels that you live that compassion, empathy to every cell in your body, and it radiates around you. So thank you so much again for inspiring everybody and bringing them down to the essence, I think, of health coaching, right? It's much easier than we make it to be sometimes. It
is. And, you know, thank you for, you know, once again, pulling together this conference and all these amazing speakers. I hope people really participate and, you know, just enjoy it, you know, really let it soak in. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Thank you. So we're going to be back in 3 minutes. Okay, everybody, little break, back in 3 minutes.
Here we go. We're back in live mode, and we have the amazing Tamara Golden here. Hi, Tamara. How are you?
Great, Johannes. How are you doing today?
We always see your kitchen there. It's so nice. So nice.
I'm coming from my kitchen again. I'm not cooking today, but the kitchen's the appropriate place for this. So
Here we go. Here we go. Now let me introduce you. So the topic is going to be simplify healthy eating for busy clients, right? So Tamara is a registered nurse for many, many years, decades.
yeah, over 3.
Okay. I wasn't
We won't
sure
talk
if
about
I
that.
should say it, right? No, we didn't say that. Several health coach certifications, including NBC, NBHWC, right? Lifestyle prescription root cause health coaching, faculty at the Lifestyle Prescription University, also Healthy Wealthy lead teacher. So super experienced, works I think full time in a kind of corporate health coaching group, leading the way, right? So a lot of experience, everybody. Please drill here with questions at the end, right? We have about 40 minutes again with 15-20 minutes questions. And Tamara, leave it up to you.
Thanks, Johannes. So type in the chat how you've enjoyed the summit so far today. Put in there some of your takeaways so far, because we're gonna be more interactive with this session. I realize we're going into hour 5. And some of you were coming off of lunch, so we don't want you falling asleep. So type into the chat some of your takeaways, if you would, so far. And like I said, this session is going to be interactive because, yes, I do have a lot of years working in this field, and I regularly, deal with helping people to incorporate healthier eating into their habits, but I think no matter how long we're in a field, there's always more to learn, right? And I kind of have my go-to resources that I've kind of accumulated over the course of time, but I'm constantly learning from other coaches in the corporate wellness space where I work and elsewhere. And so my hope is for today that I'll be able to share some new things for you guys that you can use working with your patients to eat healthier. But I'm also hoping that I'll learn some things from you guys and you'll learn from each other. So this is not all about just what I want to share, but what we can kind of help each other to learn and understand. So yeah, Serena says super informative, encouraging talks. Cool. So like Johannes said, I want to talk today about how to simplify healthy eating for our clients, because I think that's, for me anyway, that's been one of the biggest challenges that I work with people on, because nutrition, we all know nutrition, exercise, stress management are like the top 3 things that people get off track with and that they need to improve in order to lessen their symptoms, to fight chronic disease, and to just stay healthy in the first place, right? So it's a huge topic that no matter what a person's health goals are, we end up addressing it with patients. And I think the people are, busier than ever these days. I work with dual income households, where both husband and wife or both spouses are working. They may also be taking care of kids. There's a lot of single parents out there taking care of kids. All those kids have their activities, right? So they're going to different sports and music and practices and all kinds of things. And regularly I hear from people, well, I'd really like to eat healthier, but how the heck am I going to do that? Because there's certain myths that people kind of believe about healthy eating, right? So first off, I just want to address that and set the frame for what we're really looking to help people with. So first of all, they believe that it's going to take a lot of time to cook healthier. And this can be true. I mean, like cutting up vegetables and stuff like that can take a bit of extra time. But, if they're going to order out, they've got to place the order, go pick it up, bring it home, still, have plates to wash and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily going to take a lot more time than going someplace and ordering or stuff like that. But there's also ways to like prep meals ahead so that in the moment, in the evenings when they come home from work and they want to make a healthy meal, they can have a lot of that work already done. There's different strategies for having a hot meal ready and waiting when they get home. And there's also a lot of strategies for cooking that just take 30 minutes or less. So if it's going to take you 30 minutes to order something and go get it and bring it home, or to drive out to a restaurant, and these days seems like forever to just get your order in a restaurant, it can take a lot longer actually to like eat out, or one of the alternatives that people tend to pick. So in less than 30 minutes, they could easily create a healthy meal. So healthy cooking, that's a myth. Healthy cooking doesn't necessarily have to take extra time. The other thing that clients typically believe is that it's more expensive to eat healthy. So it's true that it may cost more per serving. I mean, serving to do a meal of meat and a healthy carb and vegetables might be more per serving than buying a box of mac and cheese or doing a frozen pizza, but it's also going to nourish them, right? So they're not going to need as much. They're going to be more satisfied with a healthy dose of protein and all the nutrients that are in their vegetables and so forth. So they're generally, if people eat healthy, they don't eat as much. Some of these like high carb things that people tend to eat leaves them feeling hungrier, especially if their blood sugar metabolism starts to get off, right? If insulin's high, they're going to feel hungrier. So the cost of the food isn't necessarily higher. And then also we have to consider the cost of them not having energy because they're eating a poor quality food. What does that cost them in time and focus and productivity in the course of a day? What's that going to cost them in the long run when they end up with medical visits and medications and everything because they have diabetes or some other chronic condition? So it's kind of a myth that healthy eating costs more as well. A lot of people think that to be able to cook a nice healthy meal takes some specialized skills or something, or they feel like if they didn't have a mom that brought them up in the kitchen and they didn't, learn growing up how to work their way around a kitchen, that like there's no hope for them. I've had, clients say I'm lucky if I can boil water, right? So, and that's where like in the past, I've taught some cooking classes or how to teach cooking classes, because it really doesn't take that much. They can have just a few basic skills and be able to make healthy meals at home, especially with some of the equipment that we'll talk about a little bit later on. So they just need the right tools and a little know-how. So not being a chef is not an excuse not to cook healthy at home. And then the other thing that clients believe is that it just takes too much effort, right? So they're busy during the day, they're working, they're running around with the kids, they get home, they just want to crash on the couch. They just, don't have a whole lot of energy to cook a healthy meal. So, and that's valid, right? Especially if they're not eating healthy and they don't have the energy, then it's a valid concern that it just takes too much effort. But there's so many options for simplifying healthy cooking at home, whether it's cooking ahead or using somewhat prepared items from the grocery store. If you go to the produce section these days, there's so many things already prepared. I get carrot chips, carrots already cut up. You've got broccoli and cauliflower already in like bags of florets. Not like it's hard to cut it at home, but it saves a few minutes. And some people like that. If you have cabbage and something, you can buy a bag of slaw, just cut up cabbage and vegetables and stuff. So, there's many options, and it doesn't have to be a whole lot of effort. And again, we can put in the effort up front rather than in the moment when they're trying to eat. Just one aside too, something that I hear a lot from my clients who live alone, that they're single, they're retired, spouses passed away, whatever, and they live alone. And they feel like if they cook, like they're used to cooking for more people, so to cook for one just seems wasteful. They end up wasting a lot of food, or they just feel like it's not worth going to the effort just for one person. So we're going to address that too. I have one particular technique that's been working really, really well for some of these folks that I learned from one of my coaching peers last year. So I forget which one it was, but like I said, I keep learning. So we're going to talk about simplifying the process of clients being able to get a healthy meal to the table, into their lunch bag, get a healthy breakfast, whatever it is that they need, and help them realize that this is more possible than maybe they come to us thinking that it is. And I was glad in the chat before I saw that after Ingrid's talk, which great job, Ingrid, that was wonderful. I saw that there was some conversation about like, how do we help people eat healthier at home? And so we're going to answer some of that. And you guys are going to answer some of that going forward too. Just going to check here. Oh yeah, somebody said instant cart grocery delivery service. Yep. One of the great things that came out of COVID was being able to just call and order or go online and order your groceries. I don't think that was a thing so much before COVID, but when everybody was afraid to go out to the grocery store and be around anybody else, this kind of idea was birthed, and now it's a thing. So we'll talk about that too. All right, so what does it take to get a healthy meal to the table? Well, basically 3 things. There's planning your meals, like planning what you're going to eat, what you need to buy, all of that sort of stuff. Shopping for the ingredients that you're going to need, and then actually cooking the food. Okay, so let's take a look at each of these and different strategies that we can use to simplify these processes. And if you got stuff in mind, especially for meal planning, you can start putting those in the chat and share with everybody. So starting with meal planning, first of all, people ask like what to eat. There's so many dietary theories out there, and there's, everything from keto to vegetarian to paleo, low carb, high protein, low protein. People often come and say, like, what do I eat? Like, where do I even start? So to simplify things for them, I usually go to the Harvard Healthy Eating Plate. I mean, that's kind of my go-to thing, or the Mediterranean diet. Of course, if they want to try something, I've had, clients that want to try keto and stuff, let them try it, and they either love it or hate it, or, kind of fall off after a while. But essentially, if they just need a simple place to start, the Harvard Healthy Eating Plate is great because it's very simple. A half, a quarter, and a quarter of their plate for their vegetables, their meat, and their complex carbs. And so if they are put together a meal thinking in these proportions, it's not necessarily on a plate, but I'll tell them, like, even in a casserole, if you think half that casserole should be vegetables, a quarter of it your meat or your beans or whatever protein you're using, and then a quarter of it is your sweet potato, your brown rice, quinoa, whatever, then that makes it really easy to put something together. Soups and other kinds of things the same way. So that's usually where I start with them. And then I point out that most of us are creatures of habit, right? That's why we're all coaches, because we're trying to develop new habits. But when it comes to eating, we tend to eat the same things over and over and over again. And we'll throw something new in there every now and then, to try to step out of our comfort zone and try a new recipe or something like that. But on the whole, if you think about it, even for yourself, over the last month, you've probably eaten the same meals more than once. And in previous months, you've probably eaten very similar things. That might change with seasons. I mean, like here, I'm in New Hampshire, and we're finally getting into a warmer season where we can start growing things. So in the months ahead, I'm going to have a lot more fresh salads and different things. We can't always get good fresh produce in the winter. So in the winter, I'll go more with frozen things and whatever. But on the whole, kind of eat the same things week after week. So instead of it feeling like overwhelming that, oh my gosh, I've got to come up with like a new meal every night of every week for weeks on end or months, I encourage them to just pick 2 weeks worth of meals. Like if they're talking about like making dinner for their family, do 2 weeks worth of meals, 14. Okay, that 14 meals, if you kind of go to the web or someplace, or if maybe you're working with them with some sort of app, pretty easy to find 14 meals that you'd like. That also simplifies shopping, which we'll talk about in a second, because if you're just going to have consistency with what you buy, and you know, okay, well, I typically buy grass-fed beef, so when I see it on sale, I might, stock up and stuff. That kind of helps with the cost piece as well. So yeah, so I have them just pick 2 weeks worth of meals, and then if they want to, if they're inspired, they can always add something to that. But they've got those kind of staple meals that they don't have to wear down their willpower making decisions about what's for dinner and what they're going to make and what needs to go on the shopping list and all of that. They've kind of got it done for them. The other option to make meal planning easier is some of the apps that are out there. So one free one that actually I find people really love, whether they're diabetic or not, is the diabetes.org website. In there is if they sign up for a free account, they can go in and they get recipes. It creates they can create a meal plan. I think it creates their shopping list for them, all of that, and it's free. And if you look at the diabetes plate, it's almost the same thing as the Harvard Healthy Eating plate. If people without diabetes eat according to what diabetics should eat, they're going to be healthy. It's not like they can't eat that. So that's one app that I find is really helpful, and it's free. A couple others that I like, especially if it's somebody that I'm working with, and I hear all the time, like people say, well, can you give me a meal plan? Can you give me, whatever? And I kind of hesitate to do that because, what they're going to eat depends on their own likes, their family's likes. I mean, they're the experts on their life, right? So I will maybe co-create a meal plan with them, talk about those things. And that cleanlife.com is one app that I like because it's all whole foods. It's all healthy. It gives you nutrition information. And on there, you can sign up for an account with them, and I have no affiliate program or anything with them, so I don't make anything by promoting them. I just happen to like them myself. So if you go in there, you can actually walk through with them different options for recipes. There's I don't know how many hundreds of recipes in there that are healthy whole foods, and you can actually take the recipes then and drag them into spots in the week and create a meal plan. And you can either print that for them or give them access, like you can share what you've worked on with them. So that's really nice. It's not inexpensive, but it is a really nice thing if you've got work with people that oftentimes do want, some sort of meal plan, but just, keep in mind to co-create it with them rather than just handing them a plan. The other one that I've heard a lot of coaches like is called mealgarden.com. And I haven't looked into this one a whole lot myself. I did the free trial and looked at it one evening, and I kind of browsed through it. So I don't have a lot of experience with that one, but it looked really cool. And I think it's the same thing where all of your clients can, you can invite them into it and stuff. And I think there's, you can charge them for it, or it can be free or whatever. And I think even if you don't do that, I think there's an option for them just to sign up for the app and use it. And it was I don't know, less than $10 a month or something like that. So those apps are, can be really, really helpful. So, okay, audience participation time. And I'm trying to see the chat here, but it might be a little bit delayed. So if you have any ideas as far as meal planning or something that you've worked with clients on that's made it easier and simpler for them to plan their meals, go ahead and drop that into the chat. And I see Kate says, yep, she put in that clean life. She also put in the meal garden. So those are there for you if you want them. Okay, Carrie says, love the ADA website and app. I always refer customers to their recipes. Yeah, they're like super awesome. Like you don't need anything else. You just need that site, honestly. Who would have thought? And sometimes people, you just gotta like clarify. I've had clients kind of get a little offended or scared that I refer them to the diabetes website if they don't have diabetes, but I just, explain this is just, good, healthy eating. And you can probably avoid diabetes ever in your life if you eat this way. So it works for them. Okay. Sherry said, please repeat those apps. I think they're typed into the chat, Sherry. So if you just scroll back a little bit, you should be able to get that. Somebody says they love the dietdoctor.com recipes. Cool. I haven't heard of that one. So I'm going to check that out. Awesome. Okay, so keep typing in resources if you'd like. And the next area to talk about is shopping. Okay, most people like either love shopping or hate shopping. And sometimes you'll get like couples or families that shop together. Other times there's, one person in the family that's kind of primarily responsible for doing that. But, everybody wants to make shopping easier. So ways to do that is if you do have, somebody said forks over knives too. Yes, that's a good one. And minimalist baker. Ooh, I love the stuff you're dropping in there. Cool. Squirrel, I'll try not to get distracted. Anyway, if you're using one of those meal apps, it makes it really easy because most of them have a feature where you can you check off the recipes and the app kind of pulls out everything that's needed and gives you a nice shopping list. And it's broken down into like, your frozen foods and your fresh foods and your canned stuff and whatever. So it makes going through the grocery store super easy. If you don't have something like that, what I've done for years, I probably, maybe 20 years, something like that. I created a master shopping list for myself, a master grocery list that I just created in Microsoft Word. And I put all of the things that, like I said, where, creatures of habit, I shop for the same things all the time. And, occasionally there's something else, but I have my master list on the meats that I typically would get, my fruits and veggies, flour and spices, and I put everything that I typically buy on that. And it took me a little bit initially to put that together because I'd always think, there's something else. But I had a list that I've used for many, many years now. If I want to make a meal and I need something for that meal, I circle it on my list. Before I go shopping, I typically go to my freezer and my pantry and I'll cross out anything that I already have so I don't buy it again. And then I take that list to the store with me and I check things off as I put them in my cart. That way I'm not coming home going, oh crap, I forgot the yogurt or something like that. Okay. So that's something that you could suggest for clients as well to make that shopping a lot simpler. Something that I found just like maybe 2 days ago that I didn't know existed is emails. I don't know if anybody's heard of emails, but apparently what it does is kind of like the meal planning, a cross between meal planning software and like meal kits. It gives you recipes and you can go check off the recipes. It creates the shopping list for you. And you have the option to either take the shopping list to the store and shop yourself, or it connects with like Amazon grocery and I think Instacart and I don't know, there's like 5 or 6 different meal services that it connects with. So you can actually just send your list to one of these services, like Walmart was one of them. So you send it to Walmart, they shop for you. you go pick it up, or if I live rurally, so I can't get delivery. My daughter lives in Bangor, and she in the city, and she can get delivery for like $5 or something, delivery tip or whatever. So she just orders on Walmart, checks stuff off, and has it delivered to her house. She doesn't even have to go shopping. But that makes it super simple for somebody who, you know, is very busy, just doesn't feel like they have time to shop and plan and cook. You know, there you go. It can be done probably in 10 minutes on a weekend or something like that. So that's one that I just learned recently. Okay, so Kate put emails in there. Michelle said something about lots of people I know love real plans. Michelle, if there's a website for that or something, can you drop it in? Because I'm not familiar with that one. That's pretty cool. Okay. Nice. So that's how to get your meal planning done, your shopping done. And then, of course, there's the cooking. Right? This is the hardest part for some people. But again, there's strategies to use to make it a lot simpler and easier to get that meal on the table each and every day. Number one that I love is batch cooking. So this is where for people that like maybe work Monday through Friday, and then they've got kind of downtime on the weekend with their families and so forth. A lot of people like Sunday afternoons are kind of like just hanging out at home, watching TV, kind of getting rested up for the week and that sort of thing. So a lot of my clients will take, you know, a few hours on a weekend day and batch prepare some food for the week. Or you could do like freezer meals where you make up a ton of meals in a short period of time. You put them in freezer bags, put them in the freezer, and then you can just when you need a meal, like say I know tomorrow my kids have a sports game and you know, I'm not going to be around to cook, or everybody's coming home at a different time, and you know, some people are going to be home at 5, some aren't until 8. Everybody's going to want a hot meal. So you can take these freezer meals and just dump them in the crock pot, you know, take it out the night before to like start thawing a little bit. In the morning, dump it in the crock pot. You come home to an already done meal. And in the crock pot, you can always set it to warm so that, you know, no matter when the family members come home, they can have a hot meal. There's a couple of sites that I really like for the freezer meals. One is called thefamilyfreezer.com. And I think there's a lot of free stuff. I think she sells cookbooks and stuff like that. But there's also, she has a ton of free recipes and plans on there. And then the other one that I use is freezerfit.com. And that's a paid subscription. I think I paid $99 for a lifetime subscription on a special or something a couple years ago. But that's really awesome. And their advertisement on their site is that you can make 20 meals in the time it takes to make one. Okay, so huge time saver there. And again, they give you all the rest of the shopping lists and everything, so that and they give you the you know, the steps in preparing at least like 20 meals at one time. So it makes it super simple. And I think, you know, it does take a little bit of work up front to kind of get these things going. But once people get in a groove with it, and maybe once a month, we'll take a few hours on a weekend and batch cook a bunch of stuff to stick in the freezer. So worth it for the times, you know, when you know you can just come home to hot meals super simply. Let's see. Yep, freezerfit.com. Thanks, Kate, for dropping all these in there. Appreciate that. The other thing, like if they don't want to fully cook meals in a batch on the weekends, they can batch prep things that they will be able to put in, just, you know, kind of throw things together during the week. So I've had people kind of like cook up a bunch of chicken on the grill, or just bake it or boil it. They'll cut up a bunch of like crudité vegetables, like, you know, carrot sticks, celery, cucumbers, all of that, and make a platter of stuff in the refrigerator. So their family can just like go in and grab it and eat it during the week. It's all done. I don't know about you, but I've always found that if vegetables and fruits are prepared ahead of time, if they're like cut up and ready to go, the family gobbles them up. I can hardly keep them in the house. If I don't do that and the whole fruits or vegetables sit in the refrigerator, usually they go bad because nobody will touch them. So having that stuff kind of prepared ahead of time makes it so simple to just take it and grab it. Cooking rice or quinoa ahead is also helpful. And one of my favorite tools, I'll show you now, is my rice cooker right here, because you can do a whole big batch of quinoa. I think I put it on the regular white rice setting for quinoa. It doesn't take long to cook, but I can do brown rice in there, or your jasmine rice, or whatever that you want to do. And then it's, you know, all ready to go for casseroles, soups, you know, anything, stir fries, anything that you want during the week. Oh, boiled eggs too. Eggs are something that my husband and I eat a lot for breakfast, but I don't always have the time to, like, you know, cook up a poached egg or fried egg or something like that. So I like to keep a bunch of boiled eggs in the refrigerator. And a tip I've been giving my clients, because I finally found like how to make hard-boiled eggs that you can peel easily. I've tried all the tricks in the past, like adding vinegar to the water, adding salt to the water, all of that. I always had put, and my mom taught me, put the eggs in the cold water. You bring it up to temperature, bring it up to a boil on the stove, then you turn it off, let it sit for like 12, 15 minutes, and then, you know, rinse it and put it in cold water. And the eggs so oftentimes were just so hard to peel. I didn't want to do hard-boiled eggs. So the trick I found out from searching on the internet is that you boil the water first, then gently drop the eggs in. I'll use like a pasta fork to just one by one drop the eggs into the boiling water. Boil it for about 15 minutes. Keep the boil going. You don't turn it off. You just keep it going. And then you take them right out when you're done after the 15 minutes, turn off the heat, and scoop them out with that pasta fork and drop them in a bath of ice water. So I just get a good sized bowl, put water, a ton of ice in there, and drop the eggs in. They peel like so easy every single time. I have not had a hard to peel egg since I've been doing that. So quick tip for you there. All right, let's see. Okay, so we got batch cooking, we've got batch prepping. Looking to see what you guys are dropping in here. The Instant Pot is a treasure as well. Yes, I've got one of those. That's, you know, like for those times where you forgot to thaw something, or just, you know, companies coming over, whatever, you just need to make something pretty quick. You want something decent. Yeah, throw it all in that one pot. It cooks in no time. Love those things. Have you tried steaming those eggs? I steam them for 15 minutes and they peel so well. Huh. Okay, steaming. Yeah, Kate, if you put in there, like, how do you do that? Or is there a link to like directions how to do that? I've never heard of steaming eggs, so that's really cool. An electric egg cooker. Awesome. Didn't know there was that either. See, I'm learning something from you guys. I love it. All right. Then some other options are to cook once and eat twice. So, you know, cook double the servings that you are going to need. And then you can have that meal like a few days later, have the leftovers for lunch, or, you know, put it in the freezer. I have freezer containers that I'll put extra servings of food in, stick them in the freezer, and it's like homemade TV dinners whenever, like, I'm not around and somebody else needs to eat, or if I'm home by myself and I don't want to cook anything, I just pull out one of those meals, and works really good. This works out really well too. It's one of the techniques for single people who are just cooking for themselves, because they can, you know, especially women that like have had a lifetime of cooking for a family and just can't cook small, and they can cook multiple portions and then freeze some. So there'll be nights that they don't have to cook. That works really well. Another one, and this is one of my favorite ones that I learned from one of my peers, is the sheet pan meals. I don't know where this has been all my life, how I missed it for the first 10 years that I was a health coach. But sheet pan meals are like so easy. And I will use a sheet pan, kind of like this. I have my old pan for chef stone that's like well seasoned. And I like the stones because they heat real evenly, but you can just any like a jelly roll pan, or they call a sheet pan that's got kind of a lip on it, so your food doesn't roll off in the oven, works really well. But you can put any kind of meat on here pretty much. I put chicken breast. Sometimes I'll make like mini meatloaves and put them on here. You could put a pork chop, whatever meat that you want on here. Then I will put, I like to get either like the baby red potatoes, or maybe the bigger red potatoes like cut in half, or whatever kind of potato. Put those cut side down on here. I usually spray it a little bit with some cooking spray. And then I'll put a vegetable on here. It's amazing to me how many vegetables I didn't realize are so good cooked on a sheet pan in the oven. So I've cooked, in recent times, I've cooked broccoli, cauliflower. I always did root vegetables, but I do carrots, even zucchini, just about any kind of vegetable you can put in that sheet pan. So it's kind of like one pot cooking. It's just one pan cooking. And sometimes if there's something that's going to cook pretty fast, like the zucchini, I'll put everything in for maybe 15 minutes and take it out, add the quick cooking stuff and throw it back in. You can also make a variety of meals. Like you could have the same thing. You could have chicken, potatoes, and carrots 3 nights in a row. But one night, you put Mexican seasoning on it, like taco seasoning kind of things. Another night you can like marinate the chicken or the vegetables. You can do Italian seasoning on another. You can vary sauces or marinades or things that you use with your meat and vegetables. So you can, buy a pack of chicken and you can cook it with different flavors night after night. So that, really simplifies things a lot. Also, this is the way that I told you that there was a way that my single people are making healthy meals for themselves, is with the sheet pan, because they can put one chicken breast, buy some of the carrot chips in the bag and put half that bag on their sheet pan, put a couple of potatoes on there, and it's just enough for them, but it works just as well when you've got 4 mouths that you're feeding. So you put 4 chicken breasts and you put other stuff in, and if you need to, you just put 2 pans if it's too much for one pan. So super easy and simple. Let's see, batch cook favorite sauces. Yep. So tomato sauce, barbecue sauce, whatever kinds that you make. Sarita says, portion out 1/2 cup amounts into silicone muffin pan, freeze it, pop it out, place it in freezer bags. I love that. Great way to portion out stuff. I do the same thing too. Like, have you ever made a sauce and you use like tomato paste and you don't use the whole can? It's a small can, but you still don't use the whole can. I'll put it in a freezer. I'll put it either in an ice cube tray, or just put little clumps of it in a Ziploc bag and stick it in the freezer. Works great. And so many of those cans go moldy, so I can't keep wasting that stuff. So let's see. Yep. Cool. Somebody's going to get the silicone muffin pans. That's cool. All right, let's see. So we've got the sheet pan stuff. One pot. So like stir fries, you're just only dirtying one pot. Soups, chili, casseroles, really simplifies things when you don't have a whole bunch of pots and pans to clean. And lots of times it's just kind of, throw it all in there. You can make casseroles and things from the vegetables and all that you cut up over the weekend, so that, when the day comes, you just throw everything in there and you're good to go. The grill this time of year works really well too, because you can grill vegetables, fresh cauliflower with like some Italian marinade on it, just cooked on the grill. Amazing stuff. Could eat that stuff like candy. Plus, it gets you a chance to like go outside, get the family outside, maybe eating outside, get the fresh air, all of that. And my last tip on making it happen is delegation. So lots of times, especially women, will try to do everything themselves. We kind of feel like as moms and whatnot, like, it's our job to do everything. Well, get the kids involved, get the spouse involved, whatever, especially if you're batch cooking. You don't have to do it all yourself. Get everybody involved. It goes really, really fast. And then meals are, just ready to go during the weekdays. So let's see, what else have you guys come up with? And I think, Johannes, that this is going to be saved in the replay, hopefully. So we can, anybody that's watching the replay of this can have all of these great tips that people are dropping in the chat as well. Yeah, nutritionfacts.org, I think it is. Another great website. Cool. So, just a quick word about some tools of the trade. These are things that I encourage people to get to keep things simple, if they can afford them. Different people have different means, but certainly a sheet pan, just one sheet pan. It can just be a metal pan. I think they're less than $10 in Walmart. That's like number one. Of course, they're going to have their regular pots and pans and everything. But like somebody mentioned, the Instant Pot, that's a great time saver if they can afford it. That can also act as a lot of them can act as a crock pot. They can act as a rice cooker, all those kinds of things. So, one device can do a lot of different things. One of my favorite tools in the kitchen, and I think I've mentioned this on last year's summit as well, is like an air fryer, or I have a New Wave oven. So it's like induction, convection, and infrared cooking all at the same time. So it cooks things a lot faster. It's a very small oven, but you can actually cook quite a bit in there. But it, again, cooks a lot faster. And some of those things that you put away in the freezer, you can just heat up in there. This is also one of my favorite tools right here is a mason jar. Lots of times people, for lunches and so forth, if they're working or they're traveling or whatever, they stop at the convenience store, they stop at the fast food place or whatever to get lunch. Even if they stop for a healthy meal, they might stop for a salad. One of the things that I suggest people do if they're on the road is go to a grocery store and go to the, a lot of them will have a salad bar or a hot bar. It's going to be better food maybe than going to a restaurant. Might be cheaper as well. But in a mason jar, you can do like salads, you can do other kinds of things because you can stick this in the microwave, you can heat it. But also salads, you can make these up in a batch on Sunday and it'll last a good 3 or 4 days anyway. The key is to put the wet ingredients, the dressing, tomatoes, cucumbers and stuff on the bottom. And then as you go up, you put the more delicate things that you want to have stay dry and not wilt. So like put the lettuce in the top. You can get these little plastic lids at Walmart. I think a pack of like 6 or 8 of these is like $2.44. So they're a lot easier to use on these ball jars than the typical canning lids. They also, if you have something you're afraid is going to leak, they have these gray lids. It's from the Ball Company, and they are supposed to be leak proof. So that can simplify things as well, especially when you're preparing ahead. Okay, so we were asked to keep 15 minutes at the end for questions and so forth. So if you've got questions or other things you want to share, feel free to prop those in the chat. And maybe Johannes, you can help me pull out some things here, the questions, because it's a pretty long chat while I've been talking. Let's see. Realplans.com, so many great features. Awesome.
Here we go. Yeah, I think you read some already. Let me check what we have. Guys, if you want to please type in some of your questions. There was a tour de force in terms of cooking. Wow.
Keeping it simple.
Maybe yeah, I think it's a guy thing, but it's like, that's a lot. But amazing. So guys, you replay it, right? This is one, I think replaying it, you get so much out of it. It's just absolutely amazing. Okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing is hopefully like it's a lot, but that gives you lots of options. We always want to give our clients options, right?
Absolutely.
So they come to us thinking that like cooking healthy just is not possible for me. And then you give them some options, co-generate some options, brainstorm or whatever, give them some of these and they're like, oh, okay, like there are ways that I can do this. And, you know, for somebody like crock pots might work well, batch cooking may work well for somebody else, but being able to have those resources and options is going to make it much more likely that they're going to be able to eat healthy at home.
Right. Whenever we can simplify things for clients, that's absolutely true. So questions, guys, let's see. What are good ways to incorporate goal setting around food into coaching? Great question.
So goal setting?
Yeah, to incorporate goal settings around food, because that's obviously an issue. Is it too big of a goal, too small, and so on?
Oh, yeah. So I always, you know, baby steps is the way to go. So for somebody trying to eat healthier, oftentimes, you know, depending on what they're eating, just take, you know, pick one small thing that they can make a difference with. So for instance, you know, if they're eating the standard American diet, they're not eating many vegetables. So, you know, if they're willing to add vegetables, just focus on, you know, don't change a whole lot of what you're doing, just add vegetables to what you're already doing. You know, if they're constantly eating out, I had somebody just last week, she said, you know, 9 times out of 10, she's either ordering in or going out for something or stopping at the convenience store. So the goals that we set with her was just to limit that to like 3 days a week instead of doing it 6 days a week, you know, and then to cook something at home. And that worked really well for her. So whatever their ultimate, you know, end game is, just help them to set partial steps to getting there and then build on those. Always we want to have them get quick wins, right?
Recommendations on meal planning for families with gluten-free needs or special diet needs, so it's not overwhelming. And especially I think if, you know, there's a different variety of needs and tastes.
Yes, that's a big challenge for a lot of families, because they'll inevitably have at least one picky eater. Sometimes that's an adult one of the adults in the house to like won't eat vegetables or something like that. One thing that I've done at home is I will, like, my husband likes everything spicy. I don't like spicy. My daughter won't eat certain vegetables, or she won't eat things cooked certain way. So I will cook things kind of like just basically that I know that they'll all eat. And then my husband, he can spice it up the way he wants to. And my daughter, if she wants 2 out of the 3 things, fine. Like, you're on your own to cook something else, because she's an adult. So I can leave it to her. But a lot of people will tell me, well, I feel like I've got to cook a different meal for everybody because I'm on this diet and they're on that diet and whatever. So sometimes you just have to, like, you know, either compromise or put more things on somebody else's plate if they're able to do that. As far as like gluten, I know that can be really hard, especially for somebody who has celiac, and it's like, you know, very dire if they get gluten. I think if the family is willing to, having everybody eat the same way rather than having to make multiple meals is good. Was talking to somebody just a couple of nights ago who she said that her son has celiac. Her mother likes, you know, doesn't like that pasta. She's, you know, grown up with her regular pasta. She'll make like white pasta. The 2 parents in the household will eat whole wheat, you know. So that becomes a problem, and heaven forbid that anything get mixed up and the wrong pasta is given to the one with the celiac problem. So simplifying it by trying to get everybody on board, you know, have a family meeting and say, okay, you know, this is the issue. How are we gonna manage this? And if you can cook the same for everybody, makes it a whole lot simpler.
Okay, we go. Thoughts for people with celiac disease. We had that already, right? Just covered that. Or any other thoughts specific in terms of what you suggest? Celiac disease?
For celiac. Yeah, it's just with celiac, you got to be really careful because so much stuff has hidden gluten in it. So I think most people, if they have somebody in the household that has celiac, it's really important to do a little research and understand what has gluten in it and what doesn't. And again, you know, it really helps the person that has the celiac if everybody else is willing to kind of adapt a little bit to accommodate that. And then especially for kids, because it's kind of hard if they feel like they're always the odd one out that can't eat this, can't eat that, and everybody else is eating it in front of them. It makes it kind of traumatic for the poor kids. So.
Okay, that's a good one. What's the number one way to have fun with food preparation?
Food fights. No.
Okay.
I said food fights. Just kidding.
How do you do that? Okay, I don't know that. How does it work? What's a food fight?
Oh, throwing food at each other.
Oh. Okay. Can we try that? Oh, no, sure we can't.
We
that would
have
have been
had,
fun. Oh my God.
we've had food
Okay.
fights break out every now and
No,
then.
really. What do you, some ideas?
Yeah, so getting the whole family involved, because like I said, sometimes we just, try to do everything, get it done fast and whatever, but especially with kids, they really enjoy being part of the process. And studies have shown that kids that help prepare foods are much more likely to try new things and to like new things if they've been part of the process. But it can be a family time and just, fun stuff like a taco night or something where everybody, makes a part of it and then you put it together and whatever, or, make it. I know a lot of people do a taco night and then they'll do a movie or something like that. So, it can be a fun family time as well. Okay,
Tamara, so we take a break now. And if I go out to the kitchen and throw food at everybody, my wife and kids, should I try? I mean, guys, who's up for it? Type in the chat box if you're up for it. We have 5 to 7 minutes break. Let's do a food fight.
Everybody's gonna have to clean up their own mess because they're on their own.
Oh,
you can
damn, didn't think about that one.
But...
It's okay. Kids clean up. You have kids work. That's good. Man, thank you so much, Tamara. This is amazing. Guys, everybody clap again digitally with an emoji or anything in the chat box. Thank you, Tamara. Amazing content and delivery. And
yeah, well, thanks for having me.
my brain's smoking. But anyway, type in the chat box if anyone is up for the food fight, maybe over the weekend, until the summit is still on. If you want to try that, I really recommend that, and then give me feedback and we share it, and then maybe we're all going to do that more often,
Take pictures. We want to see
pictures. Take pictures. Here we go. Take pictures and post them on our social media. There we go. But just don't say that we told you to do so. Yes, we did.
I didn't. He did.
Oh, no. Oh, whatever. We did together. Thank you, Tamara. Thanks, everybody listening. And we're going to be back in let's take a 5-minute break and continue to type in the chat box. Say thank you so far. Also give us feedback if you like what you've seen so far. That's just day one. It's just getting started. And we're going to be back with a speaker. We're really honored that she's here. And I'll introduce her in just about 5 minutes. are live, I think. Yes, we are live. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. I hope you had a little bit of a break. We have two more excellent, amazing speakers coming up. So let me see. So basically, first of all, I want to introduce our next speaker, but let's say hi first. Hi, Petra, Dr. Petra Platzer, how are you?
Doing great. Thank you, Johannes. How are you?
Oh, good, good, good. Wow, nice. You're colorful. Love that. That
Well,
pattern there. So let me introduce you, right? Because, you know, for some people around the world that are attending, they might not have heard about you, but you have done so much amazing work in our field. So you're basically a graduate of the Georgetown University Leadership Coaching Program. If anyone doesn't know what Georgetown is, look it up. One of the most renowned universities in the US. I mean, you know, it's an understatement, I think, right? And also, you know, one of the leaders in health coaching in terms of bringing it health and wellness coaching certification to Georgetown, to Virginia, SYNC, and a PhD in molecular biology and genetics, right?
Yeah.
Co-inventor of patents, multiple publications in peer-reviewed medical journals, named the Woman of the Year, forward thinker, and a lot more, right? So, I mean, it's an absolute honor for you to be here. And obviously you have an amazing topic also. And I would love to hear a little bit more in terms of maybe the Q&A later, the whole university teaching and how health coaching, lifestyle medicine is received, perceived, and how we can speed up the process. So your talk is going to be the being and doing of health coaching using polarity thinking to support self and others. Love that. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a real pleasure. Last year was the first time I came to the summit, and I want to thank you and your team for bringing together all the work you're doing to bring this summit together for, as you said this morning, for our learning and connecting and creating a movement, as you and Leigh-Ann said. So I'm on board with this movement, as I hope everybody watching is. And as you talked about my varied background, what underlies it all is I've always had a passion for understanding the underlying signaling in systems. So I began at the cellular level as a former cancer researcher. And now I am doing what I do as a coach, as a business owner, and as an educator to create the long-term sustainable results we want personally for ourselves and for our clients. And especially after the talks this morning and Dr. Arloski specifically, I'm excited to bring you this topic of polarity thinking that I hope you'll see how it just brings together things that you've already heard about in service to deepening your craft, yes, as you support others, but perhaps even more importantly, to support yourself, just as what Leigh-Ann said at the end of her talk. Take time to take care of yourself. So
here you go. The stage is yours. So we have about roughly 40 minutes, or however you want to design it. But at the end, we do the Q&A. So stage is yours.
yeah, great. I will share screen as soon as I get my setup correct, and then you will see what I want you to see. Here we go. All right. So as we start, I want to just address a quick housekeeping item, which is on the speaker list. When you scroll down, you will find a downloadable handout with a polarity map on it. And I will be referencing that through this talk. So if it's helpful, feel free to download it now. You don't have to have it, but you can use it for reference. And I definitely want you to have it for later so that you can do some field work that I'm inviting you to do after this session. So the reality is you've already been exposed to and navigating polarities before today. And even today through the talks, I heard multiple polarities come up. I'm going to look, for example, there was the taking care of self, taking care of others, human intelligence, artificial intelligence, standardization, innovation, mission, margin, internal, external, entrepreneuring. Even the double-edged sword of heart and head. So these are present We think about them, you've known about them, but it's also true that often until we learn about the polarity thinking framework, most people don't know that's what we've been doing. So my goal for our time today is to introduce you to the foundational principles of this actually complex meta theory, but just in a basic way so that you are aware of the supplemental thinking approach and that you have enough familiarity to more consciously recognize and map a polarity, which I hope then you'll be inspired to practice and apply beyond our time to look at the care of you in multiple ways that's already come up today. And that exercise and invitation is really intentional. Because after all, we are coaches, you are coaches. And just like all health professionals, and we've talked about that today already, in the health workforce, there's a common calling, a common passion around caring for others. It's the internal motivation. It gives us fulfillment. It's our core value. Caring for others is what we do. It's a strength. And as the old adage goes, a strength overused can become a weakness. But can that really apply for the strength of caring for others? You might be asking yourself that. Well, while multifaceted, of course, as I'm sure you know, and as we've already touched upon in earlier talks, for our colleagues in the health workforce, this once silent but long documented burnout epidemic that was there pre-pandemic is now quite visible and a focus of attention at last. Now, some of the work that I do for the last decade is working with clinicians and their teams in the health workforce. And much of their work has been to develop their underutilized muscle of caring for self, both in what they're doing, such as, okay, actually taking time away, and how they are being. So when they are away, are they actually disconnecting? Are they being present in the moment? Are they doing those ways of being for themselves? So that work and all that coaching work with leaders in healthcare, along with a recent experience that I got to have as director of wellness in a startup healthcare clinic, where we were integrating health and wellness coaches into the clinical care continuum. And Johannes, you challenged us to really have an open conversation about challenges that folks might be having. I'm also seeing among some of my health and wellness coaching colleagues becoming strained with full client loads and documentation demands and all the other usual healthcare challenges, that this has really sparked a secondary mission for me. And that's to call attention to health and wellness coaches to not simply plug into the current systems and processes, like you were pointing out, Johannes, with Healthcare 2.0, which are resulting in this rising health workforce burnout, but to proactively notice and model different behaviors for yourself, you first, in order to serve as change agents, generating more well-being in the health workforce overall. So that's part of the movement and call I have inside of all these calls that we are making. Now, as we know, one of the distinguishing things about the coaching profession is we have this beautiful skill, and we've been trained in, and it's in our coaching toolbox, this practice and focus of being. Dr. Arloski in his recent talk just said that it's the first chapter, the beginning of his most recent book. And one caveat of this being that we learn and have in our toolbox is that most often the emphasis is on developing the coaching superpowers of presence and mindfulness in service to others. Now, my intention and invitation and wish for all of you is that after today, you'll have another tool in your toolbox that will support you in focusing on those superpowers in service to yourself, within the care of self, along with the care of others, which in and of itself is a polarity. So with that ground set and the intentions of where I hope we get to and where we are starting from, let me introduce you to polarity thinking. This work was pioneered by Barry Johnson in the mid-1970s. Yes, that long ago. And it's really used to distinguish solvable problems, those that have endpoints and independent solutions, from those inherently unsolvable problems, meaning they're ongoing without an endpoint and they don't have independent solutions. Love this Einstein quote. And in his vernacular, you can consider this polarity thinking as a different level of a thinking tool that supplements our usual way of thinking through problem solving. So feel free to write this in the chat. It's a quick answer, hopefully. Which one is better? Inhale or exhale? Any thoughts? I am imagining, since I cannot see your faces, that you might have a befuddled look, wondering, well, that's not as straightforward an answer as it sounds. Yeah? So if you look like this and you go, hold on, I thought I had an answer, but not sure, then that is understandable, and there's a reason. Because we think about the situation where we need oxygen, then inhale is definitely the better answer, right? To get oxygen when we don't have enough. But exhale is definitely the better solution when our problem is that we have too much carbon dioxide. So both these answers or solutions are true and accurate for a particular issue, but they are incomplete for solving the larger outcome, to breathe, to live. So our usual thinking tool of deciding between two options of either we do this or we do that, it doesn't work here. Why is that? Because as we just mapped, each answer depends. You found yourself going, well, the answer depends. And that means the solution is not an independent answer. This also shows you how either or thinking applied to a polarity is not sustainable. And I'll show you why in the next few slides. All right, to begin and level set, what's the definition of a polarity? Now, you might already be familiar with some of these other terms that have been used over the years, and I mean hundreds of years. Paradox, opposite strengths. I heard Leigh-Ann mention this morning, there's a tension between government and employer design and what she was talking about. So those tensions, there's the dilemma, there's wicked paradox, competing values, all these terms that really are talking about a polarity, meaning there are pairs that depend on each other over time, and that we need to use those pairs or leverage them in order to achieve a greater outcome. Just like the inhale, exhale, we need to use them both over time in order to achieve the greater outcome of breathing, living, thriving, whatever term you put there. Importantly, there's also an energy in this system. And you'll see why I'm doing this hand motion in a moment, but there's a tension. And even inside of what we heard earlier and what you might have thought about when Dr. Arloski was talking, we feel a tension when we are in this polarity, moving back and forth between. So unlike a problem that is solvable with an independent solution and with an endpoint, polarities are inherently unsolvable dynamics that are ongoing with no endpoint. All right, so here I'm going to give you an example and walk this inhale, exhale even further. Feel free to walk along somatically, but in a healthy way. So if we begin with inhale, all right, so go ahead, we just inhale. But we keep inhaling and inhaling. Let's say it's our strength, and we just keep focusing here and ignoring what we need to do from the partner pair. Eventually, we're going to notice that we have created a problem. We are now experiencing too much carbon dioxide, and this is how that phrase of a strength can become a weakness. This is how that shows up. All right, so we have now created a problem. The natural thing, my problem is too much CO2. Now we move from this problem to a solution. That solution is the exhale. This is the upside of the partner pair. Notice that. This is the benefit, the positive outcome from that solution of this partner side. But if we only exhale and we keep exhaling, that can only go so long. If we only do that and ignore our other partner pair in this polarity, then again, we're going to quickly move into experiencing the downside, the negative consequence of this solution, of this pole, which is now a new problem. And if you start to notice, now we have a new problem. We need to move from that problem to a solution. And that's going to be the upside of the other pole. Here is why you can see I was doing this symbol. Notice that there is this infinity loop. And this inhale, exhale really is the classical, easy, quick feedback example that's used to show how this interdependency and how you have to navigate both upsides in order to thrive, in order to achieve that greater outcome, or in coaching language, that vision that we're moving towards. And something very important, this is a very predictable cycle. This infinity loop, that's something, just visually keep that in your mind, the infinity loop. We are moving from something. It always begins naturally that we want to move something we don't want to experience to the positive of what we do want to experience. We might not, however, recognize that that's actually a pole. But if we stay focusing on that, just that domain or that pole in the language here, if we only focus on the upsides of the one pole to the neglect of paying any attention to the other pole or the dependent partner pair, then we'll experience the downside, the unintended consequence. And now we have that new negative result and something we don't want to be experiencing. So again, we move from this and we move to the upside of the other pole. You might start to think about this in your own examples. I will point out in a moment the map that easily came from what Dr. Arloski was showing us with the question of, do we move into the zone of compassion or hold back? We'll look at that in a moment. So if we stay here to the neglect of the other pole, the natural predictable cycle is we will drop back down to experiencing the negative of this pole. This is the predictable cycle. So the keys to know: one pole cannot exist without the other. And whenever we do ignore one pole, we actually end up stuck in the other pole, which is precisely what leads us to experiencing the negative aspects. And if you remember the phrase or have heard yourself say, oh, I feel like I'm stuck in a loop. Well, that's because we are. And that's one of the clues of, maybe we're only leaning on one pole and we're actually inside of a polarity.
Okay. Let's see. Dr. Platzer, are you there? I can't hear you. I hope.
We're okay?
Yeah, now you're back. That was
Oh,
interesting.
all right. I'm sorry.
Was that
I'm
part
not
of the
sure
polarity?
There you go.
Here we go.
The tension between technology and in person, right?
Here we go.
The
Sorry,
benefits
here we
of
go.
virtual.
You're back. Good.
Okay. I'm not sure what was heard last, so I'll just repeat from this just to notice that unlike the inhale exhale example where the feedback loop is really quickly, in real situations that we're experiencing like work life, head heart, and the other polarities that I already touched on a moment ago, that feedback loop takes much more time, which can give us an illusion that we're actually having to solve a problem. The reality is we are in a polarity. So this creates an often front-end misdiagnosis, and that's what gets us hooked in the polarity and the tension. So as you might imagine, this can feel very frustrating and confusing. And if you find yourself or you hear a client experiencing a chronic dilemma that just keeps coming up, and you've tried many things, this could again be a clue that to think about polarity thinking and How might you map this in order to figure out what might be getting ignored or neglected or just not seen? I'm going to move along. I have a great example with one of my coaching clients who actually came in with the traditional desire to lose weight, which then, as we started to explore what her ultimate vision was, it was to find work-life balance. And then as we looked inside of that question, we recognized that in this polarity, what was keeping her stuck was that she was actually not taking care of herself. So the real work came into her own self-care and self-compassion, connecting again to what Dr. Arloski was talking about. So this can be really powerful of how to help somebody, ourselves and others, get unstuck. It's recognizing that while or thinking, the either or is important and valuable for lots of problems, there are indeed many challenges that actually require and thinking. So it's about now using the right thinking tool for the job at hand. You might know the Genius of And from Jim Collins, the Good to Great book. This is what that Genius of And is about. So, work and life, self and others, candor and diplomacy, humility and confidence. They are everywhere. Once you start to see, it's like the Matrix, you cannot unsee. You may already use this simple yet powerful coaching question when you hear yourself or your clients using that either or language, and then you reframe with, well, what would be a both and? This is one of those ways to unlock. So super. Now you have some awareness about the polarity and you know about this tool or this framework. So how do you actually put this into implementation and application? This is where you might want to pull up that handout, because this map, I'll show it to you right here. Yeah, this is what the map looks like in case you haven't downloaded it. This is really, in order to be able to navigate and maneuver through anything, being able to see it is the first part. So mapping a polarity is the key tool for unlocking and leveraging it. So realizing that so many things are actually polarities that we might not even be seeing it because we're in it. This process of slowing down and being curious and actually asking questions and answering in the quadrants of the map can really, for so many clients, so many examples, and there's actually a book of examples. This is so powerful and empowering. So again, if you have your handout, great. If not, you might just want on a piece of paper just to follow and then transfer. I will take a little bit of time to walk us through this. So to begin, we actually ask the question, a great coaching question. What is the greater outcome? And looking at the top of this map, what is the greater purpose, the greater outcome that is being sought after? And often that's not so easy to define at the start. So another approach can also be to say, okay, what might be the two poles at play in this dynamic? So for example, you can easily hear somebody say, like I said, I was listening to the talks earlier and I could just hear the polarities coming through, head and heart with Dr. Arloski. Those are the two poles. One thing to notice, here I'm giving you an example that we encounter in health coaching often. Activity, rest. These are two poles inside of a greater polarity outcome of a healthy, thriving life. So notice that the pole names are neutral terms. They are opposite strengths. It's not one good and one bad, and it's not one pole versus the other. It's not a strength and a weakness. They are two neutral terms. And sometimes just being able to identify the other pole can already be an unlock. That can be one of our blocks, in fact. So in the case of this, if we were to say, start with, let's name what are the upsides of a preferred pole. You pick one, it doesn't matter, but in my case, I like athletics. I'm an athlete, a soccer player. So I would start with what are the upsides of activity? And that's what you do. You start and you name just a few upsides. And in this case, if we had more time, you would doing this, but here are examples. From activity, we can feel strong and fit. It can be stimulating and challenged. Once you name those upsides, it's great. If you were to only focus on activity to the neglect of any rest, what would you start to experience as possible negative consequences? That's the way to ask that question and map. Now, what are the downsides? The problems that will arise. Just like if I was only inhaling, I'm going to have a problem. If I'm only doing activity and neglecting rest, what are the negative consequences that could be showing up? So, for example, injuries and overwhelmed and tired. Yeah. Then the upside, the natural solution is, oh, if I'm injured, well, then I can't exercise. I can't do activity. So we're naturally going to say, what are the upsides of the other pole? Sometimes if we're not clear on what the other pole, we can actually just say, well, what are the opposites of these downsides? So the opposite of injury is injury-free. The opposite of tense and stressed is relaxed. The opposite of overwhelmed is rejuvenated, right? So that's another way to notice and fill out. And it's one of the key attributes of a polarity. And the next question then is, what are some of the downsides or negative consequences from this particular pole? If you only focused on rest and never did exercise or activity, what would be some of those negative consequences? So this is a way to map exactly what we just talked about. It seems simple, but believe me, when it's something we are stuck in or our client is stuck in, it can take a lot of time. I say this from my own experience as well as with my clients. Another thing to know is that we typically lean towards one preferred pole. So even in the example where Dr. Arloski asked about head and heart, noticing in the chat, it was the zone of compassion and leaning into the upside of compassion or holding back, which is the downside of the other pole. Let's call it, maybe say intellect or analytical. So our preference then, because of that fear of what we don't want to experience, is another clue that we really want to avoid that, and it keeps us stuck in the upside of our preferred pole. I'll show you what I mean in a moment. So another clue is that you can hear a lot of emotion. So when we were just talking about a lot of emotion is coming up, that's another way to hear and to recognize, that might be a place where we can explore, is there a pole that is being underutilized? For example, compassion is being underutilized. We can walk through that in a moment. Another thing I want to point out on this map is this infinity loop. Just want to point out, we often think about how do we balance work and life, and balance means equal. The reality is, inside of polarity, if we really were accessing both equally, we would be experiencing the upsides and downsides equally. So really what we're talking about is leveraging and how do we maximize the upsides of both poles and minimize the downsides of both poles. We can't not have a downside, but we can minimize. And that's part of that energy and dynamic system in order to achieve our outcome. This is another thing I wanted to point out again, which I believe I already touched in on, which is the diagonals are really important and can unlock something. I'll show you more in one moment, particularly in the mapping process of when we don't have language for something. And as coaches, once we can see the polarity dynamic, you can actually leverage this for action planning within the larger picture, in that larger system, on how to focus on both poles. So often what our clients and us as coaches can be focusing on the actions for one particular pole and upside. So for example, all right, focusing on activity, I'm going to do, learn a new activity, go for 30, 60 minutes. This was actually, somebody filled this out. And what we learned in the process with this client was she was actually very concerned about getting injured. So although there were action steps for activity, her experience of getting injured was really getting in her way. And so although she had action steps, she wasn't doing this on this side of the pole. She was more interested and committed to staying injury-free. And when we went through this mapping process, we were able to recognize and see that was what was getting in her way of doing these actions. And what I'm going to point out here is another experience. When we were just talking about the example with Dr. Arloski and the compassion, and so I just did this live. It's on a little chicken scratch notepad here. So wonderful to see that as he was mapping out a polarity without us being able to see it. So if you think about oops, I apologize. Let's go back. All right. If you think about pole on the left being compassion. And we started with the question of, to us, what is keeping us from leaning into the zone of compassion? And in the chat, people were writing, you were writing things like fear of overwhelm, not professional, it makes me vulnerable. So this is the downside. These are things that we would fear, or no, that's not me, right? The not wanting to be overwhelmed. That means the preferred side, whatever you want to name the other pole from compassion. I'm going to stick with head over here, and this is heart for simplicity. The upsides were really around then, as a way to name it, was to stay professional, to be grounded, to be coaching. These were the attributes and things, the positives of the head. But by only staying here and not leveraging compassion in the way that Dr. Arloski was talking about, what the risk is inside of the coaching is to lose connection, to lose trust and rapport with our clients. So that's the risk. The upside of compassion is really then naturally to build the trust, to build the connection. So the question you might want to pose as you explored and said, oh, this is what keeps me from leaning into the zone of compassion, is to use this map and then see what actions you are taking around how to lean in and what might be keeping you. That is down here in this box. What might be keeping you from doing that as a regular practice? And in recognizing this, it might then help you in seeing what there is to gain. And this is the learning edge of how to lean in, as well as what are the warning signs of, oh, I'm leaning in too much to this zone of compassion, and I'm not holding the boundaries or taking care of myself in the feeling vulnerable. So that was just a live application of what Dr. Arloski just spoke about in his session. The invitation for you to apply and think about with this mapping is now to think about your self-care and how you are being in care of self, as well as in care of others. So we actually recently, last month, we did this exercise in a workshop with 30 some clinical leaders, physicians mostly, some nurses. And there was, in this room, we did a physical somatic walking of this map. And we asked people, all right, because the focus was around well-being and burnout. And so this care of self and care of others. And so just by naming these two poles, in order to create an effective, healthy workforce. By naming these poles, we had people first self-select and say, what pole do you, and what quadrant of these four do you want to live in and experience? You know, what's your preferred area of these four quadrants? And everybody went to the upside of care of others. Not a surprise. What we then did was say, all right, now let's think about, and you physically try on somatically, what does it look like when you are so focused on this care of others? And you could even be trying this yourself if you want to feel it. But if you are so physically and focused on the care of others and are neglecting the care of yourself, now go ahead and walk down to the downside quadrant. And what are you experiencing? And so many of them just, started to well up, even showing vulnerability with each other, saying, oh, this is what I feel like. This is what's happening. This is not sustainable. Yeah. And so then we asked, okay, walk to the next quadrant, over to the care of self. And what do you name as the upsides? And for some people, it wasn't really available. Like physically, they struggled walking into the upside, and they sort of danced in the middle and didn't get there. And so this was a fascinating discussion. And so for some folks, they said, well, I don't want to go up there because that side means I'm selfish. And so somebody was brave and said that, to be over here means I'm selfish. I don't want others to think that I'm not doing my job. And so the fear and all of the language had so much emotion in it. It was evident that was the downside of this. That's not me. I'm not selfish. I'm a hard worker. And so the invitation was, okay, go ahead. Let's all agree that that is not what that means. So go ahead and go up to the care of self and feel what it feels like if you are really doing this care of self. I want to let you know, there was such a different physical expression, possibilities in the eyes. People just said, oh my gosh, even just standing here, feeling that this could be possible is already relief. Nothing changed in the real world, but just having the awareness of this dynamic created a light bulb where people started to say, I know what I can do this weekend to start taking some action in this upper quadrant. So that's my invitation for you. When I think about it, it was just, it's one thing to think about and know that how this works, but to see people, a group of people physically walk through and feel this, it was really impactful for me. So that's part of what my invitation is for you, which is to think about using this tool, going back to this map. We have covered something really quickly, and it's a really complex theory. The only way to actually have this stick, even in an awareness way, is to look at it again. And I know often in these sessions, there's lots of great tools. We take them in and then we put them on a shelf. And we're all learners. And so I hope you find a way to integrate several of the things from today and perhaps use this map as a way to do this for yourself before you even think about how to work it with a client. Because just like that oxygen mask, it's how you be for you in order to be for others. I will let you know that even in preparing for this talk, it's so fascinating because I walked myself through the map and realized there were some things I wasn't doing for myself in the being domain. And it resulted in my changing the layout of my office space because I wasn't somatically feeling the space in a conducive, creative way. So it's always helpful to check in and repeat and put the attention on ourselves, just like that oxygen mask, in order to be effective and be there for others. So these are the invitations for you. of practicing, even with the foundational knowledge that you have now. And there's so much more. There's a 2-year-long mastery certification of polarity thinking and coaching, right? So the expectation is not that you feel like I can now do this with my clients. Practice with yourself, and it will start to unlock potentially the way when you are listening to words like, oh, there's an imbalance, there's a tension. Well, holding me back. That was a natural diagonal on the polarity map. And hopefully you can hear me. That IT, that balancing of virtual and live just came up again. Tension abounds. Ay. All right then. So these are a couple polarities that I invite you to try on for yourself with the tips and the walkthrough that we did. And thinking about your own, how you are being and doing in care of self. And then in that side, inside of the care of self and care of others, these polarities can be nested. All right. So with that, just to recap, here's where we've been on this journey. Hopefully you now have some familiarity to try. And while on one level, this can sound like a straightforward process once you know it, on another level, it is really complex. It's very sophisticated. So give yourself compassion and have some fun with it as a way to unlock. Ultimately, here's the one takeaway. Why it matters. Because the degree to which we understand that there is this dynamic at play, it creates this awareness that gives us more choices in how we approach those chronic dilemmas, competing commitments, or feelings of stuckness. And that's ultimately what we're here for in order to facilitate forward movement. Here are some references if you want to explore it more. Books of examples, case studies, methodologies, and in healthcare. And with that, I thank you. I know that we want some space for answering questions.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Platzer. Really, really amazing polarity. And I can totally see what you said. It's deep. It's everywhere, this polarity thing, right? You
Yes.
can't escape it. A couple of questions that I saw. First of all, the worksheet is scroll down to the schedule, and it's right under the talk explanation and topic. Okay, here we go. So is there a book on this specifically what you teach, like one of yours? That's a question.
So in that reference list that I just flashed, there are a few different books. There's not one that I've written because it's a methodology inside of multiple methodologies. But Barry Johnson has the AND book, cleverly written, right? And there's a volume 1, which is theory, that's dense. And then volume 2 is the polarity practitioner's application. So we happen to have 2 chapters in there, but I believe there are 30 chapters of different applications, in real client examples.
There's a really interesting question here, which, oh my God, that also can go deep. What cultural and gender differences do you notice around polarity thinking?
Wow.
The
coach in me is curious about the underlying question under that. And the cultural differences, oh gosh, you're right. That is a really big question. The polarities exist. So from point of do they exist? Yes. From what I have seen and my colleagues around how to navigate the polarities, it's really around which tensions are we able to address? And so depending on the cultural dynamics, so let's say there's more of a expert patriarchal system, for example. Oh gosh, I just went really meta as well. So I'm going to bring myself back down. It's the way that you approach and talk about. So I might not do a somatic experience in a different culture. So meeting our clients in that culture with where they are in the question is how I would approach how to navigate the dialogue around. But the unlock and recognizing that, hey, you're approaching this with an either or, what might be a both and, that is applicable. And it's a way that helps people think and see the larger system that might be invisible. I hope that helps. It's a great question. Feel free to follow up with me if you want to talk more.
Yeah, it's and I guess it depends what that specifically means. So if you have more questions about, type in the chat box and we kind of dive deeper in this. More questions, guys, in here? Please type them in. So one question is about, so when we talk about the body itself, like for example, the autonomic nervous system, right? Is that part of that polarity where basically, like, I guess let's say depression, right? Somebody is depression, and there's this polarity or bipolar, I think, which is actually a classical example of polarity, right? So which we used to call manic depressive, or so we have this upside, the positive side of the polarity, which we like because we're the life of the party and life is good supposedly, but then we fall into the depression, the downside, and we just don't like this whatsoever. Could you give like an example of how that polarity thinking could be used in health coaching in this specific example?
Well, all right, we have dealt. I will do my best, and I might extrapolate that 1 degree over, because inside of the mental diagnosis, there's more depth to it that's inside of clinical counseling. Yeah, so if we just go in theory rather than in the clinical aspect to help understand the notion of there's an upside. If we were to say, if we come back to head and heart, just to sort of connected to something earlier as well, you might say that the upside is in the head, no, that the upside is in the emotion. And okay, now my spirit is aligned and things are working, but the chemistry is not. I need to think about that. So let me, where I thought you were going with the question, and maybe that would be an okay way to approach this, is with regards to the body and the autonomic, the sympathetic and parasympathetic. We need both, right? We need both to function. It's not one or the other. Overall, for our system to function and react in life circumstances, the fact is that our body does its own toggling. And there are times, so it has its own way of navigating that polarity, but we have missed signals and we might not be aware. So now we have a way to look in and say, how do I help navigate this myself if I am reacting in a way that I don't want in this situation? So how do I start to breathe? I want to not be in fight or flight mode before I come speak to a group of people, for example, right? So how do I recognize I am experiencing the downside of fight or flight right now. It's fantastic if I am in a life-threatening situation. I want to be in the upside. But in this moment, I want to be in the upside of my parasympathetic. I want to be grounded and present and mindful. So recognizing I'm experiencing this, I know how to switch what my actions are to get me to the upside of the parasympathetic, and vice versa.
Excellent, really good. Yeah, I think this is a great topic. And is it a question, kind of like a paraphrasing here, is that also almost like seeing the benefits of both polarities? Is that part of the strategy in a way?
Yeah. And so seeing the benefit of both poles. Yes, often we don't even know there's another pole existing. So in and of itself, just identifying, I will give you an example for myself. You know, a lot of this is our internal stories, and I had a downside of be careful, do not appear arrogant. This was some messaging. I'm German in the technique, all right? Do not be arrogant. So so I couldn't recognize that there was a pole that I was really pinned over into the humility. You know, be very humble, like really, to the neglect of confidence. I couldn't identify that pole of confidence for a long time. It was just, I don't want to be arrogant. And this was work I did with a coach a long time ago, where they helped me see, okay, that you're afraid of the downside. Just recognizing confidence is the pair to humility. How might you show up confidently without worrying that without dipping into behaviors that are arrogant? So yes, to the question, recognizing that there are actually two partner pairs and what are the benefits of both can be hugely beneficial. And sometimes then it can help us figure out action steps. That one action step can actually help us achieve both upsides. Like the Whoop
Amazing.
band. I got the Whoop band to help me with my activity and rest.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let me see if there's another question. And both are needed for balance. Inhale, exhale. Brittany was just saying that, which I guess,
Yes.
so last call to action, last message for everyone listening or replaying that you found works really well, not just as a coach, right, but as a human being, helping us to, you know, lead the way.
Yeah. I'm gonna tag along with what I heard Leigh-Ann and you and Dr. Arloski say, which is around this taking care of self, practicing self-compassion, doing the work on ourselves first in order to be able to do the work with others and create this movement. So that is authentic and we are in it for the long haul.
Like they say in the plane, like take your breathing mask on first and then help others.
Yes.
Thank you again so much. Wonderful. Really appreciate everybody. Clap with emojis in the chat. And thank you so much for being here. Hopefully we can repeat that, learn more about polarity and your work. Thank you again so much.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you. We're going to have another break. Let's take 5 minutes. Last speaker you don't want to miss. We talked a lot today. It's interesting, right? We talked a lot about emotions. We're going to talk a lot more, and especially, I would say, advanced coaching skills or techniques that help to de-stress or reduce a lot of the emotional charges and whatever is connected with that. So we're going to be back in 5 minutes, okay? Hello, we are back. Let me see, are we live? Yes, we are live. Good, good, good. So, how is everybody? Type in the chat box. Show some signs of, yeah, this is great. And oh my gosh, we just on day one, right? And already these amazing speakers. And you definitely want to pay attention for our next speaker. If you have digestive issues or not, it's an example of how much emotions play a role and what the root causes are and how to deal with them. So welcome, Kim. How are you? Kim Knight is here today. I know it's early, huh?
It is not too bad, but yes. And it's winter,
you were
so
like,
it's always hard getting up in the winter in the early.
I know, New Zealand. Oh, it's winter. Yeah, right. Here we go. We are happy that finally sun is here and you're swinging the other way around. So welcome back. Welcome here at the Health Coach Summit. So quick introduction. So Kim Knight is a lifestyle evolution health coach, health and empowerment coach, founder of the, let me just get this right, Emotional Alchemy Academy, trained in so many different health coaching skills and also energy psychology skills and many others. And so you talk about today about the emotional digestion, the hidden root causes of IBS and chronic digestive problems. So thank you for being here, Kim, and stage is
Take
yours.
it away.
Yeah,
So I can share my screen?
Yes,
I can share
absolutely.
my screen? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And so we're going to have also about 40 minutes and then questions at the end?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely fine. Yeah.
Perfect, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Johannes. Okay, good. So welcome, everyone. Yes, I am still waking up in New Zealand. So our focus today is not necessarily going to be on IBS. It's just the digestive system in general. And originally, actually, I called this presentation emotional digestion, but really, you know, when we're talking about symptoms, we're really talking about emotional indigestion, our inability to digest our emotions. Yeah, you know, as we know in lifestyle prescriptions and in looking at, well, what does really cause illness? We're looking at, well, how does stress turn into distress? And how do emotions then turn into dis-ease? And, you know, the clues are there in the words, right? But until we come across this information, we may not really have thought about this sort of thing, or, you know, things in this way. And this is a really, really important concept that I learned over 20 years ago when I was healing myself, or trying to heal myself from chronic fatigue and clinical depression and other various ailments which had plagued me for years. And that was what set me on this journey, which eventually led me to lifestyle prescriptions, and before that with Johannes with MetaHealth University, or it wasn't, well, I don't know if it was a university, but MetaHealth, and really deep diving into understanding how specific organs and tissues are affected by specific emotions and stress. And for me, it's incredibly fascinating. I don't know about you, but here's a really, really important concept to understand. We heal a person, not an illness. We heal a whole person's life, not a health condition. And when I first heard that, which was back in 2000, it completely changed my perspective on how to go about healing. It just changed everything. It changed how one approaches health, how one understands illness, and it also, you know, as you've probably discovered, if you're already exploring this way of healing, it takes away so much fear, because this is one of the biggest things that people can, you know, have trouble with, and it really prevents healing as well, is when we go into fear. For example, if somebody is given a diagnosis of cancer, you know, in a normal way, in what I call the mainstream medical system, and then they're given a timeline of, well, you've got, you've probably got so many months or years to live. That creates so much trauma and fear and anxiety, and that then just freezes us. And then we, in lifestyle prescriptions, we talk about shock moments, Udin moments, unexpected, dramatic, isolating those strategies, shock events. That then just makes things even worse in terms of the body being able to heal. And so when we understand that actually that the illness is just the end result, the symptoms are just the end result of what has gone before that we haven't noticed. And so finally the body had to produce symptoms to get our attention. So symptoms are intelligent communication from the body to the head, which we need to recognize, to recognize. We need to understand and explore, why is my magnificent, intelligent body, which is far too intelligent to make mistakes, why has it created these symptoms? And today we're going to be focusing more on the digestive system, which actually is one of the easiest systems to understand when we're looking at the metaphysical causes of illness. Now, if you've already done some study in lifestyle prescriptions, you'll be very familiar with this natural healing cycle. And this is a slightly more complex diagram. You may have seen a slightly simpler diagram where it doesn't have number 6 here, the healing peak, but don't worry about that. The whole point is that our body, and we know this from studying biology at school probably, our body is always trying to maintain homeostasis. And homeostasis just means balance. And when we have balance, then we have good health and we have inner harmony. And of course, inner harmony is a very big part of maintaining health. So recently, it's incredible that the hundreds of thousands of chemical activities that are going on inside our body every moment of every day right now is wherever you are, your body is undergoing many complex changes inside the body to maintain homeostasis, and just maintaining pH balance of our water is just one simple example, but very complex inside the body, what it has to do to maintain that. And so our body has what is called this natural healing cycle that it is constantly cycling through, and we start off on the left and we're healthy, but then somewhere along the line we start to get symptoms, and we have to go through this healing cycle to come out the other side, to come back out into health. And for whatever amount of stress we go through, there has to be a balancing out to come back into health. And as we know, one of the things that can happen as we're going through this healing cycle is that we get symptoms, and often, in our old system, let's call it the old system now, because it is starting to break down. I just heard the other day a statistic that 50% of specialists and 40% of the staff of the NHS in the UK have left in the last 3 years. That's an incredible statistic. The old system is breaking down because it has to. It's outdated. It's even barbaric in places. It's absolutely fantastic in some ways, but our new healthcare system is being born. So often, when we're going through the stress phase, often we don't have symptoms because we're so stressed up. But there has to be a balancing act for the body. It has to have like a countermeasure, if you like, a counterweight to even out that stress and recover and recuperate from that stress. And that is called the regeneration phase. And once we go through that regeneration healing phase, then we come out the other side into health. And by the way, I apologize, I've got a cat whining in the background, and I can't get up to let it out for the moment, so it's just going to have to whine. And often what is really interesting is that we can get symptoms during this regeneration phase. And that's when people, if they don't understand this healing cycle, they think, oh, there's a problem, something's going wrong, this is bad. But this is actually a good part of the regeneration phase in this particular case. So emotional conflict themes. We talk a lot about this in lifestyle prescriptions, lifestyle medicine, lifestyle prescriptions university. And really, this is a big secret to how emotions and stress turn into symptoms. Actually, I'm just wondering, Johannes, could you just speak for just a couple of minutes while I let the cat out? Are you there? I'm just going to stop the share for a second.
Yes, sure. Say it again.
Sorry, I just need to let the cat out. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. No problem.
Cat, and she just won't shut up. So just give me a second.
That's totally okay. So guys, in the chat box, please start typing your questions. That can be organ specific, digestive. Here we go. Kim is back already. That was quick.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
Oh dear. Okay. Anyway, so emotional conflict themes. These are very, very important and very interesting, very fascinating, and the secret to how emotions and stress turn into symptoms. Now, in this model of looking at things, there are four main what we call emotional conflict themes, and these relate to different parts of our brain. So the brain stem, which is the oldest part of our brain, the first part of our brain which developed, has what we call an emotional conflict theme of survival. And of course that makes sense, right? Because I don't know, however many thousands of years ago that this millions, whatever, that this part of our brain developed, we were much less developed. Our cognitive, functions hadn't developed. We were just more basic human beings, and so this part of our brain was more tied up with survival. And if you're familiar with the plus minus plus, more activity in the stress phase. Plus minus, I won't go in. I'm not going to go into detail here in this, but then you'll know what that means. And then the cerebellum, which is also an older part of the brain. The emotional conflict theme is to do with protecting ourselves. And that could be physical protection, but it also is very much to do with emotional protection. And then the cerebral medulla, which is part of the newer part of the brain. And this is as we're, developing ourselves more as humans, we're developing our consciousness, then we're moving from sort of more physical to more emotional, mental. And so the emotional conflict theme overall for this part of the brain is self-worth. And the cerebral cortex, even newer part of the brain, is more to do with social contact and connection with people. And of course, that makes sense as we've evolved. So what we have to remember is that every cell, tissue, and organ in the body have a dual function. And this, again, is, this is, once you understand it, it makes so much sense. But before you've heard of it, you don't even think about it. And this is why, for example, for the past 50, 100 years, that the mainstream medical system has been focusing on the physical. And so only looking at things in a physical way. When you have symptoms, let's try and fix it with something physical. But if symptoms are being caused by something non-physical, then only dealing with the physical is just putting a plaster on and not dealing with the cause at all. So this is a major part of what we learn in lifestyle prescriptions and lifestyle medicine, is the fact that we have this physical and metaphysical function of every cell, tissue, and organ. And meta, some people can think, oh, that's a really woo-woo word. It isn't. Meta just means above or beyond. So it's a beyond physical cause. So if we look at the digestive system, most people are familiar, they've done some biology, hopefully at school, and they have a fair idea of what the digestive system does. And, in simple terms, we eat food and we digest it and we eliminate waste. Interestingly enough, when a lot of people are asked to where is your liver, where is your gallbladder, where is your pancreas, a lot of people, even though they may have studied biology, they may have actually forgotten that, and they actually don't know where their organs are. And it's really important that we do know where our organs are in our body, just approximately at least. Know that your liver is under your right ribs, and your pancreas is more towards the center and the left, and the spleen is over to the center and the left, and the stomach is over, underneath the left ribs. One needs to know this. And the reason that one needs to know this is that there's a very big connection, as we know, with emotions and stress and symptoms. And we need to start becoming aware of how our body is responding as we have emotions and stress, because we will be able to pinpoint and feel where we're feeling those emotions inside our body. And actually, this has a lot to do with where those emotions are being generated from inside the body, and which specific organs those emotions are affecting. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. And unfortunately, the trouble with emotions is that it's almost like a taboo subject in our culture, dealing with emotions. One just doesn't talk about it. You grow up in England and you have this stiff upper lip, and you don't talk about your feelings and you don't show your feelings. Well, that creates a huge amount of problems, as I discovered, because I can say that 99% of my symptoms that I've ever experienced over my life have been to do with emotions. So we know what the digestive system does as a biological function. And the interesting thing is, it's completely mirrored in the emotional function of the biological, of the digestive system. The digestive system has an emotional, metaphysical function. And its job is to process our emotions and our emotional life. That is what the digestive system has to do on a metaphysical level. And it's doing it all the time. But are we aware of it? And are we aware of where there are blocks, or where things are not digesting properly? So our organs are very, very important. And again, we tend not to really think about this, because when we look in the mirror, mostly, especially because of, our advertising, is that we mostly focus on our external body. We're looking in the mirror and we're, is my makeup nice? Do my clothes look nice? We're constantly focusing on what we look like externally. But are we thinking about how are things internally? And our organs are paramount for us being alive. We can live without a limb. We can live without a spleen. We can live with one kidney. But we can't live without a heart, without lungs, without at least a kidney, without our liver. We can live without the gallbladder. Obviously, it's not as beneficial to do that. And we can live without an appendix. So there are a few organs that we can live without, but mainly we need to say that our major organs, and there are 5 major, what are called in Chinese medicine, 5 major organs, and then they're paired, so there are 10 organs altogether that are absolutely vital for our health. So the question is, how happy are your organs? And in particular, when we understand how different emotions affect different organs, this really becomes quite a pertinent question. And I remember when I came across this diagram for the first time, when I was learning how emotions affect different organs. And I take this with a pinch of salt, by the way. Don't think that, anxiety only affects the top part of the intestine. That's not exactly how it works, but it gives a good idea of the fact that different emotions and emotional states will affect our intestines. So, anxiety affects the part, and actually I would say anxiety is an outcome of other stress and worry, which then affects the top part of the intestines. Worry affects the upper left side, which is the stomach spleen side. And this is why we have phrases in our language. For example, I was sick with worry, or I was worried sick. We really need to start to watch the phrases and the languaging that's coming out of our mouth, because it gives us really big clues as to what is affecting us. We say it in our words, you know, my heart was uplifted, or my heart sank, right? We have lots and lots of phrases that come out of our mouths, but are we paying attention to the words that we're using? Anger in particular contracts the right side, which is where our liver and our gallbladder are. So if I ever hear of somebody who's having gallbladder issues, or who's had their gallbladder out, which is incredibly sad, because we can heal so much before we, you know, without having to do that. You know, it's like what is going on anger wise. And as we're going to see as we go through in a moment, anger plays a big role in disrupting the digestive system and causing physical symptoms. But anger is generated on the right hand side of the body in this liver area under the ribs, and the liver is the biggest organ, apart from we know that the skin is actually the largest organ, but the liver is the sort of biggest organ inside the body, and it deals with toxins in a physical level. That's one of its jobs. Does thousands of jobs, but it deals with physical toxins, but it also has to deal with the most toxic emotions, and the most toxic emotion is anger. So if we have unresolved anger and frustration, which then will build up to resentment if we don't deal with it, we're going to have problems in our liver. It's going to start getting blocked. The meridians are going to get blocked. The chi and the energy isn't going to flow. That's going to have a knock-on effect in the gallbladder. It's also going to have a knock-on effect in other organs, because all these organs in the digestive system, they all work with each other. So the spleen and the pancreas and the stomach and the duodenum and the liver and the gallbladder, that they're all very, very intimately connected. And if one is out of balance, then it's going to knock the other ones out of balance as well. And then sadness affects more saying here that the lower and the lateral sides. But again, as I said, take this with a pinch of salt. But in general, what is interesting in the Chinese view of looking at emotions and organs is sadness affects the lungs, and the paired organ with the lungs is the large intestine. And we breathe into our lungs, and we should let go out of our large intestine. But if we're not letting go of sadness, then it will get stuck. And I had a perfect example of this, which I often use in these presentations because it's such a good example. It was one of the first clients that I ever worked with when I used to do Qinetsang abdominal massage. So one of the modalities that I came across, which was very helpful for me when I was healing the intense backlog of emotions from my life in order to heal chronic fatigue. And by the way, chronic fatigue is not a lack of energy, it's too much energy that's blocked. And then we're using all our energy to hold our emotional energy in, and that creates a massive emotional block. And then we don't have any energy and we feel really tired. And anyway, so I experienced this, healed myself, trained in it, and I don't do it anymore, but I learned a huge amount about the digestive system, the internal organs and emotions. And I was working with a lady who was 74, and she had just come out of hospital, and she'd been in hospital for 3 months, which is quite a long time, right, to be in hospital. And they had just been doing investigation after investigation after investigation because she had excruciating abdominal pain. And they did every test that they could think of, and they couldn't find anything wrong with her. And this is very, very common, right? If we're only looking for a physical cause to a metaphysical, if we're looking for a physical cause to something which is actually caused by something metaphysical, we're not going to find it on the physical level, because that's not where the cause is. But of course, she didn't know that. The doctors didn't know that. And so they discharged her after 3 months. She was still in excruciating pain, and somehow she found her way to me. And this was quite early on, actually. I think it was in the first year of me working. And And we were exploring, we were doing an abdominal session, massage session. And the great thing, you see, the thing that emotions want most in order to heal is to be connected with. Now, we don't have to do an abdominal massage to do that. We just need to somehow be able to connect with these feelings, because the thing that emotions most want is to be validated and noticed. And if you think about it, if you're upset, what do you want most? You want someone to hear you. You want someone to listen to you. You want someone to listen to you without judgment. You want to be heard. This is what emotions need and want. They need to be validated, and then they also need to be cleared in some way so that they're not stuck there in the body anymore. So in the abdominal massage technique, it's not so, initially it's not so much a conscious connection, but as one touches that part of the body where the body has very intelligently stored that emotional energy until it can be cleared, and usually we don't know it's been stored there, right? Until it starts playing out as pain. I touched, that part of her colon, which was, interesting enough, it was exactly that area that's on the diagram here. It was the descending colon on the left-hand side. And she had this memory just come to her sort of instantaneously of when her mother had died in hospital. And she had visited her the day before, come back the next day thinking she was going to see her, and was told by the nurse, "I'm sorry, your mother died." And in that moment, because she'd been taught and trained not to feel her feelings, not to show her feelings, in that moment, that sadness that was automatically triggered inside of her, it just got stuffed down, and the body just stored it in that part of her body. So rather than it being able to be eliminated, it got stuck in that part of her body. And when I touched it, which meant she was able to make a connection with it, then the memory came to light, and then the emotion came up, so to speak, from the bottom to the surface, and it released. And in that moment, the pain disappeared in a second. And I've had other, amazing experiences where pain has disappeared that quickly when the emotion has been connected with and recognized, recognized, but also let go of. So, it's very fascinating how different emotions are both generated in different parts of the body in the digestive system, but also get stored in different parts of the digestive system. And obviously one can go away and learn all about that. And I'm not going to go through these slides in detail, but you can look at this later on replay if you've got that package. But let's come back to the emotional conflict themes, just to give some examples of some of the emotional conflict themes that you might like to consider. But I think it's always important to say, take this with a pinch of salt, because everybody is unique, and we need to explore exactly what things mean for us. Because although that it may be true that this directly correlates, it may not for everyone, and we need to, really explore what it means, what things mean for us. But for example, the small intestines, the upper small intestines has to do with indigestible anger. So does the duodenum. The lower small intestines, an indigestible chunk, which often has to do with anger as well. And the pancreas, anger or a need to fight. And what is also useful to remember is that with the digestive system, because it is part of our survival system, it's if we think back to how the human being has developed, the digestive system is really one of the first anatomically parts of the body that was developed inside of us, and that we need in order to survive. And I remember when I was training with Johannes some years ago, I always remember Johannes, you talking about a worm, and how a worm has this digestive system from the mouth to the anus. And in a way, we have a more sophisticated version of that. But this is to do with survival, and it's to do with the brainstem. It correlates with the brainstem, and so the emotional conflict theme of the brainstem is survival. And again, that can be physical survival, but also emotional survival. And just notice how often anger comes up here as a theme. And what's so interesting about anger is that it's what I call a protective emotion. It's protecting another emotion. It's like having a lolly with a wrapper. If you have the lolly inside and then the wrapper on the outside, the wrapper is the anger, and it's protecting whatever is inside the wrapper. And that what is inside the wrapper, the lolly, will be some form of hurt, disappointment, betrayal, maybe some fear, maybe sadness. There will be other emotions. So always when we're dealing with anger, when we're clearing anger, because we don't want to grow anger, because anger is a very, very toxic, harmful emotion. And I heard a true story that somebody got so enraged, because there's a spectrum of anger, right? It goes annoyed, frustrated, angry, rage. They got so angry, they split their liver, okay? And as you get more in touch with your feelings and more emotionally intelligent, you will notice what is happening inside your body when emotions are generated or triggered. Same thing. Emotions can get triggered, but that means they're getting generated inside our body. And remember that when emotions are generated, there's a law of physics says that energy cannot be destroyed. Once energy and emotion, they are energy, they're a form of energy. Once that energy is generated, it cannot be destroyed, but it can be transformed. And this is alchemy. And this is what we have to learn to do for ourselves. We have to learn how to notice what we're feeling, and then we have to do something about it by clearing it. So when we're wanting to work with anger, we don't directly, get angry and get more angry, because again, in the Chinese system, anger is considered the wood element. And the wood is things to do with plants and trees, which grow and grow and grow and grow indefinitely, infinitely. We don't want to grow anger. It is a really toxic emotion. In order to deal with anger, we need to identify what is underneath the anger, the hurt, the disappointment, the sadness, the fear, whatever it is, and then we clear that. So some in the colon, again, anger affecting the large ascending colon, the descending colon, the sigmoid colon, ugly elimination, something that we're not wanting to face, some nasty something that's happened in our life that we're just not wanting to face. We're not wanting to, and then because we're not wanting to face it or feel it, we can't eliminate it, and it gets stuck. So what are the solutions then? What are the solutions to dealing with our digestive issues if they've turned up as diagnosis, celiac, irritable bowel syndrome, food allergies? A lot of food allergies, people put the problem down to just the food. But a lot of the time, I'm not saying, we know that eating gluten and that sort of stuff is not good for our body. Funnily enough, I was making a cake a couple of weeks ago some cakes for banana cake for this charity that I do some work for. They do get food baskets for people who having trouble. And I don't really bake cakes, but anyways, I was making this cake, and I had the flour and the whatever it is you put in a cake, and the water and the butter. See, I don't even know what ingredients really go in a cake, but as I was mixing it up, oh my gosh, it's like cement being mixed up, and it's like, oh my goodness, what is this doing inside the body? We know that these, there are certain foods that are not beneficial for our intestines. However, what has also been seen many times by myself and other colleagues is that the real reason that the body goes out of balance, the digestive system goes out of balance, is actually the stress and the emotions which have come prior to the food eating. And because the digestive system is already out of balance, it's not in harmony, it's not happy, those organs are not happy, they get easily exacerbated by certain foods. But as one deals with the stress and the emotions, the body is able to tolerate those foods much better. It's not that we should be eating them, but it just is able to tolerate them, and we don't get so many symptoms from the food. So we have to remember that our lifestyle is the medicine. That is what lifestyle medicine means. Our lifestyle is the medicine. And in lifestyle prescriptions, we use lifestyle prescriptions to be that medicine, or to implement that medicine. So some, thoughts and ideas. Obviously, talked a lot about emotions. We need to learn how to self-manage our emotions. And this means that we need to be able to identify feelings, to literally be able to label what we're feeling. This is sadness, this is anger, this is hurt, this is fear, whatever the emotion is. Some people, this is brand new, to be able to do this. And then we need to have self-help techniques to clear them. So yes, sometimes we absolutely do need help from therapists, because we all have blinkers on, including myself. We need help with clearing emotions, especially at the start if this is new. But we can also do a lot ourselves. We can learn self-help techniques, and if we practice them on a regular basis, they will get easier and easier, quicker and quicker to get a result. And we can clear emotions in seconds. Excuse me, I need a drink. And that includes also, we need to heal trauma and hurt from the past that may be lurking around in our system. And again, we may need help to identify what that is and to do that. We need to manage our lifestyle, and in particular our habits, what we're doing on a daily basis. And we need to be monitoring all the time, is this thing that I'm doing, whatever it is that you're doing throughout your day, is it putting my body into stress and generating negative emotions, or is it keeping me in a calm, peaceful, healthy, natural state? And anything that is causing stress or disharmony, we need to question it and maybe make some changes and amendments. Maybe we need to stop doing certain things. We also need to start doing other things. So we have to become very self-aware of the effect that our everyday habits are having on our internal system. Is it sending us into the stress response, or are we staying in the relaxation, regeneration, healing response? And obviously, good food and good drink are going to make a big difference. But as we can see, the stress and the emotions are probably an even bigger, difference than what we're eating and drinking. Although, it is really important to, not be chugging back, multiple cups of coffee, alcohol, and junk food. Obviously, is not going to enhance our health. And breathing is very important. Good deep abdominal breathing, and especially, for example, in the Chinese system, the breath is the lungs, which is the metal element, and the liver is the wood element, and metal chops wood. So if, for example, we're feeling angry, then breathing can really help us to dissipate that anger. So those are just a few clues, ideas, which obviously each person has to explore and learn about themselves. For example, in the Chinese system that I learned, one can learn different sounds as well that one makes inside the body to help clear emotions out of the body. And we can also smile we can learn what's called an inner smile, to smile to our internal organs, to both identify and clear the negative emotions, but also to grow the positive, virtuous emotions inside our body. And that was something that I did very, very intensely for several years, and it totally transformed my ability to understand emotions. But we come back to where we started from. just finally, just to say, remember that we heal a person, not an illness. We heal a whole person's life, not a health condition. And what that means in the bigger sense is that when we're looking at symptoms, you know, say some symptoms started 2 years ago or last week, we don't just look at that time period. We need to look way back to what has happened previously in our life. And in my experience, everything is set up in the first 7 years. I have not yet worked with one person that this didn't apply to. All the foundation of illness is set up in the first 7 years, because that is when we unconsciously create our emotional response habits and how we deal with our feelings, and also our unconscious beliefs are created at that time, and our habits start to be created at that time. And then over a period of time, if those are repeated for a length of time, then eventually if those are not healthy, if we're not dealing with our emotions in a healthy way, if we have unhealthy habits of thinking, which are coming from our unconscious, unhealthy limiting beliefs, then we're going to have unhealthy habits and do too much and try to please people and not take care of ourselves and not make ourselves a priority and not express our truth and share our feelings and all these things. Then the body's going to slowly get out of balance and then eventually start to create symptoms. So I'm not sure quite how long that took. Are you there, Johannes?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks so much, Kim. This is amazing. Let me see a couple of questions that I want to ask. And please, guys, type in more of your questions. At the end, please recap the emotional conflict themes again. Maybe just a few, right, that illustrate the whole point, how important that is.
Okay, well, let me just read a few here out. So the stomach and esophagus, gullet, an inability to swallow a chunk. And if we think about it, we put food in our mouth. We can work it out, right, by thinking what's the biological function of that part of the body. So you put food in your mouth and you swallow it, right? And then the body starts, the stomach and the organs, you know, liver, stomach, etc. They all start to digest that food. And we even say it, we say, I couldn't swallow that. You know, when somebody says something that's, you know, not to our liking, it's maybe somebody says an insult, we say, I couldn't swallow that, or that was hard to swallow, right? So we must start to pay attention to the words and phrases that we use. They give so many clues. But coming back to some more emotional conflict themes, the stomach, inability to digest a chunk, the intestines, the smooth muscles, inability to move a chunk, the stomach, esophagus, mucosa, not wanting to swallow something, the stomach, esophagus, inability to swallow a chunk, intestine, duodenum, to territory, anger or identity, small intestine, survival, anger, indigestion. But to make it really, really simple, just think about what the biology of that part of the digestive system does. Is it about swallowing and digesting something? In other words, swallowing and digesting emotions or emotional life, or is it about eliminating, something? Because if we're unable to let go of something emotionally, then that will affect the part of our body that deals with elimination, which is the large intestine.
Absolutely. And another question, or actually that's a comment really. It's so relevant. I see this so much with my clients, which I guess meant is, Carla was saying, meant is the emotional conflictive stress type of connection. And I think we all see that so clearly, and that's why we need to address it as health coaches. Okay, great question, Brittany. What about anger that motivates a person to action?
That's different. That's empowerment. And that is one of the positive purposes of anger, is to actually move us into action. So that's a different use of anger, of that energy. It's motivating us towards something useful and beneficial. It is not staying stuck in the body and going inwards and getting stuck to create disharmony and symptoms.
How do we know the difference where it becomes unresolved or damaging, part of a chronic symptom process, a physical symptom, versus it's actually a positive thing that it drives us to achieve something?
Well, the action, if we're being driven through, for example, I remember after I'd been diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome by a doctor, and they said to me, of course, it's a pretty classic line that they tell people, and by the way, I'm not anti-doctor, I'm just anti, what they're taught, and, just the whole system not really working. But I'd been told, there's nothing we can do because we don't know what causes it and there aren't any answers or solutions. So at that point in time, I believed them, right? So I went home and I was sitting at home for 3 months, just getting up in the morning, not able to do anything, watching a bit of TV, and every day was just like that. It was a non-eventful day. And then one day, after 3 months, I was sitting on the sofa and I thought to myself, how long am I going to continue to live like this? Am I going to live the rest of my life like this? And from inside of me, I started to feel this anger coming up. And inside of me, I'd said to myself, I cannot and I will not live the rest of my life like this. I refuse. This is ridiculous. I'm bored out of my mind. I simply cannot spend the rest of my life like this. And this anger sort of surged up from inside of me. And I remember stomping up the stairs, and it was the most energy I'd had, for weeks. And just making this decision that I didn't know how, but I was going to find the answers. So that was energy that had been stored in me that was coming up from inside, and it motivated me to make a decision and to literally get off, the chair and walk upstairs. But interesting enough, if we're holding anger in, anger has is very connected, or suppressed anger is very connected with depression. And depression is actually not an emotion per se. It's the act, which is usually unconscious, of depressing our emotions. And one of the emotions that is most depressed by a lot of people is anger. And that's because we're told often it's not okay to be angry, it's not okay to show anger. But anger is a protective emotion which is generated automatically to protect other emotions, but also physically. If we're in danger physically, do you notice how often you can respond with anger? Like you're driving along the road, somebody cuts you off, and you're afraid initially that, for your life, because maybe there's going to be an accident and you'll die. I mean, this happens in a split second. But then you can feel angry, right? And you're shouting and swearing at that other driver. It's a protective emotion. So if though that anger and the other emotions that are underneath the anger get stuck and stored inside the body, and often what we have to remember is that emotions are very, very sneaky, and they can get stored and stuck inside the body, and we don't even know they're there. The first inkling or sign that the emotions are there are the fact that we're not feeling good. We're feeling out of sorts. We're feeling grumpy, emotionally. But even more than that, we start to have symptoms. So if we have symptoms, we always need to question, what emotions have I missed?
Quite a few more questions. So maybe we have to, ask you, and if you have a good, fast question answer, that would be great, I think, if
Okay.
possible. What about repressed anger that you can't feel? I guess you kind of said that just a minute ago, but you want to...
You can or you can't feel.
About repressed anger that we cannot feel, or a client can't feel?
It's just a matter of somehow exploring what's going on, and maybe you need some help to, if you can't feel it and you can't, you don't know how to become aware of it, then get some help.
How might you coach someone who has disordered eating? where they feel anxiety in their stomach when they're trying to eat?
Well, again, what's really interesting about eating disorders is that, you know, whatever is turning up as a symptom, and a symptom could also be, for example, ADHD, or say hoarding, you know, is an outer symptom of how we're doing our life. We need to explore, why is that body, that person feeling that way? Why have they developed these habits? I remember working with a doctor once in Germany, and he had horrendous chronic fatigue. He was bedbound. He'd lost everything. He'd lost his job. He was sleeping in student digs. He didn't have a place to live anymore. And when we tracked back to his childhood, he had the most horrific, traumatic, abusive childhood. And one of his symptoms, apart from all the physical symptoms, was he had ADHD, and he was one of these people we had to check that he locked the door 10 times before he left. He turned off the taps, you know, 10 times before he left. And these are all symptoms. They're the end result of the unresolved trauma and emotions. So as we dealt with all of that, he didn't need to do those habits anymore.
I guess last question, which kind of goes into the emotional side. How does PTSD affect the body? Post-traumatic stress disorder syndrome.
So I mean, this is just my viewpoint on it, right? I'm not saying I know everything about this at all, but PTSD is, as you know, it's stress and it's trauma. So it's both, you know, what's happened at a causative level, but then it continues, and it continues because the trauma is not released and healed. And obviously, if it is ongoing and continuing, then it's going to be keeping the body in a state of stress and high alert. The sympathetic nervous system is going to be switched on all the time. We're going to feel like we're just constantly reliving that trauma. So again, one has to, you know, heal the original trauma.
Last question. Now, with proper nutrition and rest, sometimes it takes a long time for someone to recover, to auto-regulate. So I was wondering if emotions play a big role, a big part in that. Okay, Kim's frozen. I think she's coming back in a second, I'm sure.
No, sorry.
There we go.
Can you say that question again? It
So even with proper nutrition and rest, sleep, right? Sometimes it takes a long time for someone to regenerate. And I wonder if emotions play a role, especially with chronic symptoms that just never seem to disappear or be resolved, even if we have proper nutrition and good lifestyle.
Yeah, you know, if we're not dealing with the underlying causes, then it's going to take a long time just to deal with things with nutrition and rest, because that's just the physical aspect of things. We're what I call a 5-star human. We have a physical body, but we have our mental body, which is very complex. It's our conditioning, our programming, our memories, our beliefs. We have the emotional side of our being, we have the energetic side of our being, and we have the spiritual side of our being. We've got to take all 5 into account if we want to heal in a holistic way.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kim. This was amazing. And it's so interesting that so many of us start to notice in health coaching and lifestyle medicine the importance of emotions, you know, as part of the stress management response. And obviously that's we at Lifestyle Prescription University, we pay a lot of attention because we just notice that actually if we address that, the lifestyle aspect regulates automatically in a much bigger way. So health outcomes are just a lot faster. So thanks, Kim. Last call to action for everybody to close the day from you.
You mean recommendation for people?
Yeah, just whatever you want to say.
Start paying attention to your feelings, to how you're feeling, and really up your emotional literacy. We have to become emotionally intelligent. It's absolutely critical. We can't deal with our illness at a fundamental level if we don't do that. And we also block ourselves from evolving in consciousness if we don't do that.
Well said. Thank you, Kim, again. our
Thanks,
Kiwi health
Johannes.
detective. Are you still called like that? The Kiwi health detective?
Yes. Yes.
I love that one. I don't know. That's cool. Thanks again. Really appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Johannes.
Good morning to you, right? We're gonna here in
Yes,
Europe or
yes.
US, we towards the end of the day. Thank you guys, everybody's watching, attending today. I loved your comments. I think we had 1,000+ comments or something, or more than 1,000. Wow. Amazing. Now, couple things just to close it out. Now, I hope you can, if you got the full ticket, the 4-day, you join tomorrow, we get an email, right, with a new link to access day 2, 3, and 4. If you were here in the free version, the free day one, consider upgrading. You get so many good things like the recordings or the CE credits, right, for your continuous education, a lot of other great things. And you support the nonprofit, right, to really make lifestyle medicine and health coaching accessible to everyone, right, which I think we all agree is something that needs to happen. So I see you tomorrow. Watch out for emails. You know, there's different things happening over the next weeks that help you. And it's, again, that's our goal, right? Help you as health coaches to just be more successful and reach more people and help change healthcare. As we know, we don't need that. It's funny, just in the break, I heard a little news about in Europe, some of the healthcare, they want to cut down everything and more, less money for everybody. And it's just, it's going to be bad, you know, in a sense, if we don't do something and create a new healthcare system that actually is resolving these health issues, chronic health issues, versus just managing it, letting people do their own thing, right? It's just ridiculous. Anyways, thanks so much for being here. See you tomorrow. Watch out for an email, and I see you soon. Share, talk about it, be brave, be confident. What you do is amazing, and spread the word. Get out there, okay? Thank you. See you soon. See you tomorrow.